It is episode 229 of the longest running episodic, whatever the hell this is. We don't know. We really don't know.
We'll find out.
One day we'll find out. One day we'll find out. We got the Burrell in the Garage of Knowledge. Good evening, Bobby. How are you?
Very well. Very well.
Excellent.
Lots of fun this week.
Oh, we do. Well, listen, I'll tell you this. We're going to have a little bit of fun with a couple of topics, and on Cheetozard week, no less.
Of course.
At the end of Cheetozard week, this is very important. This is very exciting to me. But before we get into it, and I see the comments tonight, so thank you all for joining in the comments. So first of all, we're going to bring in everybody's favorite. Running a little late, Bougie Eric.
Hi.
Any Eric.
You know, Eric, hold on. Eric, you know what happens when you show up late? You get punished. Care. You get punished, Eric.
Oh, okay.
You know what happens? Billy, how's it going?
Send Eric to Florida. That's where he needs to go.
Yep.
I don't have. Listen, today's been a long day. I can't deal with this.
Oh, but you're going to. This is what happens. I said, I did tell you there are consequences and repercussions. This is not my fault.
Like,
you should have done better.
Is this like 2 out of 3 weeks or 2 times in a row for Eric?
It's wild.
Yeah.
Listen, all I got to say is this. This comment was left at 3:38 p.m. 3:38 p.m. my time. OV Grade 8 sports cards. Bruins are officially a minor league hockey team. Well, to be fair, they were always a minor league hockey team. All the way back to the Boubier days. But it says, how will Eric cope? And Mil Schmidt? Garbage. How will Eric cope with today's news? Is he now a Panthers fan? Eric was always a Panthers fan since day one.
Oh,
the people need answers.
So my response to today's action is
good evening, Josh.
Which action?
Of all the trades the Bruins participated in today, getting rid of just about all their good players is I don't care. If you've been watching the show, you've heard me say since September, this team sucks. Trade anybody. I don't care as long as it in the long run makes the team better. So I don't care if they trade Pasternak. I don't care if they get rid of Swayman. I don't care. This franchise is in the toilet. And if you're truly a fan, watching a team play this bad. I mean, did you guys see what happened last night against Carolina?
We literally don't watch Boston Bruins games, Eric.
No.
I mean, with you know the stick snapping in half in the defensive zone, going right to the Carolina player, and he scores the game winner. I mean, it's just this team is so bad.
Bobby, I got to be honest. Eric's story isn't jiving with me because I'm having trouble believing they would actually air it on television. Is this like on the Ocho? Like, what do we need?
Yes,
like, what do we need?
It was on the Ocho. It was right after some dodgeball. And
all right, no one actually cares about the Bruins. Billy, go ahead.
Yeah, I was confused by Eric's comment because he said, "Don't you have to have good players to be able to trade good players?"
What difference is it going to make? You know, they've got a future of being bad. They've got a present being bad. They got a past of being bad. Like, it's not a problem. I don't see any. I call this status quo.
And I think we have to, but Billy has to stand up and take some credit. Well, I guess be responsible for this because you did do the Bruins sets.
Yeah, that is true. You enabled this.
I didn't build it. That was
your people enabled this. So I want to make sure while Billy's in the office, I want to make sure we get into talking a little bit about UD too. So hang tight. Let me finish reading these comments and we'll get right into it. All right. So CC says, "Good evening, gents. I have a feeling tonight will be renamed Tag Night or about Card Coaster Night. Perhaps we may have some words on this matter in due course. Hang tight." Good evening, Jeff. Good evening, Baz. Jay says, "Are BGS slabs really superior to Tag Slab? Which should be defended as superior?" That is a debate
that's a tough one.
That's a tough one. Mike here says it's Spicy Eye. That's right. Spicy Eye in the house. Carlisle says Boston Pride has been very successful after moving to Milwaukee, followed by them moving to Atlanta. Atlanta Bruins? Maybe.
Oh, I'd like that.
Could be exciting. Could be Paul and Eric.
More reasons to hate Atlanta, right?
It'd be amazing. Philly Joe says, "Good evening, Carlson gang. Good evening to you, Philly Joe." And Paul says, "Eric, what are you going to do with all your free time in the evenings this spring? Who knows? Who knows?"
I'm watching cycling tomorrow. Strade Bianchi's on. Very
that
excited.
Literally sounds like a made-up name. That sounds like an AI generated name that means nothing.
I don't care. I'm watching cycling tomorrow. I am getting up early and watching it. I'm very excited.
Billy, have you ever thought about doing cycling cards? I didn't think so. All right, move on.
I feel like that's been put in Ginter at some point. It should be Atlanta Bruins. Yeah, they're Flaming Mess. Yes. And we'll get to the Flaming Hot Cheeto on Cheetozard week, no less.
Hey,
now, Billy, I don't know if you caught this. I during the podcast, we did a podcast episode this week, and I had an overlay. Cheetozard week.
Oh.
The legend. Moi. Chef's kiss. It's
Mm-hmm.
fantastic. I was in on the Cheetozard, man. I was on the train. All right, Billy, let's talk about it. Speaking of, well, listen, I happen to know for a fact that this most recent Upper Deck Series 2 did not have any food-related things. Although, and Billy, I'm going to start with these. We'll lead with these first, and then we'll get into any other ones you want to touch on. Look, I can't decide. I want you to decide for me which one I should make fun of more. I'm going to choose. I'm going to let you choose your own adventure. Should I make fun more of the all aboard the Gilligan's Island thing, or ooh la la?
Ooh la la.
Choose your own adventure.
Ooh. So if you, I can get into it real quick on both if you want. I did have a quick question though.
Go ahead.
If Florida wins a game, do they just throw Marshawn bobbleheads on the ice now instead of rats?
I get that joke, and yes, they do.
Now you can finally do some good Marshawn cards, Billy.
I was going to say,
exactly, right?
Exactly.
But another, wow. You know what? Let's not knock the one that I made for kids, because I always make one insert in flagship, just kind of like a kid's look feel. So get at me with ooh la la.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, because I did briefly listen to Gong Show before I fell asleep, and I was fully awake when I started. But the point is that I was watching moments of this, and when the ooh la la thing came up, was that an inside joke that you basically included in there?
Wait a minute. Were you on that show again?
Again.
Oh, of course he was. Yeah, he needs to justify himself.
Holy shit!
Well, he hadn't been on for a while.
They had a break party. They were breaking my product.
I think you've been on that show more than you've been on this one, and we're friends.
Yeah.
Holy
I don't think
Well, look,
so.
Bobby, if you committed to being part of the break party, we could have done our own break party and usurped their break party.
Exactly. And we could have done part 3 OPG on here.
So
amazing.
there's times where I can make inserts that might be relevant, but also might have a little bit of fun. Our project manager, our brand manager or senior vice director of brand or something like that. I'm not director of product brands. Paul, he's from Vancouver, and he would always, whenever like he would like something, he'd be like, "Ooh la la," and it's like it's a inside office joke.
That's literally Billy. That's literally what I'm saying. My point here, the underlying thing that I'm talking about here is that we literally have an insert in Upper Deck Series 2 that is based off of an Upper Deck inside joke. Eric, before I say anything else, are you getting why I'm just...
I haven't seen the inserts yet, so I need to see them before I comment.
There's a friend of ours too that we wanted to give it kind of like that French Canadian feel, because there's a friend of ours who's been on the show before and who is a big fan of such Canadian, and decided to kind of give it a French Canadian feel to it. And yeah, it's a fun little $1 million off of selling it. It's a goalie insert. It's pictures of goaltenders making amazing saves, twisted, turn on their heads, whatever. And it's called ooh la la, because you see something like ooh la la. That's
wow.
That's the card.
I think the cards look nice.
Thank you. I'll tell the design team you said that, because I didn't design them. I draw stick figures.
I think the cards look nice.
Yeah, it's nice that you put 25% space for ooh la la. That's great.
I can't say I have a comment about that, but the cards themselves look nice. They got little rainbow foil on there. You got the, I think they look nice. I don't know about this ooh la la thing, but
my favorite is a lot of American breakers seem to call it oh la la, because they don't know the phrase.
Oh yes, of course.
All right. I mean,
let them go with that.
There's definitely some French stupidity south of the border, but you're telling me an American doesn't know that's ooh la la?
I heard oh la la a lot opening day.
Really?
I had no idea we were that dumb. I mean, I know there's some stupidity down
Isn't
there.
there a lot of
Eric, can I
Franklin
refer you to the
there?
can I refer to the BAC podcast? There's an American on there. It may convince you otherwise.
Oh, maybe.
Just throwing it out there. Throwing it out there. Very special. Very special. Oh la la it is. So yes, we'll leave Gilligan's Island alone for now. But I'm just saying, oh la la.
That's crazy.
Special. Special indeed.
Wow.
I'm just waiting. Listen, Billy, there is time if you do want to get in on this for the next series that you're going to do. Again, Cheetozard is sweeping the nation. I had an overlay. We just need a Cheeto card now.
I guarantee our competitors are already making a Cheetos parallel somehow.
Which they should be. They
Somehow,
should be.
some way.
That's the next logical step.
Oh yeah.
Mike here says, I'm opening
you
my third bag of Cheetos looking for the next $80,000 card. I know. That's what I'm saying.
You see that? Did you see that? Someone did a YouTube or one of the TikToks or something, and they're opening up a bag. It's like, all right, and they're like, oh, and they're pulling out like each Cheeto and pretending it's like some sort of creature from.
All right, so
yeah,
ruined.
Oh,
no, Billy, we had this bit. We had this bit ready to go.
You gotta warn me. You gotta warn me.
But Billy, not only that. You know how bad it was? I was at the pharmacy. I was at the pharmacy yesterday, and I literally took a picture of an off-brand set of Cheetos. It's like, oh, retail.
Yes.
And the guys are like, that's fake. It's like, wait, did we confirm that the original Cheetozard was in fact Cheeto brand Cheeto?
No.
No
It
one.
looked a little too red
I need
for me.
evidence. I need authentication on this. I need provenance. I need chain of custody. Until proven otherwise, I'm not convinced that my off-brand Cheetos would not have counted.
I think Eric threw a hobby pack back there.
That's what it was. It's
That one was hobby. I was looking at the retail.
You're not.
That was the whole gag. I had a whole thing I spent time thinking about. I had props, and Billy just comes in and just sets it all on fire.
Did you open that? Because there could be something in there.
Yeah, I was
you
gonna
know
say,
what, Eric? Eric, if you show up on time, if you show up on time, then maybe you can discuss the stuff ahead of time.
I know.
Ooh.
Once again, you failed us. Oh la la.
Billy,
CC here says, Billy, does that mean we might get a spicy eye insert set? Listen, you got to do the spicy eye gag. Hey, look, you've already broken the seal on this. You have now established that an Upper Deck inside joke can make it into an insert. I demand spicy eye reference.
I'm gonna find a spicy eyed Cheeto and I'm gonna prop it up, sell it up. Don't you worry. It's gonna look cool because it kind of works.
Yeah, and Paul's right. If you did a Canadian edition, you could have cheesies.
Yes.
See? That's what I'm saying.
Billy, I sent you a text, and I hope you feel better.
Oh, fuck.
Got anything else to say?
Mm-hmm. No, he's breeding.
No, don't feel bad for him. I would never feel bad for him under any circumstances.
Got anything else to say? I'm sorry.
Yeah. I'm glad you're awake.
Awake.
Yep.
Listen, what you should have done, Billy. I was tired. I was tired when I got the text message initially. I was tired because otherwise I would have sent him back to Drago. If he dies, he dies.
Yep.
Oh,
Shoot him back. Just send him right back. What I lack in compassion, I make up for in lack of compassion.
yeah.
Don't even worry about it.
Yeah. Billy, too, obviously.
Don't even worry about it.
Right.
Just saying.
Is that what those are the type of clothes you wear when you're awake? I got it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Baz here says we were at Palm Beach card show today. 400 tables. It was an average crowd at best, but Fridays are always the weakest day of the show. That's fair. Well, 400 tables is decent anyway. Defect says, add the Cheetozard as part of my death row last meal. That's what I'm saying, man.
Yes.
And by the way, for those that didn't enjoy it earlier, bam, Cheetozard overlay. Hold on. Boom.
There it is.
Because this is the end of Cheetozard week. It was very
Yeah.
exciting. I was moved. It was a good time.
Because it was the beginning of the end. Anyways.
It was the beginning of the hobby. As far as I'm concerned, Bobby, the hobby didn't exist before Cheetozard. All that was garbage. I don't even want to talk about it. Burn it all to the ground. Cheetozard is the only thing that matters.
Sorry, Billy.
Dance
All your
Baseball
work
PC.
before this is gone.
I was going to connect while eating Cheetos. The bit is dead. I know. Unfortunately, like it's bad. Eric is a bully to everyone. Facts.
Wait, I'm the one getting bullied.
No, you are a bully. You have shamed us all into bullying you. Like it's unbelievable.
Oh my god.
You egomaniac. You're like sitting there like, I need you all to bully me. It's like, but Eric, we want to be nice. We want to be men of peace. No.
Yo,
Fine. That's what you want.
My bad.
Should be ashamed. But anyway, it was the best of Cheetos. It was the worst of Cheetos. That's right, Carlo. So, Billy, just for the sake of the conversation, because obviously we only have a certain amount of time that we got you in the office there. So let's do it real quick. So Upper Deck Series 2, a lot of different stuff. Obviously, I had Oh La La. We had the excitement of that with the Gilligan's Island one. All right, let me ask you this. Out of the other ones that are in there, because there's a bunch of I'll pull up the page and everything, whatever. I'll show a couple. But out of it, is there any specific ones that you really like or that want to make a note of specifically?
So I'm surprised you didn't come at me with this one first.
Oh La La and Gilligan's Island deserve first.
No,
but there are others. I'm not saying that's it.
I absolutely love this insert. I think it's great. And it's extremely rare. When I say extremely rare, the odds on it are 1 in 1920. So it's like 1 every 13 cases. And it's called Incarnations. And the what I wanted it to look like, because we had this really cool reflective paper. Like it literally looks like a mirror. Which you don't like. You get rainbow foils and stuff like that, and it's shiny, but you don't see your clear reflection in the card. This paper is almost like a mirror. So it looks like, the best way to describe it, and I laughed when I heard people talking about it, but the best way to describe it is it's like a mirror that you would see at a beauty salon. So they do what they call opaque white, a player when you put it on rainbow foil board. I think I have an example here.
Here,
Like
just for Eric.
yeah. So you see the player's opaque white, so you don't see the reflectiveness of the card and the lines and stuff. So the border and the player name has the opaque white, so it pops up. It almost gives it like a dimension, and then the image is printed on the foil, and it almost seems like it's not as bright as you probably see on the photo right there. A lot of people are trying to take it so they see the player, but I actually wanted the player to kind of be sunk into the paper a little bit. And yes, I specifically asked for what would look like the swagnificent, but like beauty salon type portrait images. And as I said, they are extremely rare, extremely rare. I think right now, and they're selling for a good amount. I think it's low once people figure out how rare they are, if they're trying to collect them, or if they're wondering why I haven't seen one in 10 cases. That's the reason. So that's one of the inserts that I think is fun and extremely rare, like case hit type level cards. Series 2 is really more of like a continuation of Series 1 in a lot of senses, where you've got your second round of portraits, you've got your second round of a number of different inserts, and then you add some like the fluorescence and the population counts that are synonymous now with Series 2. You have your next round of Young Guns. One of the inclusions this year, we actually have Young Gun teammates. People have been asking about that. I'll be completely honest with you guys. The timing of having enough Young Guns and making sure that we saved a couple Young Guns for extended series, we didn't really have enough to put into the set without delaying the product. And our goal right now is to catch up. And if we start delaying products, we're defeating that goal. So we decided to come up with, and when we do have our rookie photo shoot, there's teammates there all the time. So we were fortunate enough where we had some high quality teammates that we took pictures and group pictures of them. And so we added the teammate Young Guns in Series 2 this year.
So I could open a pack in a salon, and then I could kind of look at those type of cards and go, can I get a cut like that?
Exactly.
So I think, but my concern. So
the OV Caesar is
Billy.
nice.
Billy specifically, Billy specifically asked for this, so now it's time for me to. He was assumed I was going to lead with roasting that. No. We need to get to it. We need to get to it.
It's a warm up. Yes.
But since we're there, since Billy brought it up, and since we've arrived, I can get the whole idea of wanting to get the players in these kind of shots. But I will say, on several of the images, I showed one with Barkov there. I did enjoy that several of the pictures are the players in their finest polo shirt. It's like you can even find them in like a blazer, like a button-up shirt, a polo shirt.
The league says they have to dress up before games. They come into the stadiums like, looking good. Can't grab a photo when they're coming off the bus wearing a nice suit.
Look, Eric, unlike you when Ray Bork is around, we're not just sitting around the players stalking them, taking pictures of them. We have to get these pictures from different people, and like we don't necessarily have access before the game when they're walking in. So,
Or my favorite.
unless
How
we
about dry
stalk
saddle
them,
in a t-shirt? How about dry saddle in a
Oh, yeah.
t-shirt?
It's a nice T-shirt. It's like
Hey,
almost a
I'm
sweater.
sure it's a lovely fitted t-shirt. I'm sure it's name brand, and he probably spent a couple of bucks on it. He can afford it.
I'm pissed off because when I was playing hockey, we would get our picture taken after a game. So you take your hat off, your hair's everywhere. It was like, look at you go back through your shots and go, what the hell did we get? And these guys are just sitting there, they're all GQ'd up. This is awesome.
this is
That's what I said.
this-
Like, I
there's-
enjoyed the dry saddle was in a t-shirt. That made great.
You know what? Hockey cards are meant to
McDavid
be
at least
fun
got the memo.
sometimes. Oh yeah, he
Yes.
did. Yes, he did.
McDavid got the memo. He has a button-up shirt. He's got at least a
Yep.
jacket. You know.
It's been
People are going
photoshopped
into
a
Bo
bit.
Ricks and people are going into Supercuts and saying, "I want the McDavid" after seeing that picture.
Yeah, they are.
Look, I'm just saying.
When they're
So
bald.
we got a couple of comments here. So Jeff says, "You bully the Lions." Speaking to Eric, which is true. Those are facts.
They owe
Mike
me
here says,
money.
"Billy, why would you make it 1 in 13 cases? That would discourage me from buying boxes. The odds are way too high." Listen, it is pretty exciting. I don't know how much of that kind of excitement. Seeing Leon Draisaitl's shirt, it needs to be like 1 in 13 cases. It's got to be tough, man. You've got like, oh my god, that shirt, it's amazing.
One of the things that I've been talking to a lot of the guys around here and just myself personally is I don't like it when everything is one like the hardest ratio is one a case. Aside from numbered cards, you got to have inserts in there it takes multiple cases, like the Fanimation, like the Day with the Cup, stuff like that. I'm a big believer in multiple case inserts. There's a chase to it, and then when you do get one, it's a big deal.
So Billy, who actually picked lucky number 13 cases?
I pick a ratio and say I pick
13?
the ratio comes because I knew how many copies I wanted of the card.
Oh, so it's a
And
mathematical equation. We can figure it out now. We got
No,
numbers from Billy.
but I didn't tell you how many there are.
We can figure that out.
You
7.
can't.
We'll get
You
it out of
can't.
you. The show's long.
We'll find out once
Yeah,
Eric gets all the McDavids.
a couple beers at the expo. That's what people always say. No, just kidding.
We'll get you to talk. We got the truth serum.
Yeah, the Thursday night.
Yeah,
Mhm.
Black Box here is right. These cards have nothing at 1992 Bowman, Marion, or Rivera. That's the high watermark. That right there is classic. With the khaki pants and like polo shirt, like
You want to know what I compare it to too? Is Be a Player. There's some interesting photos in Be a Player from back in the day.
if you go to the original, yes, there
Yep.
was. Yeah, if you go and if you want to go early 90s from Upper Deck, you also had the Roots cards. So they had like that Roots set. I showed a Medano that had on there. It was literally like they were marketing and selling the clothes. So they obviously they're not wearing they're not wearing hockey gear. They're literally wearing Roots clothes. So none of that. It's similar vibe, similar general idea.
I think that's when they came up with all those jackets and everything.
Basically,
well.
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there was a lot of that.
Those expensive jackets.
Very expensive.
They were
Bob
nice.
Jackson says Eric's truth serum is male.
That's the
Facts.
stuff thing.
That's why you'll tell the truth. You don't want to bring any more. You're like, I'll tell you anything you want to know.
That's a good point.
Yeah. It's like you'll tell them all the true stories.
That's
So, all
not
right.
the
So you got those.
Eric's
Anything
got
else
the
excite
GQ
you?
Look, Eric could have been on one of those cards. Have a look at him.
Well, listen. Don't make me go get
Hair's combed all
BGS.
nice and over and everything. And wow.
I'll go find the image from the Tom Brady shop that Eric's running because he was all suited up for that one. At least he dressed up for that.
I was at a wedding.
Just saying.
You were on a boat ride?
So you
What?
claim. Yeah, it was the dearly departed. We were gathered here today to see the wedding of Eric with his favorite football player, his personal hero, his Lord and Savior, Thomas Brady.
Who now is part owner of Card Vault. So
Yes.
all the Card Vault shops rather, all have had their signs changed to Card Vault by Tom Brady.
That's right.
And I'm sorry, I know they're a competitor, so it sounds like I'm picking sides, and I don't like Tom, so it sounds like I'm picking sides. But if anyone has ever been to a card vault shop, you have left disappointed. It's
worse than Atlanta.
Nobody under. They're at it's there's one at Foxborough Stadium. There's one at the Boston Garden. There's other ones popping up. There's one I think at Fenway. If you've walked into a card vault, I assure you left disappointed. Everyone has. It's like you go in there thinking this is going to be something special, and like,
is this hearsay, or have you been in one?
All I'm saying hearing is the general manager Eric of Cardvault is going to have to do a better job. That's what I'm hearing.
I've been in them, and you like. I don't think there's 100 cards in the shop, and all their wax prices are out of this world.
Eric, this is a very strange thing coming from you. This is a very strange thing coming from you. It would be like Billy going. It would be like Billy down there going, Upper Deck Series 2, very disappointing. And it's like, Billy, aren't you involved in it? Like, shouldn't you be talking it up? The opposite. Talk it up. Very strange.
Anyone who's been to a card vault has left shaking their head thinking that's it.
Wow. So CC here for you, Billy. Is the tech similar to the 90s Pro set? I don't think it's a hologram.
No.
I think it's kind of a shiny foil. What would you describe the actual foil around the player?
It's like it's a foil board, but it's like a mirror foil board. So the player isn't like hologram in it. It's just the 4 colors printed on the foil board, but there's no white to knock out the pattern of the foil board. So you can still kind of see yourself a little bit in the player, but around it, it literally looks like a mirror.
So you can see behind you if you're holding onto a card. It's kind of cool. Sort of like those ATMs, right?
Amazing.
I thought I had that one from Pro Set, the Stanley Cup, but I don't. I have this one with just the 75 anniversary puck.
Yes,
you thought you had the Stanley Cup.
Those are holograms.
But I only had
those are things that you can't even find people to make nowadays. That's what sucks is everyone keeps asking about holograms, and there aren't many vendors that can print them. And if they do, they are like expensive. 100 times what they used to cost. Yeah. So
I use the analogy.
They don't even look the same.
I use the analogy of what happened with vinyl, because when they had a resurgence, they actually ran into a problem, and the problem was because it was in decline for so long. They figured, all right, this is going out, the way of the dinosaur, no one wants vinyl anymore. So they started closing all the shops and destroying all the equipment, and all the people that knew how to do it retired. So basically what happened was, when all of a sudden there was a resurgence and a reinterest in it, the amount of factories that could actually do it, the amount of people that actually knew how to do it properly, they're all retired or they're dead, and they didn't teach anybody. So now all of a sudden they're having to try to figure it out and retroactively have to ramp up these machines that are basically broken. They got to fix them or try to get, so that suddenly they ran into a capacity problem. They needed the vinyl all of a sudden again, and they didn't have enough places to do it. So it brought the price immediately up because we just don't have them anymore. Like, where are we supposed to get it? I don't know.
Joe's Garage.
I like this one. Baz says next year's release will have players in NFL and NHL Zubaz pants. Facts.
Nice.
And there's Phil. Good evening, Phil. Eric is opening up a competitor like Bike Vault, selling CTE bike helmets, mayo, and Vaseline for cycling shave.
You don't.
These are important things.
I use Bag Balm.
You should use mayo, is what you should use.
No, I do not. I use Bag Balm. Thank you very much.
I'm just saying, what you do with mayo while you're being held down by the man is your own damn business. But anyway, it says big game Monday, Billy.
Me down.
Are we still up 2-0 right now? I haven't checked the score.
You're gonna have to check the score. But all right, so we got those ones there. I think I'm surprised you didn't mention you're on tour, the concert poster version for yourself.
Oh, I like those because it's also, I don't know if people know, it's 2-1. Shoot. It's on the back is actually the away schedule. So all the away games, there's no home games on it, but it's all the away game schedules on the back of the card, which is kind of like it's the little things sometimes that I think is clever. And, people are just flying through them real quick and seeing stuff. But if you look on the back, it actually has a list of all the away games on the card.
That's smart, actually, because
I like that.
Most people who did cards, even back to the 30s, they would put a schedule on the the current schedule of the home games. They would never do the away games. Never enough room. But you're doing the opposite, which is good because everybody knows the home games. How many people know the away games?
Yep.
I've learned so much.
I did scare a shop one when on opening day. I was just like, so like, and he's already like 2 or 3 cases in. I'm like, so did you guys get any of the unannounced photo variations where they're wearing the opposite color jersey? I go, we didn't mark them at all because we want people to look at their base cards. And he's just like,
Oh shit.
uh-oh. And I'm like, I'm just joking. And we've had too many people complain that they can't that they missed the variants. So we always put like variants now on the back or whatever parallel it is on the back. We try to label everything for people
Leave it as an Easter
because
egg.
I think it's honestly though we talked about this before because we talked about with the AEW stuff. We talked about the I think it's gotten to the point where especially with parallels, certain variations, inserts and stuff like that, just label the damn thing. It's really annoying to have to because a lot of people will miss it if it's not obvious. It's kind of annoying if you really think about it. It saves you a lot of headache. It really does save a lot of headache just being like, no, here it is. At least you can look in one spot and find some information that tells you something.
Yep. So have you been buying it? Speaking of like releases, have you been buying any of the 2024 AEW on ePack?
Not on ePack, no. Right now, I opened a decent amount of it, probably about 4 or 5 boxes of this 2024. I wasn't as into it as the other ones, so I decided to just minimize the amount of boxes. But I knew once ePack showed up, I got. Speaking of the variation, I got the Brit variant on day
Nice.
one. One of the guys had it on there, be able to come to deal very quick. It was one of those things though. A lot, the high gloss has shown up on ePack. I have to reach out to that person and try to see if I can arrange something. But it's been disappointing that even more pronounced than literally day one. First of all, it's like, yeah, they're tough. 1 in 480 packs is tough, but we were involved in a lot of case breaks. I didn't open it myself, the boxes, other than those ones that I'm talking about, but I was in like 5 or 6 case breaks, multiple cases, and they just weren't coming out. But then immediately, day one, first couple hours, here's the variant, here's the variant, here's the variant. Like, come on, guys.
You had to go 13 cases deep. That's all I'm saying.
Well, right now the thing is, it's all coming from ePack anyway, so that actually kind of kept me from buying more boxes. I'm like, I may as well just wait for the ePack. Then you'll pull it for me, and then we'll come to a deal. It'll save me the trouble. May as well just get it from there.
Yep.
So real quick here, Phil says Series 2 this year is a huge hatchet.
I got no
Great
time
inserts.
mellow, but I'm still oh sorry.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I was just reading the comment. Didn't hear any of the big NHL trades today. Was anyone big involved?
Nope.
I like that. LOL. The worst is when the multiple parallels are the same color and similar. Yes, it is. The ran into the Stars was big. Yeah, I was talking with Wes, who's one of the Dallas Stars fans on the Discord I'm on. It was interesting because they traded Stankoven. What's funny though is that he had actually, because we Frozen Pond here was going to do a signing for Jamie Benn and Stankoven.
Mhm.
And he actually wanted to get a Young Gun autograph from him. So he bought the Young Gun. Well, actually, he sent me the money. I bought the Young Gun for him. And I actually took it over to Frozen Pond, got all the paperwork and everything taken care of. It was supposed to be by February the 20th was the deadline to get it. So the week before, I dropped it off. So we don't know when the signing was supposed to happen, but I don't know if it's going to change any schedule. The Leafs aren't playing anytime soon, though. So I guess they were supposed to send it off to Dallas or wherever to get it signed, but it was a private signing. But at the same time, it's like, yeah, but he's not in Dallas anymore. The Jamie Benn stuff can still go there. That's what they're doing, but I don't know where the Stankoven stuff's supposed.
I like what Dallas did, but I think Florida just beat them by a nose when it comes to free agents.
Yes, very good.
By a nose.
The Zubberneck release that'll be one of the inserts coming up on the next series. By a nose. Baz says, does Upper Deck release print stats on hockey packs anymore, or do they release print stats at all? Print stats have never been released. If you're talking about the number of cards printed, they've never been released. Billy has only told us that under very lock and key. There are a lot of NDAs he asked us to sign. I can only tell you that there are 5.5 million Connor McDavid Young Guns.
Or 1 in every 13
You
cases.
sound like Brian Gray right now. Jeez.
Oh yeah.
Well, Billy, I have 5 million
close.
of them in my warehouse, so I wasn't going to release them. The other 500,000 can be out there, but I'm saying I've got the other 5 million.
You know that Brian Gray has been on since Carlos talked to him last.
Yes, he disappeared after that.
Mhm.
Nice ball. Frozen Pond is still around. Yeah, they still are. Still around. Good evening, Orlando. Florida is well run, baby. But yeah, I think the thing is, I don't keep too close tabs, but I think the Miko Rantanen thing is interesting just because he is a talented player and still a young player, and they were able to sign him to an extension, so that's good. So if you're going to give up a young talented player, and then you're going to get somebody who is also talented, and then you re-sign him, that's good. I got to see it. Like at the end of the day, if he plays well for them, that'd be awesome. That certainly it's not going to hurt. I'm glad they're making moves to try to get better, so that's nice.
Yeah, I wasn't. I'm seeing the Red Wings comment. I
Oh.
wasn't too happy with the Red Wings. Last year that Larkin got hurt and they didn't do anything and they ended up losing like 7 or 8 games in a row. And then this year, it was a joke. I was just like, "Hey guys, we got a 4th round pick. Like that's going to change everything. Like the first trade that we did was a 4th round pick, and I go, if it would have been a 3rd round pick, we're talking dynasty." But then they did make the trade. I think Veleno, he was a lost man in that group. I go, we got when you got what's his name? Marcus, what's his name? Why am I drawing a blank? Anyway, Kaiser. No. Anyway,
Kaiser Sosne?
yes.
Maybe.
I mean, he's better than Veleno. So
I was just saying, if you had Kaiser
we-
Sosne, you'd have a dynasty.
Kaiser Sose would be great. So yeah, we wanted we needed a backup. We needed help on goaltending. So Mrazek, whatever, been there, done that. Can he get hot again? Who knows? And then I know there was talk about us going after Dylan Cousins, but we didn't do it. I guess we just didn't do enough to get him. So not very happy about the Red Wings and what they've done. We'll see. They need another hot streak because they've lost 4 in a row. I don't know if Jeff knows who Brad Galleys is, but he's the sports anchor in Detroit, but he's also a big card collector, and we talk to him every now and then about entertainment cards and hockey cards. And he like pulled the horn for the Red Wings, and they've lost 4 straight since. And I asked him, I go, after game 2, I was just like, hey, you know, you better not turn into Sidney Sweeney here, because Sidney Sweeney, when the Red Sox were playing, she threw out the first pitch and they lost like 7 or 8 games in a row. And so then after the 3rd loss, I was like, I loved your work in Euphoria. And he's like, what are you talking about? I go, you are turning into the Sidney Sweeney curse. And he got a good laugh out of it. But yeah, I'm worried. I just still don't think we did enough. And this is 2 years in a row now that that's happened.
Well,
I
that's
mean, at
kind of
least
the
we didn't.
problem.
Oh,
Go
go
ahead.
ahead. I'll say at least we didn't just give up all of our bad players like Boston.
Yeah, but you know
Great
what's funny? Like, but it could still be funny. Is it could even still be worse because in the same Discord where we were talking about the Dallas thing, and it's like, well, they made a move, so that's good. But then Wes on there is a Texas guy, so he's a fan of the Rangers, he's a fan of the Mavericks and all that, and then Mavericks gave up Luka. So Bobbles threw in there. He's, oh, did they trade Luka? And he goes, I say this with great respect. Fuck you. A little bit of a sore spot. Look, it could be worse. It could be worse. You could have actually traded a really good player and effectively got nothing.
Dude, what about Thompson right now? He's just like, all right, I'm going to Dallas. We got Luka, and we got Kyrie, and then they get Anthony Davis, and he gets hurt, and then Kyrie tears his ACL, and it's like Thompson's like, what do I do?
Nothing.
Yep.
Well, at this point, though, you got to admit, like at that point, you have to be thinking you're a little bit cursed because you did something really bad. It was like, look, obviously everybody jokes about it, but the whole thing with the whole Babe Ruth curse thing was led off the fact that you traded Babe Ruth for effectively nothing, just basic cash. And it was a bad deal. Like everybody knew, it's like, well, this is a very talented player who has helped you win World Series, literally helped you win World Series. So why would you trade him, especially when he's in his prime, literally about to enter into the prime? And then the Yankees went on to have their dynastic run that started right off of that, heels of that. I don't think that's going to be necessarily the same thing for the Lakers, but it doesn't matter. The Lakers are at least getting a very talented player who has some years in the tank, and he's very good, and at least temporarily for now. That's the thing. It was funny when that trade happened. A lot of people are like, "Oh, will LeBron be able to work with it?" LeBron at this point is old enough where he's like, "Yeah, I'll just accommodate. I'll just pass you the ball and we'll go back and forth." And for him, if LeBron can squeeze one more championship, Eric, don't you think it behooves him to be like, yeah, let's give it a shot. Why not? Like for him, it's actually a win-win situation. If he's able to squeeze one more championship out of this, that's not a bad thing for him.
Another payday.
Yeah,
he
people
just has
forget
to
he
have.
played with Dwayne Wade.
Yeah, no, he did play on a big three team with Bosch, Wade, and himself. So he can play with other superstars. And Wade's obviously going to be a Hall of Famer. So I mean, other Hall of Famers. It's just, is he willing to do that? It's and you never know with LeBron and his mindset and where he's at. So will he take a back seat and get a few less points? Will he get more assists? Will is he willing to do that? And you just don't know with him.
We're changing your middle name, Eric, to Bosch.
Okay.
I am what's his name? I'm trying to think of who's the Jason Williams. Yeah, I'm the Jason Williams then of it. Hey, I got about 2 more minutes. So any more series 2 questions or comments?
Por qué? That's my question. I was already, I already lost the ability to do the all aboard, but por qué is a good one. And my actual question is, so Cheetozard when? Can we do that like on ePack? Can we get like that as an exclusive? Like, what can we do here? We got to get on this Cheetozard train while we still can, Billy. This train is just
It
leaving
won't
the station.
last long before the next thing.
Look, can everyone eat Cheetos? Like, it's not, there's
Are
there's
Cheetos
no
the hard
problems.
ones or the soft, billowy
Hard
ones? So yeah, we call them crunchets up here. So just saying.
Because remember, this got denied by the league. The bacon wrap.
Oh, I like bacon.
Whoops. The bacon
Yeah,
wrap.
but Billy, you were able to get the chip card. You were able to get the chips.
Bacon wrap.
I understand, but you were able to get the chips though. You did get the chips through.
I did. I snuck that one through.
So Canadian players would have like side bacon and then back bacon for United States, or it would be ham or something. I don't know. There has to be a differentiator. And I think if we're talking bacon, that is our profession here. So we do get the side bacon. Everyone talks about back bacon, but we don't order back bacon. When you ask for bacon and eggs, she never gets back
some
bacon.
Some of us never ask for bacon and eggs.
Yes, exactly.
Because they don't dig on swine.
That's fine.
One of my favorite movies.
Because pigs eat and root in their own shit.
Oh, says
they have no
I was about to say, like, this sounds an awful lot. You know what?
Are you quoting the whole movie?
You know what chocolate sticks look like?
First Testament. You got to go with the second. Anyways,
I find it ironic though, given what chocolate sticks look like, and some people on the screen who like to stuff those in their mouth, like it's going out of style.
Yeah. Some people don't dig on swine, but they dig on turds.
I do like me a good chocolate stick. That's true.
Mm-hmm. Bob Jackson says, "No, Carlos. They allegedly printed more last Thursday, so another 7 million. Damn. So Connor McDavid's are getting overprinted to the moon, and more 89 Griffies, so up to 20 million of those. Damn it."
Damn.
Just as Brad is great. Bob Boozle says, "I'm concerned. Bronny is a man baby because LeBron is being a helicopter parent. Bronny Boozle has a nice ring to it." I'm just getting caught up in the comments here. How long before the Florida Panthers signature legend, Brad Marchand? He shall be a signature legend henceforth. SP signature legends for life.
I'm not upset about this at all. I've been saying for months, trade the entire team. I don't care. This in my lifetime, the Boston Bruins traded Phil Esposito. They let Bobby Orr walk away. They traded Ray Bourque. Do you really think us losing Brad Marchand is going to upset people of my generation?
So if Florida wins the cup, is Boston going to give Brad a parade like they did Bourque?
I don't know.
Maybe.
No, because he already won.
I will fly down. And
Eric will personally give him a parade, number one.
No.
And number two, it'll be a kazoo parade. He'll go up and down the streets.
I will. But
the second thing, though.
I was there for Ray's parade, number one. And we gave him that because he did not win a championship here. He got to the finals twice and didn't win here. So that is why we were so happy for him. Brad already won here. I'm not going to a Florida Panthers parade for Brad Marchand. That's not happening.
I think my concern, though, and this has been a long-standing thesis of this show, is that all these words are wonderful. But Eric actually hates the Boston Bruins, and he has always hated the Boston Bruins. No, it's since the beginning of time.
Nope.
He secretly hates Bobby Orr. He's the reason that Ray Bourque is a zombie, because he personally threw him to the zombies. He goes, "Fuck you, Ray Bourque." Straight to the zombies.
Nope.
There's a
No.
lot of anger in this man.
No.
All right, guys, I got to skedaddle. I will be listening. Eric, be easy on these guys, okay?
Yeah, stop bullying, Eric.
Right?
And Billy,
And
thank you for popping in. We appreciate you and your internet mostly holding up, so mostly pretty good. And on your way out, oh la la.
Ooh, la, la.
appreciate it.
That is
Later,
some,
guys.
We'll be
Take it
talking
easy,
about you, Billy. Don't you worry.
That
All
is
right,
some
Paul said.
dumbass Americans who don't know how to say that.
I prefer to call it average Americans. Bob Jackson says, how long until the Panthers rat shaped card? Just make the Marchand sign one? Maybe. I love the forward-oriented insert cards. Valid. And like I said, can the Cheetozard be far behind? Throwing it out there.
It's right in the mix
Pause.
now.
Trying to remember who Ray Bork lost to in the finals as Bruin. Ooh,
Shut up, Paul.
let's figure it out. Time to break out the Maple Leafs gear. I know. Could be any second now. So Billy did offer to pop in while he was still in the office. So thank you to Billy for hanging out. Appreciate it. We were able to talk a couple of those inserts in there. So I figured we'd get that since he volunteered to come on. Now, since we got that, I think it's time that we briefly have a discussion on your favorite coaster maker and mine.
Can we wait on that? I'm going to be back in a couple minutes. I don't really want to miss any of this.
All right. You're gonna go.
Give me
Go.
two.
All right, go. See, Eric, these are the important stories. These are the important stories that the people have to get in. So real quick, while we're doing that, I want to say, real quick, since it reminds me, I want to thank AMG. AMG as always, we give them AMG Collectibles, AMG Collectibles YouTube channel, amgcollectibles.ca, and podcast episode before coming. I will tell you, and this may come into play because we may have a guest a little bit later on tonight as well, separate from that. But I'm going to say something, and that guest may appreciate this, and Eric may appreciate this. I've been getting some pictures from Steve for card stuff that's coming in the shop, and I will tell you from the last couple of images, heavy dose of vintage. Heavy dose of the vintage. Some very fancy vintage. I've got the hockey's vintage. I've got some nice baseball vintage. I've got a little bit, and when I'm talking nice, I'm talking a stack of tall boys. Just letting y'all know, there may be some fancy schmancy vintage tall boys.
I do like some hockey vintage.
So there is some of that, and I can assure you that you will be seeing that on the next podcast episode. So bookmark it now, Eric, while you still can. Be there. So that'll be coming up, and also some vintage baseball as well. And there will be a little bit of modern as well. So you're going to have all of it, all the above will be on there. It's going to be a good mix. Good mix of stuff so far based on what Steve's sending me. He sent me the images in advance. Nice. I was pretty impressed. So a good mix of items. So thank you to AMG for supporting the podcast, the channel, and the live. Okay, let me finish reading a couple of comments here, and then we'll get it right into it. Baz says, don't forget the Bruins essentially traded the great NHL goalie and gave a pick to Calgary they used for Mike Vernon, who went on to win almost 400 games. Let's talk Bruins hockey. That'll only be a couple mintage. Wait a minute, I didn't recognize Eric. He's not wearing his hat. I know. Collect! Breaking news. Carlos to appear in Old Man Vintage Zoom calls Zoom. Vintage. Let me tell you. It's going to be exciting. And then we're going to have a little bit of fun, like I said, with our favorite coaster makers. I'm not going to spend too much time on it, but I'm definitely going to have my fun with it. Now, to close off Cheetozard week, I will say, I had a lot of fun with that this week, obviously. But the other thing that did very well, I will say, I want to thank Brad for popping on the channel. It was kind of came about as an accident as a result of things. So as far as I'm aware, that was the only official channel that was released with talking about PSA Canada's response to kind of the whole tariff thing this past week. So Brad literally came on and we chatted for a couple minutes. We kind of put it together really quick because I wasn't planning on it.
Why don't you break it down and give us the fives? I watched it. It, but just for those who may not have, and they are a sponsor, everything. Why don't you give the 5 cent version?
Yeah, the 5 cent version is that right now PSA is not taking submissions directly from Canada. It's more than anything a precaution because they don't know. And one person actually left a comment asking about it, and I answered them. I said, check the website, check those things, because even after Brad and I finished talking, and we literally did it live, even after that was done, things change. Then things change again. Then things change. And we even got news, obviously, today that, but it could be this, it could be that. So that's why I say, don't sit there trying to monitor it, because it is the wind changes direction and changes direction again, and it's all over the place. The takeaway was one thing. If people in Canada would like to send stuff to PSA, they're not going to be able to send it directly via their accounts. The recommendation is to use one of the authorized dealers or to use PSA Canada itself. Those authorized dealers are working with PSA Canada because they're able to get the cards back and forth. As it stands right now, there has been no consequence to it. They just don't want to. They don't want the hassle if suddenly the rules change tomorrow. So they have the ability to get the cards back and forth. That's really the number one thing. And because they can do it without worrying about it, it's easier for them to say, if you give us the cards, we'll get them from point A to point B and you don't have to pay the extra. If something changes, then so be it. But for now, that is the way that it can be done clean. If you send it on your own, then we don't know what's going to happen. And that's the honest answer. If you send it on your own and it's already out there, by the time it comes back, the rules may have changed again. So we can't tell you what's going to happen because we genuinely don't know. He doesn't know and I don't know. Eric might know, but he's not telling us.
Nope.
But that's it. That's the short version. And you can check it out. I will put a link in the description in the channel. Some people did check it out, so they got some value out of it. So hopefully it was helpful. It literally came about because Brad was getting bombarded by people. I sent him a text message kind of just asking to clarify one thing because I did see a screenshot that was circulating. He did confirm that for me. And he said, do you want, I'd have no problem coming on live and just explaining it if you want. And I was working from home and I go, yeah, we can do it. So we put it together in about an hour before it happened, and then had it on the channel, and he was able to come on and answer questions. So it worked out pretty good.
So
what was that between tariff stuff and the post office issues?
From what I understand, so basically, PSA has kind of shut down up there.
Direct submissions.
And PSA Canada, which was the previous company that Brad was running.
Well, right now, with PSA Canada today is under collectors. It's still PSA.
So they've kind of reopened their old business model. Right?
Not really, because today, like if you weren't submitting directly to PSA, you have always had the option to submit directly. You can open up your own account and send the cards in yourself. Whatever duties and customs happen, then whatever duties and customs happen. Yeah. PSA Canada, after they became under collectors, then they're under collectors, but the process was the same. You would send them the cards, they would tell you what the fee was, what the shipping is, and all that, and that would all be included as part of it. And then they would get the cards down to Santa Ana. New Jersey may be available now, but Santa Ana was the thing. Get it graded, get it back to them, they get back to you. Back and forth. As soon as collectors took over, it was the same thing. And then the next one after that, today, it's the exact same thing again. So that's basically how you do it. That's it. That's all you got to do.
So
that's
he's got to. So you got to bring it to one of their places. You can either bring it to the shop in Halifax, and there's a couple of other places you can drop off to. Correct?
Yeah, you can do so. Like KD Collectibles, Luke does that, but those are authorized dealers that are working with Brad. So in reality, what you're doing is you're getting it to your local person who's getting it over to Brad, send it down to Santa Ana or wherever, and then it comes back. So that part of it is exactly the same as before. What they did is they closed off the ability to go directly because PSA can't control what happens in between. They can grade the cards. So if you get the cards to them, they can grade them. And then they try to send them back. What happens next? And that's the part that nobody has an answer to. And because they don't have an answer to that question, there's your problem. So that's kind of your issue. So Bob also said, between the tariff stuff and post office issues, must be agony to be a Canadian collector. It's a pain at oftentimes, but realistically, so the post office strike was at the end of the year, in the beginning of the year. It lasted a couple of weeks. So let me put it this way. The answer is it's a nuisance, yes, but it's a nuisance that's stuff out of our control. And to be honest with you, again, I use ship my cards. So I'll use as an example. I use ship my cards. So you know what happened, Eric? I bought my shit on eBay, sent it to ship my cards. And when I accumulated enough stuff, I had them send it to me. It came by FedEx. I was unaffected.
Right.
Now, not everybody does that. If you're not doing that, then yeah, then the whole thing through the whole, or you're inside the country and somebody wanted to send it by Canada, a small item, you're sending it inside the country, it doesn't make any sense. But if you're buying it from elsewhere and you're consolidating it into one in one shipment, that's fine. Again, it's a nuisance, but in reality, my process, speaking only myself, didn't change at all. I can always run a bootleg operation out of Windsor and across the bridge. So if you're in a border town, you could totally just cross, send your thing from the US side. If you've got a US address, then you're not affected. Then you can still do it. And to be honest, if you're in a border town, then you would kind of avoid the customs thing entirely. That could very much be a play, for sure.
Yeah, unless customs stops you and searches your car and says, "Why do you have 5,000 PSA slabs in your car? And what are you doing with them?"
And you could be like, "Look, I don't want to explain it. That's what the jar of mayo is for. The man is holding me down." And then the border patrol agent could be like, "Say no more, sir."
No, he's the man, and he's always holding me down.
That's what I'm saying. Just throwing it out there. Bamboozle Mail Smuggling LLC. As long as you're an LLC, that's important. Everyone just ship to Eric like Yannick does. Exactly.
You know, you wonder what? No, hold on a second. And I wish that idiot was here, because not only is he and Brad sending me hockey cards and baseball cards and oh, by the way, Looney Tunes cards to hold on to.
I see you, Dan. I just got to let the village idiot ramble a little more. Hang on.
Yannick has now sent me a ginormous box that weighs like 100 and something pounds filled with motorcycle parts.
Uh-huh.
It's getting ridiculous around here.
Wild. Unbelievable. All right, I'll finish reading these comments, and then we're going to bring on a guest. Behave yourself, Eric. We're bringing guests.
No.
All right. Yes, we're bringing them. It's happening anyway. Look, I don't care what you say. You don't get a say in this. Everyone just shipped to Eric like Yannick does, correct? Bob Oozle says, my friend Emmanuel never had this problem because she lives in Face. Facts. Bass says, no more U.S. booze in Canadian shelves. They pulled all the top-notch U.S. liquor from the shelves. No such thing, but sure. Even though it had already been paid for.
Yeah,
sure.
That's so stupid.
Yeah, to be honest, don't care. U.S. mail will become more expensive. That could be a problem.
Yeah.
That could be a major issue. Ooh, man. Anyway, all right. Got it all covered. First time on the channel. Long-time listener, first-time caller. Dan's Vintage Baseball PC. Dan, how are you?
Hey, guys. How are you?
Hey, Dan.
Doing well.
How you
Eric's
doing?
all excited because we got the vintage in your name. That's very exciting.
I know you had a tough day, Eric, because one of your guys got traded.
Well, several of the guys got traded, and I'm fine with all of them going. I don't care.
You know, Marchand's been with the team. I checked the numbers, 16 seasons. Never played for a franchise.
Yep. And he's now
has his name on the Stanley Cup.
Yeah, he did a good job while he was here. Good luck at your next stop. Give me somebody.
Are you gonna hate him now that he's on another team because like everybody else in the league hates him?
Eric has a lot of hate in his heart, though, in general. Like, that's not really, it has nothing to do with the teams or not teams or whatever. If he's a person, Eric kind of hates him.
Dan, I've never met you or talked to you, and I hate you.
See? That's what I'm saying. Dan, this is what I'm trying to tell
you.
you.
Join the club, Dan. Join the club.
I followed you on Instagram and you didn't follow me back. So I mean,
oh no, Eric's just a hater, Dan. Eric is literally a hater. I'm a troll, but he's a hater.
I hate everybody.
See, told you.
It happened.
Got a couple good comments here. So Dan, did you go to Philly today? I think that's incoming. I don't think that's happening yet for you.
That's happening tomorrow, and that's part of the reason that I can be on the show tonight.
Oh,
because I'm sober. I'm totally sober. I'm going to bed at like 11 o'clock.
Woo.
Oh,
very nice.
How do you
not
do
a normal Friday?
Yeah.
What's going on? Bubbles says Tingling Taint. It's Dan. There's a reference. Bubbles knows that reference. He says, Dan, yes. Welcome to chat. That's right. Welcome to the club of being hated by Eric. You're in good company. That's right.
All right, Dan. I fixed that problem. I see what the problem was. You have baseball cards, and that's the dumbest sport imaginable. And it didn't interest me, and I didn't care.
So Dan, did you ever hear like Eric's background with baseball? Hold on, we got to have a conversation about this. And I'm muting Eric because no one cares about what he has to say. This is important. Eric tries to make this claim, and here's the thing: this is true. This is the whole thing about having an episodic show, because when something is said, it can carry over from show to show to show. So the canon and the lore continues on. It doesn't get reset like a sitcom. So what happened is Eric basically used the 86 Red Sox as an excuse for why after that, he was off of baseball. This is stupid, blah, blah, blah. They broke his heart. Sounds great, Dan. Sounds great. But then he's a Boston Bruins fan whose basic premise, the existence is failure. That's literally all they do is fail miserably. They're actual trash. like effectively from the beginning to the end to forever, then now, all time. And they just keep losing. But he sticks with them. And by contrast, the Red Sox have actually won multiple World Series since 2004, where during that time, the Boston Bruins have effectively done nothing. So I'm sitting there going like, if the losing is the issue, then you should have also abandoned the Bruins. You should abandon basically everything. I'm not buying this excuse, Dan. I think there's some other questionable things at work.
Anybody puts down oil can Boyd it's off my books. Sorry, Gary.
I'm saying
You're gone.
Mm-hmm.
The Red Sox in '86, it's a disaster, but they were good right after that.
They
won the division in like '88 and '90, and they kept losing to the Yankees, but they kept getting in the playoffs. They had, Pedro Martinez, 2003, all that stuff, and then 2004.
And Paul over here will be happy to tell you about the Boston Bruins losing multiple Stanley Cups after that. So, and for some reason, this didn't seem to dissuade young Eric.
Well, what year was it that the Bruins had one of the best records of all time and then lost in the first round? Wasn't that 3 or 4 years ago?
It was only a couple of years ago, Dan, and I may have made a video about it with a Hindenburg with Hindenburg literally burning to the ground. I'm not saying I did that, but I'm saying I definitely did that. So, like I said, there's plenty of failure. Honestly, the amount of failure the Bruins have compiled, we could have 50 straight 86 Red Sox teams, and doesn't even hold a candle to the Bruins' consistent failure.
Mm-hmm.
I don't get it, Dan. To be honest, baseball should be his favorite sport because that's the only thing. And the Patriots have been good. So, Eric's just a whiner.
Well, I'm a Knicks fan, and we haven't won a championship since I was 8 years old.
Wow.
And I'm a Rangers fan. The Rangers went 40-something years, and now it's almost another 40 years.
It is true. It is true. Well, they did at least win in '94, so that's it's not. Could be worse. Could be worse. Quickly, I'll read a couple of these. Marchand seemed to have slowed down quite a bit since the Four Nations Cup. Does he have much left in the tank? Listen, now that he's gone, now that the shackles of Boston are gone from him, 50 goals.
Maybe. Mm-hmm.
A man watching people riding bicycles called baseball the dumbest word. I know, exactly. And Eric is a fan of the bicycles. He literally watches people bicycle around. And it's and he has the audacity to call baseball a dumb sport.
There's a race
I have
tomorrow.
questions.
Getting up early and watching.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to pin all his baseball cards into the spokes. Do you know
so
what
you're saying is
coming?
that Eric is the issue? Eric is always the issue.
You can hear him coming a mile away.
It really is. So, Dan, what I'm going to do is I'm going to resolve this issue while you may be sober. I intend to be less so momentarily. But in order to achieve the same, I have to go get my beer. But while I do, may I ask you, for those who are not as familiar, because I am familiar with your channel, I am familiar with you, can you give us a brief introduction to yourself? Just a little background before we get into some other questions I have for you.
Oh, brief. Okay. Yeah. Channel is a year and a half old. It's a baseball channel. I do collect a little bit of basketball, but not much else, really. It's mostly baseball. The concept is I interview super collectors of either players, teams, or sets, and they usually have better collections than me, but I have some to put into the conversation. And then I also do some show videos, and I do SGC submission videos, and I do interviews here and there, but it's mostly an interview channel. Very rarely is it just me on camera, so that's my channel. And he hasn't come back from his beer yet. So,
yes, I have seen you a couple times through the algorithm. So, it's interesting to watch different people do different things. In sort of in earnest. It's not you're not rah rah sis boom ba. You're doing a justice to the algorithm for people who really want to listen to quality sports, I think.
Yeah, it's I'm a history guy, so a lot of it is based on baseball history, a lot of obscure stuff. But I collect a lot of obscure stuff. So I also became a member of the Four Collectors channel about a month ago. So I'm now the fifth collector. So I'm also doing like two nights a month on Four Collectors, one live and one pre-recorded.
No, that's good. Well, some of us really like vintage, and that's me, because I'm a hockey hobby historian anyhow. So that's what I do.
Eric showed a bunch of vintage last week. It was one of the best episodes I've ever seen.
Yeah.
I got plenty more of it. It bored the hell out of most people. But
I was going to say, we got the vintage.
Whereabouts?
Cards. Took out some cards.
He's got cards.
And you know
Eric
what
loves
they
some
are? All
cards.
one set.
Well,
And-
well, maybe you can show them to us in a second, but I have a couple of questions for you. And
Sure.
whereabouts do you live? Where are you from roughly? You don't have to give us your actual address by any means, but
Where do you
roughly.
drink from mainly?
I grew up on Long Island, but I moved into New York City 30 some odd years ago. So
Okay.
I've been in New York City for
Not an Islanders fan.
All right,
no,
so
not an
we're
Islanders.
5 hours away.
Okay.
We're 5
I
hours
hated
away
the
from each other.
Islanders. When I was a kid, I hated the Islanders because they were like the popular team. They were like the team that all the girls liked.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah. So the Rangers were like kind of the there you go. The Rangers were the team that the cool guys liked. That's what I thought. So
You like
And
And that was resolved very shortly thereafter, basically when Bossy retired. That was resolved very quickly after that. Not a problem. Not a
Yeah.
problem today.
Ron Duguay with the long hair. Yeah, he was pretty
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah, he was pretty cool.
Short hair,
Espo,
worky. The long hair later. Yeah.
big fan
Yeah,
of
so this one's for you,
Esposito, the 79 team going to the Stanley Cup Finals. What era of baseball? Mostly pre-war, but I have a pretty big collection of Golden Era stuff.
So
Nothing
do you have a
No modern at all.
do you have a Casey Stengel Maple Crispet that I could buy?
I do have a Maple Crispet, but it's not Stengel.
Stengel's tough.
So you like to collect, vintage baseball. Do you have any specific type of collecting of vintage baseball? Any certain team, any certain player, certain years? Do you have any specifics in your collection?
Well, that's a good question because I did a whole video on how my collection is too broad and my guest was a very direct, specific collector. And so I have old Yankees, old Dodgers. I player collect about 15 different guys, sometimes even more sometimes. I collect 48 Braves, 14 Braves, so Boston. And there's a whole bunch of other stuff, really. I try to get one card of every set. I'm building about 10 different sets. So it's really, specific is not a good word to describe my collection.
To satisfy the people of the North here, do you have many Canadian baseball cards in your set? I know you have one Maple Crispet. That is one baseball.
I have a worldwide gum from,
Yep.
I guess, 36.
36.
I
Yeah.
do the Maple Crispet. I guess that might be it, actually. Well, I have O-Pee-Chee. I have O-Pee-Chee stuff also.
Okay. Yeah.
Baseball from like the 70s. I collect guys that were my heroes when I was growing up. So it's Bobby Mercer, Thurman Munson, Reggie Jackson, guys like that. So I collect like the O-Pee-Chee stuff from the 60s and 70s for those guys.
When did you start collecting the O-Pee-Chee of the baseball in the 70s there?
Oh, I didn't collect. I didn't even know O-Pee-Chee existed until I got back.
At what time did you collect the O-Pee-Chee though? Start collecting, sorry.
I collected in sort of like 4 different time periods, and I took time off. So I didn't even really know anything about O-Pee-Chee till like the 2000s.
Gotcha. Okay.
My last question was going to be, when did you start collecting? How many years have you been at it?
When I collected as a kid, I opened packs in 1970. I stopped around 75 because I got too cool. Then in high school, I started collecting vintage. So that would be like 78 to like when I went to college in 81. And then I got back in the hobby in like the late 80s when my nephew was in town and he was a young kid. And so I collected from like 88 to like 91 or so. And then I didn't get back in. My collection was in my parents' house. I lost about a third of it from Hurricane Sandy, which is 2012. So I got the rest of the collection back into New York City around 2012. Started to get into a little bit more. I started to really collect in earnest back about 18 or so.
Well, that's my story up until, well, the later part, not. But so you must be around my age, or 60.
Yeah.
Pretty
And I had kids of my own. I have 2 sons who were very big sports fans, but never collected baseball cards for the most part.
Depends what era you were born in, too, really.
Yeah.
Because like in 1970, for some reason, it seemed like 69 to about 75, there was this time period where people were born and the hobby came into itself. It's a very interesting time. I've done a lot of research on it in that time period. But after 75, it kind of drifted off. It was a resurgence with Bossy and Gretzky and what have you. But there was a dead period between 75, 79. Maybe it was the Islanders winning, or
I mean, I collected hockey cards when I was a little kid, but when I got back into vintage when I was in high school, I didn't collect any hockey at all, honestly. But I remember opening hockey packs as a kid.
Mm-hmm. So real quick, I'll interject a couple of things. By the way, one of the fun parts, so I did refill my beer, but I also refilled my water. I decided to get a twofer since I had a second. So I did hear Dan's preamble, but part of it also, I didn't catch if you said it because I was grabbing the beer, but while I was listening, did you mention also that your interviews are generally themed?
Yes.
So like this show or that show. Perfect. Okay. Just want to make sure I cover that because that is actually a thing that I think is actually very smart. I like that aspect of it, that the episodes are themed. The person is like a collector of X player or this category or whatever, which actually is nice because it gives the whole thing a little bit of a thread from one part of the show to the other. Because otherwise you could get a collector who has a eclectic collection of all kinds of stuff, but it gets what do you focus on? But if you got somebody who collects a lot of this player, then we could go deep on that specifically, and that's kind of fun.
Like Bill's show. Anyways,
amazing. But so that is one aspect. So that was very good. One other thing that I wanted to touch on as well, that was part of it, is that obviously you've been working, building those shows and doing that, and you did join the 4 collectors. Eric appreciates your lack of maths. 5 collectors and the 4 collectors, so that's good. So
the fifth wheel.
We'll work it out. I think that's the new math now. I think there's like an exponent or a fraction involved.
Yeah.
Like we can figure it out. I'm sure there's a way to make that work mathematically.
Well, I can tell you that there probably is going to be a 6th and a 7th collector, maybe within the next 6 months or so.
Wow.
So we'll see.
I'm too busy, Dan. I'm just too busy. Sorry.
Well, that's why one of the comments was relating to the Big Ten and how.
It might get there.
It's like I think that's basically what's going to happen. It's just going to be a franchise that's like it's going to say 4 collectors, but aren't there like 12 of you? It's like that's not the point. The point is, the branding is 4 collectors, and they got jerseys, man. You can't redo it after you made jerseys.
Yeah, I got a hat too. I don't know where it is. It's over here somewhere. Oh no, it's my other room.
If you go in multiples of 4, you're still fine. That 12 collectors would be perfect. 8's not bad. Yeah,
exactly. So Sean, he was saying Carlos the Blue Jay item behind me. I assume you mean the box over there. That was the box that came with the season tickets. So when you ordered season tickets for the Jays, that was 2013 that year when I got that. So when you get the season tickets, you get the box, you get the tickets inside the box and some other items, a lanyard, other things that they included as part of it. It was a good deal. Like I said, at that time, it was a good deal. And then Rogers took over and really bumped up the price, and it's not so good a deal right now. I went and looked just for single game tickets, Bobby, just for the hell of it. It's $71 for bleacher seats. And I'm like, no.
Wow.
That's a hard
They're
no.
Not that good.
No. Bless them,
I
but
went,
no.
it was
no
$10.
thanks.
But anyways.
Yeah. Jeff's Card Journey says, Eric, what was the name of the big, tall defenseman who played for the Bruins when the Blackhawks won the Cup in 2010?
Zdeno Chara.
Chara.
That's right. 42 in the channel in 17 nights. We got to bump that up. We'll figure it out. Like just the way on the MLB went from the 4-man rotation to 5-man rotation. I know. And mentioned he collects 1914, 1948 Braves team sets. The Carlisle gets very excited. Somebody mentions the Braves. That gets exciting time. There's a pretty lean years for cards. What does he have?
So 48 Braves. There's only I think 3 players in the 48 Bowman set. So I'm collecting things before and after, obscure stuff. Tip Top Bread, Bond Bread. All the Bowman cards. Even what's the Drakes. So there's a lot of stuff you can collect in that era, and the 14 he's right about. The 14 Braves kind of came out of nowhere, so a lot of them aren't in that many sets, but there's a lot of sets those guys are in. I'm collecting like all different kinds of stuff. The M101 1916 cards have a lot of those Braves in it. So and even T206, there's a couple in there too. So they're around. You just gotta smell them out.
Quick question for you, Dan. What do you feel about the Tip Top being considered rookie cards from that issue?
Yeah, I mean, the Yogi Berra is really, really expensive because of that. As is the Spawn is also very expensive.
But it's food issue. It's not.
What's a rookie card and what isn't a rookie card to me is, my years in the hobby predate, the rookie card obsession. So
there was nothing.
You're calling the 1948 Bob Feller a rookie card is ridiculous to me. He's got a ton of cards in the 30s. Same thing with Johnny Mize. They call the 48 Bowman Johnny Mize's rookie card. It's nonsense. He'd been playing at that point for like 12 years. So sorry to have a little.
So
rant.
no, Dan, you actually
No,
gave me
good.
you gave me something that I actually want to leverage into something you mentioned in one of your comments when we were talking about it. So actually, since it goes off of one of the podcast episodes or one of the videos I made. So you mentioned obviously the earlier days, 70s into the 80s, and you attended card shows.
Yep.
So now I think is a good time. So let's kind of we're going to the Wayback Machine when Eric was only 140 years old, all the way back to the 1970s. So you know he's well preserved. He's basically carbonated himself in ice. That's the
I
only
look
reason he
good
looks like
for
that.
my age.
Same. So
You do.
1970s.
You look great for your age.
He's trying. You know he's doing his best. But
I'm 78.
it's all the hate flowing through him.
Mm.
It's part of what happens. That's what it works for him. So 1970s, you go into the card show. One of the things we were talking about, and one of the points I was making in the I think it was the podcast episode, I forget, or it might have been a video. But one of the points that I was making was that scamming and kind of shadiness is not a brand new phenomenon. And
Yeah, that was,
in
that
the
was
19
Monday. Yeah, that was the podcast.
So-
yeah.
So in the 1970s, still, as soon as you've got full-time dealers, you got people that try to do little shifty things. One of the things you mentioned, which is one of the ones I talk about, is when we don't have a basis for agreement, no one has to like third-party grading. That's fine. But it at least gives us a point of contention or a point of argument. We could say, I don't agree with this grade. I think it's too high. Or I don't agree with this grade. I think it's too low. But when we start off with a dealer who says it's near mint and the card's torn in half, like we got a problem. Like that isn't near mint to me, but we clearly have an issue. So do you want to give a little color to that?
Yeah, I mean, I obviously hate PSA in so many different ways.
That's fine. Sure.
I'm an SGC guy. I have issues with it. I mean, I have issues with grading. So there's no question that grading has issues. But to me, I call it the great equalizer. And the reason it's the great equalizer, and you were referring to that, is that it gives a objective opinion about a card and what its general, quality, I guess is the word, or whatever.
I like
grade.
that. I like to just say it gives us a baseline.
Yeah.
Like even if we're going to
Yeah.
argue,
So-
I would rather have a baseline because then we can say you're above or below the baseline, but we're still off of something.
Yeah, and this is one of those things that, in the 70s and the 80s, when I was going to card shows and I was younger and I was not as informed, let's say, as now, these guys would put cards out that weren't X or mint or whatever, and just everything was overgraded on the table, and everything you tried to trade or sell to them was undergraded. So to me, the equalizer is that if it's in a slab and it says 5, you've got a baseline, and values also. That's the other thing. There was no VCP in like 1978. So like you had to deal with value, whatever value somebody put on it. Like what was I willing to pay for something? So I mean, I think that the premise of your position in that podcast was absolutely correct. The good old days of card shows were not good old days. The good old days of card shows are right now. And my friend Orlando, who I think might even be in the chat, had a question that was sort of going around: is right now the golden age of collecting? And my position is that it is, because of the information that we have, the equalizing with the objective grading, the information we have on pricing, the information we have on scams. I think 50% of the dealers at card shows in the 70s and 80s were scammers, to be honest with you. And now, now they get rooted out.
Well, I guess that's a continual thing that we're going to keep looking at is 2 more years from now going to be the ultimate time? Is 10 years from now going to be it's always going to be the ultimate time.
Yeah.
But was there a time? And I would have to say pre-2020 when things went off the rails a little bit. So I would say at that point, we reached sort of critical mass in a sense that we got a lot of great information. I had written 3 books through the 2000s. And I provided a lot of information, and we learned a lot up until that time. At this time now, going forward, most everything's been documented correctly for the most part. We do have arguments about the Star Jordan rookie card, and we have other arguments about the tip-top cards and what have you. But those are just what's going online. But Price Guys have been around even from the 70s and 60s. They've been out there. Not in Canada so much for hockey, but I do have quite a few. I collect a lot of the old ones. You have Bruce Yanko and all the other gentlemen that put out those guides, and it was a great thing. But they did have the right to rip you off back in that time period. They would buy collections at 5 cents on the dollar, and they would laugh to their friends who could rip off the person the best. It was kind of stupid but funny in those days. So,
and I think kind of touching on what you're talking about as well is that the whole price guide thing. You could argue the price guide was a scam in its own way as well, because you can, who are you getting the information from? How are you drawing? But, and my contention would be very similar. I'd say we could disagree that I think that valuation doesn't make any sense. But if we started with absolutely nothing, and the dealer thinks it's $1,000 and I think it's $10, we got a problem, because the gap is so big between these two numbers, and we've got no basis for it. We're kind of guessing. The dealer wants to pretend he's always going to guess high. And as a buyer, I want to guess low. And if Beckett comes in and puts it at the time Beckett, but if Beckett comes in and says it's 250, the dealer might still think that's too low. I might still think it's too high, but at least we have a baseline to start the argument. And
yeah,
right.
There. But what there's a big difference between a number that Beckett puts in a magazine and a whole series of recent sales that you can document.
Oh, today.
Well, that's what I'm saying. To your point, today we have more data points that are shifting around, and we can see if something actually, everybody found out it's rarer than we thought. So then all of a sudden it starts increasing as people come to that realization. It's like, actually that $1,000 for whatever was actually a bargain, because it turns out there's not that many of them out there. So the next one sells for 5,000 or 6,000. So the market corrects itself, and we're getting that data kind of in real time as it's coming in.
But the one thing Beckett did do, I guess, which, to their benefit, was that they did have, Rich Klein and Jim, they were phoning around all the different places and asking prices. What are you guys getting there? What are you guys getting there? So they did the legwork, where I think most of them just piggybacked off a lot of that. Or, there was a lot of private guys doing price guides. Like, who is this guy? Oh, he's a major guy in our area.
What's your source of information, though? What's your source of information when he's going around asking, what'd you sell this card for? I mean, there's no way to document that. I mean, now we have, clearly documented sales.
Sure.
Which the other thing is, and this is, I'm pivoting a little bit here, but what we have now is the availability of vintage cards that I didn't even know existed 20, 30 years ago. There's so much out there, and so many different sets and different types of cards, and the discovery of cards is still going on. I mean, the attic finds and all that stuff. It's amazing to me what's available at any given show now compared to, let's say, even as late as like the early 90s when I was still going to shows.
Well, I think that we've hit that age bracket where the grandfather cards to the parents' cards to the son cards, we've hit that era. Going forward, anything after here, maybe just from even the late 90s up, you're not going to really get a lot of cards. Like, people say, oh yeah, I got a whole bunch of cards in my collection. What do they look like? Oh yeah, Prozac, thanks.
One of the things that Dan was touching on, though, that kind of played into it is that, and that's basically what happened in the mid 90s when eBay started to really build its audience and started doing it. Stuff came out of the woodwork. It wasn't that it wasn't available before. It was that it was only available regionally. So the only way you could find out about this thing was if you happen to know a guy, or you were in the area, or the dealer was at that show. But then as soon as the worldwide audience suddenly became that stuff suddenly became available across the country. If those cards are only in California in 1990, Dan can't get to them.
No.
But in 1997, 1998, 1999, if that dealer goes and puts it on eBay, all of a sudden you can buy it, and you actually have a shot at this for the first time without having to go to the West Coast and figure out that something's out there. And that allowed these cards to kind of circulate a little bit. So all these issues, like, actually they were always there, but you just didn't know because they weren't at your local show or with your local dealers.
Well, that's the thing, they couldn't sell them, but regular people could sell their collection, where you always had to sell to a dealer or to a shop. So this kind of opened the door with eBay. I remember looking and I was going, there's so much to buy here. And I just kept buying everything. It was just crazy. I didn't know that existed. It was fun.
There's still regionality, though. I mean,
there is.
I'm going to the Philly show tomorrow. I'm going to see stuff from, there'll be a guy with all Philly stuff. And, that's we're going to talk about Strongsville. I think that was one of the issues or one of the things we want to talk about. I went to Strongsville for the first time last year, and I saw stuff at, like, Cleveland stuff that I'd never seen before. And I bought a bunch of Cleveland stuff that you don't see. So we're in, going to Shriners up in Boston, same thing. Saw Boston Braves stuff that I'd never seen before. So regionality still exists in the vintage world, definitely.
Sure. Local shows are actually even better. Whereas the other things are marketed more in a, you know, a higher grade. That's where the show has gotten to. You know, it's all the high grade stuff is on the table. All the other junk, it wasn't worth bringing. Well,
Yep. No, I agree. But I think the bottom line though is it does help. It is nice because even in the example you're talking about, okay, so we'll switch over and talk about Strongsville. But even in the example of Strongsville, the fact is that now you guys will go to Strongsville. Some of you will do vlogs from Strongsville. Some Orlando will walk around with his phone and go from table to table, and all of a sudden people will be able to see stuff that's in the showcase. They won't have to be. They can be 500 miles away, 1,000 miles away. I won't be setting foot in Strongsville, but I assure you, I'll know what some of those showcases look like from social media and from YouTube and all those things.
Yep.
So regardless, I'm still getting information. I'm still getting some exposure to what's there. And then we're also getting some of the experiences. I know you, so I'll be chatting with you. I think a couple of the other guys that I know are also going to be down by that way. So I'll be able to chat with them. They're going to have their own experience, different from yours, but you're all going to be in the same area. But the point is, they're going to have their experiences. I'll be able to kind of chat with them, and I'll be getting that information. In 1990, we didn't have that ability. We didn't have the quick ability to get that info from point A to point B. I've done nationals. One of the running jokes of my not national coverage is that I've had Big Scott and some of the other guys. They'll be at the show. They'll be back in the hotel, and we'll chat about the day they just had at the show, almost in real time as it's going on, and the show is still going on. Then they'll go back to the show tomorrow. We did not have that access 15, 20 years ago. That ability simply didn't exist.
long distance was expensive, man.
Yep. So it creates a unique experience. So let's talk about Strongsville. You guys, all the marauding vintage folk, yourself included. You're gonna have your caravan. You're gonna have your caravan, assuming you all don't die of dysentery. You will take your caravan down over there to Strongsville. Obviously, you boys have enjoyed yourselves, and they're gonna have trade night, and they're gonna have the gathering as well, separate from the trade night. A lot of stuff for the 4 collectors. They can't count past 4 into 5. But the 4 collectors are going to have a trade night. Then there's also going to be the gathering separate from that. Dan, what's the itinerary? What's the activities? What are you doing?
All right. So this is a cool thing. Not only 4 collectors, but several other people from this vintage group of YouTubers are getting media passes.
Really?
That's how good. You know, I didn't know that the Strongsville people, the people who own Strongsville and run the show, are the Toronto Expo guys. I didn't know that till like a month
Steve
ago.
Menzies. Steve Menzies owns that one. Yeah, he just bought it a little while ago.
And you know, these guys are magicians because they turned Strongsville from a regional vintage show into like a national event in like a year. You know, it's like I first heard of Strongsville from Ryan Nolan like 3 years ago, maybe. He went there and he was, you know, he did the whole tour of the U.S. tour of card shows. And so I had heard that it was a good show, and then it sort of grew. And then last year there were like 50 of us. This year there's supposed to be like 150 of us. When I say us, I mean the YouTubers. So Friday night YouTube get together is in a bigger room than it was last year. And then the trade night is in the banquet hall where they used to do the show. The show is now moved across about, I don't know, 100 yards away.
Isn't it the hockey arena? Yeah, I was going to say the hockey arena.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah.
To get more space, they needed more room.
So the hockey rink has actually 2 rinks in it. It's like, it's where like the local teams play, not the professional teams, but like, youth leagues and stuff. And so there's the rink that the show was in last year is like the smaller rink, and the bigger rink had practices going on, and there was some ice skating and stuff. I think that ultimately the show is going to get so big they're going to have to move into the bigger rink or both rinks. We'll see what happens.
I was going to say, it sounds like it's going to be 2 rinks if they keep going. But to your point, Menzie is very good at promoting. He's learned how to build some of those ones. He's very good at it. And then Mikey Singer, I believe.
Singer, right.
He runs kind of the logistics. Let's just put it that way. He's a lot of the logistics guy. He's also kind of the contact point for when we had that CSC show, Bobby, the one.
Yep.
I was chatting with Mikey and with Steve and those guys. So we know those guys here, obviously. With the expo and everything, we get a chance to chat with them regularly. They're good. They're very smart though. They understand what they're doing, and the Strongsville is just. I think Steve sees the opportunity that it created because it being very specific, and because what makes it unique is that it does tailor to the vintage, means that it does bring in an audience. It encourages the dealers to bring the inventory that will be appreciated by that audience. And in turn, it creates a destination where otherwise it's Ohio. who considers Ohio a destination? Except when you've got something to draw the people in.
But
Exactly.
so these guys are so good that when Four Collectors went to them and said, "Can you guys, sort of, get involved in the trade night?" They were like all in from day one. Support. They're sending over security. They're gonna like allow us to put flyers out. And,
Oh, the security is to keep Eric away.
Yeah,
I don't know if they
also,
told you that. It was
it's working.
specifically for that.
It's
they're
working.
offering door prizes. So like they really
Yep.
I think those guys understand like how to welcome in, collectors, 4 of them or 5.
I was gonna say, can we
Well,
gotta do the count
prior-
again? Like,
And everybody else that's there. And so it's really it's being such a positive relationship from the get-go with these guys. And I'd like to go to the Toronto Expo. It's got to be a great show if these guys are running it,
It's Steve Menzies who runs it. He took over the Toronto Expo, but he also came from the Comic-Con world. He was actually one of the managers of the show for many years. And it was a natural transition for him to take over the Expo. The Expo was run Al St. Clair, this guy who was just old school. He didn't even know how to use the internet.
it was very
so
old
bad.
school.
It
Oh, now
was bad if you remember, right? And that show was just aching to be taken to another level, which Steve did, and he came in and I remember talking to him for hours. We would go sit and have coffees, and I would tell him what we experienced in the past and what we're going to do in the future, and it was good talking to him. Now I'm just another guy.
Yeah, it's very interesting the way it goes. Kind of to put it in perspective, because obviously the National is the biggest show that they've got out there. But you'll have a lot of those national veterans, Dan. Let's say, oh, this is my 20th national or whatever. The Expo has been going back to the early 90s. I wasn't there at the first couple, but basically since about 94 or so, I've only missed a handful of them. They got 2 a year, so I've comfortably been at more than 50 of them. So it would be like being like, 25. It would be the equivalent of attending 25 nationals. So at that point, that show. That's like your home show. You pretty much know it like the back of your hand. But I've enjoyed it. It's been always very good. That's why, to me, it's a hop, skip, and jump. It is for us what you guys are doing with the National, because we'll have our gather. To be honest, though, I'm not a big gatherings guy. I kind of like having dinner. Like we'll just go have a dinner and hang out and throw things at Eric. That's basically what we do.
Well, we're going to have a lunch certainly on probably Friday and Saturday. I don't know how many guys are going to go. We kind of split up last year a little bit.
It's nice if you get in smaller groups, because a big group doesn't really translate.
It's
try
good.
to get more people.
I will say, don't get me wrong, because it can be good, and I know some people really enjoy that big group atmosphere because you're seeing like the mass of people. But I always find like I'd rather get quality time than sheer massive time. I'd rather say really have a chat with 10 people at a table as opposed to saying hello to 100 people. Because I don't feel like I'm not getting much out of that.
I experienced both of that. The National this past year, there was Moynihan's event on Thursday night, which, was hundreds of people, which is what you're talking about. I only got a chance to talk to like, half a dozen people. But then the next night, the dealer Ash did like a dinner with maybe 3 tables. Mm-hmm. And so there's maybe 30 people there. And
it's a little more doable.
Yeah, that was like, you could talk to everybody who was there. So I got to have some good conversations. That's what I'm maybe a little bit of a worry about Strongsville this year, because last year was like that. The event, the Friday night event was maybe 50 people, but like that was total. So at a given moment, there was maybe 20, 30 people in the room, which is doable. This year, it could be hundreds.
Yeah. There is I'll use kind of Bobby's word, critical mass. And this isn't a knock. This is whenever I have a conversation like this, it's just to put the thought out there, just to give some food for thought. The problem is sometimes when you're too successful at getting the big gathering, you almost lose a little bit of the touch that made it interesting in the first place, because being able to, again, quality time versus quantity for me on that one. Because as I said, the Expo is that for us. We will use it. What ends up happening, and this is very conventional, Bobby will go have dinner at some time one of the nights. One of my buddies, Steve, who I've known for more than 20 years, who I've been attending the expos and everything, and even prior to that, I'll go have dinner with him one of the evenings, and so we'll bring a couple of friends to go along with it. But it'll be like a handful of us at a table, and trust me, we'll talk. But we're getting a lot of quality time. Everybody's getting a chance to chip in on the conversation, because the amount of people at the table, we don't have 35 people that we need to pander to. We've got the table. But that's me. And so each night I'll try to get different groups. Sometimes I'll have dinner with somebody one night, and it'll be a different group at a table the second night, different group at the third night, and then we'll meet up at the bar, for a nightcap with a different group. Because I did that at the last expo. We were chatting until 3 a.m, and that was at the nightcap. But that was a separate group from the group I had dinner with. So I'm having these conversations with these. That's the way I like to do it. The big group doesn't necessarily do anything for me.
Not me either. Yeah, it's too much because you lose context of what people are saying, and 4 or 5 people down. It's really hard to get more than 10 people in a conversation. So
yeah, so it's tough because it is successful.
Any of them.
Yes, you hate everyone, Eric. We know.
I don't like
but the
talking
point
to any of them.
And they don't like talking to you. I think it works out. But the point is that I think success, unfortunately, sometimes can almost be that. And I think to your point, Strongsville's getting interesting because you guys are approaching that critical mass. It's going to be tough because at that point, you'll still be able to chat with some folks, but it'll almost be like you missed out on the opportunity to chat with the person on that end of the room because you just weren't able to get all the way over there because you were here trying to talk with these people. I think it's going to be tricky for you guys.
Well, it's gonna be interesting. I think you're right. It's gonna be interesting. Are we gonna be overwhelmed? I don't know. We'll see. I'm also worried about the show itself. Mm-hmm. If there's too many people in the show, it's going to create a situation where you can't get down the aisles, all that kind of stuff. Last year was very comfortable, and it was funny because it was like let's say there's 100, 150 people in the show, like a third of them are YouTubers. So it's like every table is somebody.
It was easier for you to find each other though relative to the national. That's one of the conversations I was listening to, and you're not losing sight of anybody. If you miss them for a second while you're looking at a table, you can still find them, and then immediately get back to the conversation you were having. So that was an advantage when it wasn't as crazy. Let me ask you this though.
The vintage guys look out for each other. So if somebody sees a card that they think I want. I had that happen to me multiple times at Strongsville last year. It's like somebody would find me and say, "Hey, come over here. You're going to want to look at this." 9 times out of 10, they were right. It's like, so vintage people looking out for each other. Yep. Nothing wrong with that, right?
I think the new people do too. Maybe that's a little more selfish. I don't know. Maybe. Yeah.
Vintage I usually just point at Eric and I point at security. Does that count for looking out? Like I see him like.
Yeah, I spend half the show just ducking and dodging behind things so security can't find me.
Well, that and the produce, all the rotten produce that gets thrown at you.
Yeah, that's why I spend Saturday and Sunday behind the curtains.
That doesn't sound good. Anyways.
Yeah, I was going to say. So Dan, here's my question to you then. Because you do have your varied projects, and I like to call them projects, that's my way, but regardless, however you want to put them, do you have then specific targets? Is it kind of just a general, I'm just what I look around and if I see something that interests me, or is it more like I would like to get X if it happened to be there?
I have a list of stuff that's going to be in my, that's going to be available to me on my phone. What I need in various sets. And then there'll be pet projects. By the time we get to April, they'll be like, last year, I know what it was the 39 play ball Yankees that I wanted to finish. So I found a few of them, really nice, ungraded copies, sent them in myself, came back high grade. So, that was like a little project. So some of it will be things that I don't even know that I want, honestly. Last year I bought a 53 Mays at Strongsville. I collect Mays. His cards are sort of, some are good and some are not so good. So it's not like I want the whole run. But I saw this card and I was like, I think I kind of want that. And it worked out. So I don't know. It's sort of a... what's there that speaks to me.
I think that's one of the biggest thing I look forward to too is I don't know what I want until I see it, and I think that's the fun part of the show. eBay is a different scenario. There's a lot of different things you want and shipping and all this other stuff. But sometimes you're just going, you hit the show and you go, "Oh, I like that. That's cool. I got to get that." And you didn't know you were going to buy it. You didn't plan on buying it. That's for sure. And all of a sudden you spend $400 or $500 and you go, I just did it. And it's good because you add those things to your collection. I think that's the surprise of the show. If you're predicting I'm going to finish my 70 Peachy baseball set, well, you're looking for this specific dealer of this. It's the stuff you don't know that you're going to buy is really where the fun comes in, I believe.
I totally agree with that.
Yeah, I mean, here's an example sitting right in front of me, right? And Bobby was with me and helped me get these. I had no expectation of buying, Bruins cups in November. I did not go up there with a list saying I need to buy, Papagino's Bruins cups.
Nobody has
But you
ever
were really
documented.
thirsty, though. You were
I know.
literally complaining endlessly about thirst, and Bobby was
That's
like, "Buy
true.
some fucking cups."
But it's
The funny part is nobody's ever documented the Papagino set. Even the people in Boston,
Even Mama Gino?
don't. not
even
even
Mama Gino.
Even the people in Boston really don't even know who's in the set. It's kind of funny that nobody does, and they're very hard to find for some reason. So I'm thinking that they just didn't hand them out freely. I think they were kind of really taken or something. I don't know if they were reused or what have you. It's plastic. Who knows?
But the point is, I went up there with a list. I do every year. I go with a list. I'm usually able to achieve everything on the list because there's so much stuff there. But then there's the things that you didn't even know existed, or you didn't even know you'd be interested in. And then all of a sudden you're looking at this table and something jumps out at you and you're like, are you kidding me? And I think that's the most fun, because the stuff that that's on my list, let's face it, I could just go on eBay and buy it right now.
Yeah.
But I want to go to Canada. I want to hold it. I want to look at it. I want to have that fun of going through the show and trying to find it. Right. But I could buy it on eBay like that. But the stuff that you don't know exists, that you kind of just stumble upon at these major shows, that is where the most fun happens to me.
Yep.
I just think it's like I come home with all this stuff going, I didn't even know this stuff existed. And now I have it, and that's the fun stuff.
And now you will never go thirsty again.
No,
You have
because
all the cups you need to fill them all.
Well, and the coffee mug. I have the coffee mug.
Amazing.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yannick got me that. I think
So you're saying you should be grateful to Yannick and he should send you more stuff.
No, this is payment for being his mailman. So
you're a storage facility. You're not the mailman.
Yeah,
The
right.
storage facility.
Yeah,
Exactly.
Yeah,
extra
Ship my
storage.
cards.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Bob also says, I want fate to connect me to a card, much like fate will connect Eric to Emmanuel.
that's not
This is
true.
That is very true.
Nope.
Very poetic, Bob also.
Could be true.
Bobby's new book, Boston Bruins, Papagino's. Exactly. Like it says, I believe 7-Eleven did football and baseball cups like that. Yeah, there were some 7-Eleven ones like that.
Oh,
It's all in the app.
Oh, you mean like this?
It's all in there. All of those. Yeah.
The next time I see Andy, I'm going to have him sign this one.
See, Dan, I do a lot of the food issue and merchandise as well. The cards are kind of, I don't know. I finished the cards a long time ago. I've documented everything. I've looked into the history of everything. So I've done 1910 to 1990 of cards, and I stopped at 1990 and went a little crazy. So I got into the food issue and the merchandise, and a lot of the food issue, like Tip Top Bread and all these other different things. Nobody really did any work on it, and so I've satisfied the hockey area. I've actually written 3 books, but the app is where all the information really is. So I have an app called Needum, Needum, for anybody interested in looking, and it's everything that you wanted to know about hockey, but we're afraid to ask. There it is. Thank you very much. That's why I keep drinking this. So there we go. So
it doesn't answer my question. I said, are the Boston Bruins real? And the answer is no. That's the answer I want.
No, this year they're not.
But if anybody wants to know about these things, all that stuff is in there, and I've done the research on it. So it is nice to know, because if you don't have information in that marketplace about that, there is no market for it. Really. Like, what's that? An old cup? I don't know what that is or whatever.
Yeah,
no, they did a set and they were issued this way, and you had to, buy so many to get this, and the same thing with Tip Top Bread. Same thing with a lot of those different things.
Well, the thing that I've been looking at lately in the last couple of years is the Dixie lids from the 50s.
Yeah.
Which really, really poorly documented.
Yes. And there's Canadian Dixie lids too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
From like
those are tough.
52,
Real tough.
53, 54. Like I sent a Monty Irvin in, which I knew was 54 and or 53, and SGC put 54 on it. And I sent them an email saying, this is how I know it's not this, like they didn't care. Oh, well.
What, SGC?
Yeah.
Well, he doesn't answer much anyways, but
Yeah, they
don't
like your they don't
Bobby,
like your
Bobby has a lot of feuds going on. I very much enjoy it. The city of Atlanta, SGC.
Well, SGC, I had a little time. I tried to change dates of a lot of different issues from the 20s and 30s and stuff like that. And I would send emails out, and I sent a couple of emails. PSA listens to everything that I say, but SGC, they said, well, maybe you should have got one of my books. Well, we have enough books on our shelf. And I went, you want the right information or not? Do you want to have the wrong thing on your slab? That's fine. It's okay. I have the research. I have the newspapers. I have the clippings. I have the advertisement. I have everything. So whatever you want to do. And they didn't want to, but now PSA owns them. So I'm with PSA. I do help PSA quite a lot. If they want a hockey question or even baseball, the Maple Crisp bet, I've documented that. I changed the date 20 years ago because everyone said it was 1923. I said, no, it's 1925 because you can get the hockey cards. We know that hockey cards is 24, 25. So how can the baseball be 23 when you can include the hockey cards with your 15, So, and that went on for how many decades? Like, that was crazy till this date. Right?
Yeah.
Anyway.
Sounds good.
Well, appreciate your work. Honestly.
Hey, somebody's got to do it. I get paid a penny an hour. I'm just saying.
I already told you, but look, we settled
we
this
have no
at the
more
very
PSA
beginning.
Canada, so maybe it's a nickel hour. I don't know.
We settled this at the very beginning, Bobby.
Yes.
Your biggest mistake
was
Beckett became Dr. Beckett. He's not a real doctor, Not like me. I'm a hobby doctor. I accredited myself. I'm a real doctor. Not like the fake Jimbo. That's a lie. But he can't write me a prescription, Dan. He can't be a doctor. I accredited myself so I can be a real hobby doctor. The point is that he went with Beckett as the name of it. If instead of writing your books the way you did, you would just put Burrell, you would be the Burrell, and then they would just listen to you. They'd fall at your feet, whatever you want, done. The Burrell has said it, so it is said, so it is done.
Yep.
That was a branding error on your part.
Yep.
Well, actually, I did the book, but I didn't publish.
But the problem is you didn't release it. That's the one you should have released. The Burrell.
That's the one I should have. Yeah.
That's the one.
That was.
See, Dan, he makes one mistake and then lost to obscurity. They won't listen to the man. If he had just gone with the Burrell, that would have been it.
Yeah. So I'm big on the history of O-Pee-Chee and Tops and how they started, how they got together. And I've done a lot of videos and articles on that kind of stuff. Getting into, Bruce Yanko and, all the old Tops employees and how things happened between the two companies and the codes that Tops have on their wrappers. And so I've done a lot within the companies, the research behind them. So, and I don't think many people, there's a very few people who do know, but everybody holds a piece or a part of that. And I'm kind of the sponge that kind of collects it all together and wrings it out in articles. So that's what I do, Dan.
Okay.
Same.
Sounds like a second printing for the Burrell. I know, that's what I'm saying. Like, there's might still
second
time.
Printing. There's no printing anymore. It's an app. My gosh.
I told you, the
it's
Burrell,
funny, a
you
lot of
missed your
guys
window.
go, well, I got your other book. I said, well, the book was written last book was 2015. It was written. I said, that's like 10 years ago. I said, it had 2,800 pictures. My app has 36,000. Do you think you're missing something? Oh, I don't know how to use apps. You're on eBay. You're on Facebook. The app is 10 times easier to use than both. I don't know the excuse. So anyway.
I think the problem is that the app is called Needham. It's not called Needham by the Burrell. Again, branding issues over and over again. Dan, we keep making the mistakes of the past. We do not learn from the mistakes of the past, and we keep making the mistakes in the present.
Yeah, we keep going forward. I know, it's sad. But
all right, let me ask you one more. Well, I'm going to Dan, because I like you and because it's the first time you've been here, I am going to violate a rule of this hobby live stream. On this hobby live stream, we don't show cards because honestly, that's nonsense. That's foolishness. Why even bother?
Show these 2 vintage cards, no?
I know, but we do it mostly just to appease. But like, I honestly like hobby live stream, like showing cards. That's absurd. But we're gonna show a couple of cards.
Yeah.
But before we do, I have one more card show related question. Here's what I would like to know. So obviously, Strongsville is the next one that's coming up that you guys are gearing up for. So two things
Philly.
kind of.
I'm going to Philly tomorrow.
Philly first.
Philly first,
So in terms of the show calendar, though, when you know that you've got those shows, so you got the Philly show, and then the Strongsville one coming up, and then there is the National as well. So there is another piece there. But do you kind of pre-save for each one of these shows? Do you kind of budget it out? Because again, you may see things and you may have to adjust on the fly. That's normal. That happens. But do you like save up a bunch ahead of time for this show, and then kind of, if there is carryover, it goes to the next show? What's kind of your strategy between you go to different shows?
Yeah, I without telling you too much about my personal finances, I
Eric
make
wanted
money.
your social insurance number as well, but
I
if
can
you'd be
make
nice,
a lot
that'd
of
be great.
money and then no
We'll
money
figure it
for a
out.
long time.
Yeah.
I'm a lawyer and have my own practice, so sometimes I make a good amount of money, sometimes I don't. So a lot of it is really depends on hey Chris. There's a lot of it depends on my own personal situation, money wise. But I do have an envelope saved up with the money for the shows.
Cool.
Whether I use it or not, you're right. It can carry over.
Sure.
Like Shriners, I only spent, I don't know, $300-400.
Wow.
But the last White Plains show, I spent, I don't know, close to $2,000.
Yeah, I heard you love that White Plains show. You had
$2,000.
Oh,
sparkling reviews on it.
This. I did an interview of the guy running the White Plains show, Lucky's, and I did it Thursday morning. It's going to go up on my channel tomorrow morning.
Nice.
When I'm in Philly.
Okay.
Because I made mistakes. I said that they had done or failed to do certain things, and I made some mistakes. But there were some things about it that weren't great.
Okay.
I'm going to be going to the White Plains show actually 2 weeks from this weekend, so that's in between. I don't think I'm going to do much there. I'm probably just going to take some pictures and buy a card here or there because I'm really at that point pretty much.
But you
on
never
the road
know.
to Strongsville.
Every day's a treasure hunt. You never know what you're.
That's true. It's only 40 minutes from here. It's an easy one to go.
Perfect. Yeah.
And then Strongsville, and then I don't think I have a show from Strongsville to the National. There's the Shriners in June, but I'm not going to go to that. And I have a family, so we got things going on in the summer. My daughter is graduating from law school on Memorial Day weekend in Boston, so that's cool.
Nice.
But yeah, and so the National, I've got a big envelope saved up for some big buys there. So we'll see what happens.
No, that makes sense. That's why I was just kind of curious how you strategize with it. Everybody's got a slightly different way of doing it. That's why I was I usually will have an account. I'll have like an interest-bearing account where I'll try to preload it with some cash. That's usually what I end up doing with it. But since most of my show calendar is centered around the 2 expos, I will attend the odd smaller show here and there, but those pretty much the 2 expos that I've got in there. Those are the 2, but I also treat them like vacations. So I'll have my hotel nearby and be in the vicinity of it. So again, I have to factor that in. That's part of the cost that's included in it. And then whatever card show budget I've got for it. So everybody's got a little different way to do it, but I thought it was just worthwhile asking.
And I'm 40 minutes away from the expo, so I drive every day. It's no big deal for me. And Carlos is 40 minutes away, but sorry,
I'm driving back and forth to Philly tomorrow, which is 2 hours both ways.
Yeah,
that's a little bit of that's a little long.
Yeah,
but I'm obviously staying over in Strongsville 2 nights.
you have to.
I stayed over in Shriners. We stayed with friends in Boston, so I didn't pay anything for a hotel.
Perfect.
That was fun.
Nice.
I was going to ask you, are you going to come back to Shriners this year in November?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, give me a heads up. We'll make sure we
Don't
run to each other and say hello.
contact them.
Absolutely. We'll get
Just
a
don't
picture.
mention the Bruins. He gets very angry about it.
I am
A
angry.
smiling
It
picture.
turns green. Yeah.
Very angry.
Eric, can I ask you a question? Do you know my friend Mark Hoyle? He's like the guy who collects every Red Sox item ever. Do you know Mark Hoyle?
I think I might.
Yeah, he does. He collects Bruin stuff too, but
Okay.
mostly Red Sox.
Yeah,
You
I mean,
probably-
I work, if he's in the area, he probably comes to the shop. I work at the largest card shop and sports memorabilia shop in New
Stay in
England.
the shop.
So
Which one?
it's called Sports World.
Oh, I've been to Sports World. Mark took me there.
Okay, yeah. So I think I know who you're
What the-
talking about.
Rich, is that the owner?
No.
No,
Phil.
Phil is
Phil, that's right.
Phil
Phil.
Castanetti.
Yeah, Castanetti, right. Yep.
Yep.
He never says the shop. He always says, I work at the largest. It's like,
Well,
are you
the thing
saying
is,
to
one of
say
these
that,
days when he
Eric?
does that, I'm literally going to be like, the Tom Brady shop?
Yes,
No.
maybe.
It's an
you
amazing
sure?
shop. Honestly, I've been in a lot of card shops. That's
Phil's
pretty
got
much
the
the
stuff.
biggest one I've ever been in. It's a heck of a place. And Mark has been in there so many times. You've seen him. You've obviously seen him. He now gets the Boston Braves stuff for me and will send it to me. And it's a great place. So next time I'm up to Shriners, we'll stop in. Although you'll be working the show, you won't be working at the store.
Well,
right?
I'll be everywhere. I'll be, it's a 3-day show. I spend time up there on my own time, searching and looking around, and then I'm working at the store too because I can't be up there for 3 days. So I'm everywhere.
He's everywhere. Yeah, true. We're all everywhere.
It's true.
We love going to shows.
So thank you, Chris, for the comment. I'll read a couple here real quick. Mike says, "Does that mean Dan's getting a partner for his law firm?" I don't know. Are you expanding? Are you expanding the practice? Is that what's happening?
maybe.
No. I'm 60 years old. I'm not going to be expanding. I'm going to
You
be
got your
retiring.
daughter.
That's what he was at. That's what he was asking about.
The daughter-
That's what he was inquiring about.
She's already got her own job. She's
There you go. That was basically what Mike was asking. That's where his inquiry was coming from.
Oh, okay. I get it now. Okay.
I'm gonna ask Dr. Beckett if I could ride them in the ambulance to Nashville. Go for it, buddy. I believe in you, Bob.
Ooh.
Eric says Eric also meets all the sports legend. He doesn't mention that too often. Yeah, he never brings it up. Ever.
No.
Did Eric ever tell you about the time he says he met with Peter Forsberg and he actually just hung out with the janitor? It was very weird.
Yeah.
He's just mad because I made him second. He doesn't like being second. Look at the name of the show, of course, right? And I was late for dinner. I sent my wife early in my steed, but
the problem, Eric, is that you still showed up. That was the part we didn't like. The thing we didn't like is that you showed up. Your wife's great, but we just didn't want you.
yeah. So they were mad that I was hanging out with Peter Forsberg instead of coming.
You weren't hanging out with Peter Forsberg. You were hanging out with the janitor. The man had a mop and a bucket. Like I don't think you understand. Just because a man has a beard and you're just sitting there like, "Hey, you're Peter Forsberg," and he's like, "Sir, I'm mopping. Please leave me alone." Leave the man alone.
My job and my hobby is I am fortunate enough to spend, to meet and spend time with a lot of former hockey players and such, and
On his steed horse.
and I ride my steed into it.
Yeah, you know what I have to do to meet a hockey player, Eric? I walk outside.
I know. Well, because you live in the Canadian.
And then I throw a rock and I hit 4 of them.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
So like
They're always
that's a thing.
everywhere.
Wow, good for you. Ask nicely, and Eric might give you a ride on the show on his handlebars. Hey, there you go.
Ooh.
Beautiful.
Haven't seen that in a while.
So if anybody in the chat does have some questions, we can throw that in. Dan, how are you doing for time? I want to make sure you have enough time to rest and get to your Philly show. So let me know.
Because you charge by the hour, right?
Sorry, repeat that.
10:30. About 10:30, I'm going to go.
All right, sounds good. So tell you what, do you
By the
want
hour, so
to?
watch out.
You've got some cards there that you have. So before I ask you any other questions, do you want to showcase a couple of the cards, and we'll give Eric a chance to ooh and ah in silence, because I know secretly he is super jealous because he wants to give up this hockey ridiculousness. He actually hates hockey. He only loves baseball. So this is an opportunity for him to get excited off screen so that he doesn't give it away. He doesn't want to give it away.
So I preface this with a comment exchange you and I, Carlos, had a little while ago about the collecting. Why do you collect a particular set?
Yep.
And your response was basically, I just want to get the next number. I'm doing it to complete the number. This card means
I'm project based rather than individual card and story based.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I thought to myself, but it doesn't explain to me why it is that you collect the 53 Bowman set. Why that set in particular? That's my question.
It is the collective of the images.
Okay.
It's not the individual card. It's the collective of the. So I'll give you the short version. And I did this on a video, but I'll repeat it. When I was first starting collecting, because I started collecting vintage very early. I was a kid when I was actually collecting vintage cards. That's why I say I have plenty of experience with vintage. It's not an issue. But for me, I'm very picky about it, and I'm very specific with things that I'm interested, projects that I want to take on versus what I don't, especially as time went on and I got a little bit more experience with it. But I had Beckett wasn't the first price guide that I got. What I actually got was this kind of off-brand, and I was able to find a copy after the fact, finally, of the same year of the original. It was actually a visual price guide. It was a 1992 edition, and what they did is they actually took color pictures of everything. So it was a larger format, but they had color pictures of the cards in it.
Mm-hmm.
So at that time, that was my first opportunity to see a lot of the vintage cards in color. So I'm seeing nice pictures on. I'll actually grab it. I have it off my shelf over here. But the point is, it was in color. So I was able to see the 53 Bowman color Mantle. I was able to see the Pee Wee Reese. I was able to see a lot of the other ones, the Roy Campanella. I remember the images of those So for me, though, it wasn't just the one card. For me, it was the totality of the. So for me, if I'm going to do a set, I really like the 53 Bowman color set, the design of it. And I also really like the 53 Tops. So both of those sets from that year, I think they're both beautiful for two different reasons. But I'm not obsessing about the individual player, but I like the totality. So when I'm putting it on a page, I actually have the binder. So when I'm putting it on a page, I've got the whole bunch.
Mm-hmm.
So they're beautiful looking cards, but I'm not going to sit here and worry about what card number 3 is, the player. But I love this. When I put that whole thing together and they're all on a page, that's why I like it.
I do find that also people, once they get one card, they kind of tend to go, I really like this set. I'm going to finish it. And or get the team or what have you.
Well, you know what also helps, Bobby, though? The set's 160 cards, which in 50s baseball parlance is not bad. I think that's actually fair. Again, you've got your high end, you've got your Mantle is going to be expensive. Some of the other ones are going to be a little bit pricier. However, a lot of them are not that bad. They're actually fairly reasonable, all things considered. It just depends.
Yeah. Well, there are 160 cards because the story is Bowman saw what Topps did with 52 Topps, decided that they were going to go all in, color-wise, hire like the most expensive photographers, get these like pro photographers, take these amazing shots, and that's what we get. And at 160 cards, they ran out of money. And so
and then went to the black and white other series.
It's like, I don't know, another 80 or something cards. So it's, if you do 53.
The only big one I think in the black and white is the Casey Stengel, if memory serves me. There are other good players, but like a Casey Stengel is like the Casey Stengel is like your big card in the black.
Mentioned twice in one episode. So Dan, do you think that the 160 card set was one sheet?
No.
Two?
No.
Okay.
Somebody says I'm confusing.
Yeah, he says it's confusing in here.
Oh.
Yeah. You have to read the whole thing. Rage writes. I appreciate Rage's comments, but you have to read the whole thing to get the context.
I don't know the answer to that question, Bobby, and I could be completely wrong, but I think
I was just a guess, as whatever, throwing something out there.
Yeah.
Is that why they went?
Yeah, Bobby likes to speculate sometimes on it, so he'll throw out the question just as a general kind of thought experiment for folks.
Well, Parker's did 51 Parkers, so they did 101 card set. So we always assumed that that's how many cards were sort of on a sheet, but 101 doesn't work. So, anyways, 105. Sorry.
And Bowman also did kind of its own thing, and 53 Bowman Color was a larger format because they were using a different sizing. So even if you look at 53 Bowman and then look at 53 Topps, the two cards are just slightly different size because the width is different. The height is the same, I believe, but the width is different.
They also didn't put the name of the player or his position or his team on the front.
Kept it clean, which I actually like. I appreciate that it was kept clean. I wouldn't want it every year, but for that specific year, it actually stands out, and I like the fact they did that.
So the pictures are so good.
Really? Yes, that's why. Maybe that's why you're attracted to it, because it is all about the player, not about the filler.
And just leave it be. Take the shot and leave it be.
Yep.
But the information is on the back, though.
It is, yes.
They have a line of stats and some info. A write up on the back.
Very nice back, in fact.
Let Dan show his cards.
Yeah.
All right. So
go for it, Dan.
This one, which is probably my favorite baseball card.
Oh, that's awesome! Wow.
Yeah, the classic, the Pee Wee Reese, very nice.
It's a 6. I spent a lot of money on this, but it's worth more now than when I bought it. And I think this is probably my favorite baseball card. But then I went through. I got some stacks, and none of these are stars, but it's like the pictures and the players. And this is the one guy that I gave an example of, Carlos. It's like, this is an amazing catcher card of a guy that nobody's ever heard of, except for the fact that he's a World War II hero who was a prisoner of war who escaped Nazi Germany by like going through the forests of Western Germany and escaped.
Was that movie that they did on that?
Mickey Grasso. No, he's not. He does not have a movie. He should.
No, not him. But I think they went through the forest. I think it was with there was a couple.
The Great Escape.
No, it was another movie that was with the James Bond guy. Carlos? No.
I'm not sure the reference you're making to, Bobby.
I saw the movie. I don't recall the name of it, but yes, I saw that movie.
Yes. Where they went through the forest and they lived in the forest for 2 or 3 years while the war was going on. Yes.
Oh, I don't know. No, this is not Mickey Grasso got to France and he had lost like 50 pounds, and he was
that's
like
all of them. Yes. Yeah.
And then he played baseball, Major League Baseball after that. I love this card, Ali Reynolds, because he's got the New York, the bunting from Yankee Stadium behind him, and Ali Reynolds was a great pitcher who probably should be in the Hall of Fame.
Nice
then I
looking
got-
patch on his shoulder.
This guy
too.
actually is in the Hall of Fame. I love this card because he's staring down whoever is off camera, who really isn't anybody because these are all posed shots. But
Yep, Robin Roberts.
the red in this is absolutely striking, as is the brown of his mitt. It's almost like it just hops out at you. Like this card
Now,
is
one thing, Dan, let me throw something at you because this is something I was talking to folks about. My stars are graded. So for those ones, I took the time to get them graded because it just makes my life easier. So it makes sense. For the more kind of semi-star common players, I'm fine throwing it in the binder, like I just showed you. They look really nice in the binder, so it's good. But one of the things that I think is key with that one is I really try my best. Even if there's other damage on it, I try to look for ones that have clean images because otherwise you miss the whole point. You really got to try your best to find the cleanest images you can.
And now this card, I mean,
Wow, look at that.
so Orlando has a version of this card where Minnie Minoso signed the autograph on the bat, and he has like this incredible autograph.
That must be awesome.
It is an awesome card, but even without the autograph, I love this card. He's just like looking off, and he's got this. I don't know. It's just sort of a.
It's the true appreciation of card. And
1950s baseball
and the artwork and the or photographs.
And Bobby, Jay actually answered your question here. He's saying Defiance with Daniel Craig.
Defiance. Yeah, that's the movie. Yes, thank you.
There you go. Thank you, Jay.
Here's another Yankee pitcher, but this guy is less sort of glaring like Ali Reynolds, and he's kind of smiling. But I love this one. The Yankee uniform really pops out. At this one.
These are amazing close-up, Dan. These are really nice.
Yeah. Here's another Philly, the great Richie Ashburn. I really love this one because he got all those bats. It's kind of like this weird effect behind him. And of course, he's in the sun and it's well lit. I mean, these photographs are just amazing photographs.
They are.
And then you got this.
Now, Dan, did you ever figure out what Whitey Ford was staring at? That's always one of my favorites. Is like, you ever figure out, like, he seems to be looking at a profound thing. Maybe he's thinking about Eric doing Shakespeare. Like, he's trying to figure it out.
Yeah, it's a very Eric Shakespeare where he's got.
Yeah, he's holding the skull.
It's not a skull. It's a ball.
Alas, poor Uric. I knew him well.
Yeah.
Alas, poor Spalding.
Yes.
Yeah, I pulled this one out. Oddly enough.
Dan, when you're grabbing the cards and you're going through the pictures, that one is a classic one. Just the fact he's staring at the baseball is like, it's like, what are you actually thinking? You know, it's a post shot and you're staring at the baseball. What's going on over there?
You know, it's funny, Dan, that a lot of these cards are just, they're always shown as the big stars, but these, I don't really often get to see this, you know, especially in baseball. You really appreciate the artwork, the photographs that they took. It's amazing.
And this guy, Sam Jethro, was the first African American player in Boston history because he played for the Braves in 1950. He played in the Negro Leagues. Historically significant player. But this card, you know, it's just amazing photograph with him smiling and looking away. Just terrific. And this guy, Al Rosen, look at this. It's like you got Yankee Stadium in the background. He's got this, you know, he's showing off his guns a little bit, and he's got the bat. He's kneeling. I mean, this picture is just fantastic. And then
one of the things, Dan, if memory serves me, I believe they took a good chunk of the images, Bowman did, in order to save money a little bit. They took a lot of them in New York. So it's a lot of the players are posing there, I believe, if memory serves me.
Almost all of the pictures are either Yankee Stadium or Polo Grounds.
Exactly.
There's one picture from Ebbets Field, and it's Gil Hodges. And there's a few spring training. This is a spring training one. This is Enos Slaughter with this sort of classic uniform, and he's got the smile, and that's sort of the I'm not sure what it's called, but like the front of the bat is like bigger. It's like a perspective thing.
Yes.
Which I really like about this one. And of course, the blue sky behind him is striking. And I got one more. For a guy who is really homely, he's incredibly photogenic.
Wow.
What I like about the Yogi, Dan, I'll throw this at you. What I like about the Yogi is that they decided to take the picture of the Yogi in the dugout there, but then also the multiplayer one with him, Mantle, and I think Bauer is also kind of a dugout shot, which is kind of interesting that it's almost like they took them within minutes of each other.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think this is literally like 5 minutes later, or maybe 5 minutes before. But you know, he's got the mask and the glove and the smile and the uniform and the patch. I guess this is 52, so it's I don't know, the 50th year of the American League patch. Is that what's on his arm there? I don't know.
I think so.
I think it's fair.
Yeah.
It shows it on
That's
that first card you showed. It showed the full patch, which should really tell you what it says there. Like those are amazing, amazing pictures. Better than any hockey I've ever seen.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, so that in a nutshell, that's basically the reason why I was. I didn't need to do the set. I like the checklist size. I love the images on it, and to me, the totality of it. One of the things I'm looking forward to when I finish is that I'm going to do a video where I'm going to go through the binder. We're going to go page by page. And I'll have the stars in the slab beside. And as I get to the page where they are, we're going to bring them onto the page, and that'll be basically what the video will end up being. And that'll be the video chronicling the totality of it.
And
so I have the whole set. I got the whole set in bits and pieces like that, and then I decided to do it all in slabs. So now I'm up to about 110 slabs or something. So I'm about 50 left, and so I still have the 50, ungraded cards in the binder, but the binder looks pretty empty, because I have over 100 of the slabs. But eventually, I'm going to get the slabs, all of them, and I'm going to do the big layout photograph.
Yeah, do the big picture. Yeah,
and do a show on it. And who knows? Maybe I'll invite other people who have completed the set. We'll see what happens.
There you go. I like it. Yeah, I got right now. I'm actually at the downhill slope of it. Most of the stars are done. Really, what's left over? It's basically just a money decision now. It's just buying them in little chunks because I got 70% of the set. So now it's just basically what's left to close off and finish it off.
The high numbers are not a little bit more expensive, but they're not terribly difficult to find.
Yeah. It's basically just a money issue at this point, Dan. It's like, when do I want to sit down and buy a small stack of them and then do that a couple more times and then the set's done? Basically, that's what'll happen. Because I tend to buy them in batches now. It's not onesies, twosies anymore. It's just, I'll buy 7 or 8 at a time from a dealer that has some nice ones that I like. Boom, I'll take those and then mark them off the checklist and then rinse and repeat a couple more times.
That's the kind of thing I would do at a show. Like I'm working on several sets where I'm going to just pick out 3 or 4 cards if the quality is good and if the price is right. If it's not, then I won't buy it.
Yeah, makes sense to me. So we would F face on the ball. That'd be a fun story if that was the case. I'm just getting caught up on some of the comments. There were some good ones. I didn't want to interrupt while you were showing because obviously I have an appreciation for the set. So I wanted to make sure we got a chance to see them. So 50s Bowman baseball and football. Thinking about doing both sets. Those are fun too. They got the little square on them. Those are fun. Before anything, just love the cards first. Dan, the same way. Very good, Rage. Rage saying also that he's doing the voice to text. So that explains a little bit of it. Babe, I appreciate it. I appreciate the effort either way. You were thinking the movie The Catcher, I Was Spy. Nope, I think we covered that one. Black Box, so thank you. Dan, you picked up your 71 in action cards yet.
So in the 1971 top set, baseball, there are 52 cards with in-game action shots. Like the Munson card, the Munson card. With the sliding into home, the card. There's 52 of those, and I'm now down to only needing 2 more. So I have 50 of them. So that'll be.
Did you put any kind of a restriction on it yourself? Is it do you need it in a certain condition or?
They're all PSA and they're all high grade.
Okay.
Everything's a 7 or an 8, except Munson's a 6 and Ryan's a 5, and I think maybe one more 6 is in there, like Gibson or something. But they're all high grade, which is hard to find with the 71 tops because of the black borders. But you get amazing action shots. And the other thing I've done is I research which games they were. So when I do the show, it's going to be a layout of all the cards and then going through which games they were and what happened in the games. So like history plus art plus baseball fan.
Absolutely. Zach here says, and good evening, Zach. This is, I like the idea of not being bound by a set or team, or if the guy's in the Hall of Fame, take a set and get the cards I want, not buy because of the guy in the set. And I think that's becoming more popular. I like that. And there are little subsets in between because what I talked about before, part of my rationale now with the set projects I do, I'm being very selective about them. That's why I said I happen to have an affinity for those 253 sets for the reason that I outlined a little earlier. So those 2 stood out to me very early. My favorite set ever was 56 tops. That's my personal favorite. I love that design.
My favorite top set.
That one I have completed. That one I completed years ago. So there are some cards that need an upgrade on it, that for sure, because I've got definitely some beat up ones, but the set is complete. I like the 55 Bowman TV set. I've got that one complete. The 54 Bowman is complete. I've got those. So like I built those sets, a lot of them over years, but a lot of that years ago. The only thing I need to add for the 54 Bowman is I want to get the Ted Williams to go along with the rest of the set. That way I've got them all. And then I've got both versions of 66. Yeah. So I want to get myself one of those. That'll be an upcoming thing.
This is a 4, so you can imagine.
Oh, nice.
Good clean.
Yeah.
Good clean copy.
Yeah, I'm about, I don't know, 30 cards short of that set, but it's like you have with the, it's like I'm not chasing it. It's not like a passion. When the cards make themselves available, I get them.
Yeah. So to me, I love those last 3 so by the time all is said and done, I'm gonna have the last 3 Bowman sets completed, and I'm good. I'm very happy with that. Some of the other ones are nice too, but I don't have as much of a draw to them to me. Even the 54 with the pastel and everything, that obviously this was post 53. They ran out of money. They couldn't do anymore. They kind of had to scale it back. To be honest, I still kind of like it. I still kind of enjoy the 54 for what it is. I like it for what it is. And I'm like, you know what? I'm good with it. I kind of enjoy the Mickey Mantle. It looks kind of basic, but it's I actually like that card. I actually have 2 copies of that card. So I don't know if you ever saw the...
There somewhere.
Yeah,
I have most of the stars I built from the bottom down, which I think is the smart way to go. So I have I just like 30 or 40 commons left, and I'm not really motivated to go out and do it. I'm also doing 52 Bowman. I have about 2/3 of the set, but I'm missing. I have the mantle and the maze, but I'm missing somebody else big. I forget. But I have Musial also, so that's another one where I just got to fill in the gaps.
But you can tell, Dan, that you really appreciate the set, that you looked up the games and what have you. You know, a lot of people like who collect, let's say, the Gretzky rookie, they don't realize that that is his WHA uniform before they changed. So people don't look at, you know, the trees for the forest kind of thing. And you're looking obviously at the trees opposed to the forest, which is nice. Refreshing.
Thank you.
There you go.
I didn't say nice.
I think what it came down, I mark it down. Mark it down. Eric, we might need to do a Bobby said something nice counter. You may increase it, you may not put it to 1. So the point is that one of my favorite things is that, like I said, this is kind of one of the things that I talk about all the time, is that I have been collecting vintage for a long time. I've been doing it, sets and projects and everything, but it's not my main focus. It's one of those things where if I've got a project that catches my eye, something that is interesting to me, I think that can be a lot of fun. Today, for the most part, I'm not going to do too many more sets. I've got a little bit of a roadmap of a couple more things I want to do, some sets that are in progress that I'm going to get back to. I want to focus on the ones that I'm working on. I want to finish these first, and then as I take it off, then I'll move on, because I have probably about 40% of a 60 top set. I really like the 60 tops as well. Yeah. So I picked up some of them in there. So Yannick, our buddy there, had the Willie, sorry, not Willie Stargell, McCovey. Had the McCovey rookie and had a nice copy. So I picked it up from him. So I added that one. I got to go get the Yaz and a couple of the... So again, I'll grab some of the stars, clean that up, and then grab some of the other singles along the way, and already got the Mantle, already got the Maze, already got the Aaron. So Clemente I've got. So I've taken care of a lot of those. So it's just filling in the gaps. But I'll get to it when I get to it. I've got other stuff that is interesting to me. So I like to do all this other stuff as well. But that's why I say, like, so you can watch my videos for a long time and be like, oh, does he even have any videos? Yeah, I do. But... like a lot of them I bought 15, 20 years ago or 10 years ago, and I keep going as I go along. That's basically how this is played. And that's just my preference. But I can still have my fun with it. But the point is, are you enjoying what you're doing? If the answer is yes, you're probably all right then.
Yep.
And that's the funny part is I really don't even collect cards. I know all the history behind them. I just appreciate the information behind the companies and the way it was produced and what have you. So that's where my focus really lies, more than just collecting the cards. I'm more into the merchandise myself. You know, I do like the oddball stuff, which is sort of the food issue, what have you, you know, stuff like that, tip tops. So I like to investigate tip tops, put what years, you know, or what have you, with the Canadian, with most of the hockey stuff, I would say, and some baseball too. You know, I've actually informed PSA on a lot of different baseball issues, you know, the R426s, I think, something like that, or 425s. You know, they were asking me, you know, those years? And I said, yeah, here's the ads, here's the thing, you know. So I like to help as much as I can with the documentation part of the hobby, opposed to collecting all those things. But I do appreciate the cards.
So let me ask you this, Dan, because we'll make use of the last couple of minutes here before you take off. Also, good luck in Philly. Hopefully, you find some good stuff. Enjoy the trip. Our
Okay.
buddy Yannick here will be joining us in a couple of minutes. Yannick, hang tight. I'll let you join in. But before I do, I'm going to finish here with Dan. Let me ask you one more question because Zach had mentioned. Obviously, we talked about the 70s and how the dealers were scammy and everything, but we only briefly touched on it. I want to come back to it just for a minute since we can. Anything stand out to you? If you kind of think back to some of the card shows back then, obviously there were the dealers and kind of the approach that was when it was kind of a Wild West. A lot of wackiness could happen with it. But anything interesting stand out to you from your recollections of, because when I go find, because I can find still some old photographs of some late 70s and early 80s card shows, and what you see are piles of cards kind of sitting there because you don't really have the you have some pages, but they're very primitive. You have some holders, but they're very primitive. You got some of those lucite holders as you get into the 80s a little bit. Not great, but they're there. But anything stand out to you? Just piles of cards on some dealers' tables? What did it look like to you?
In terms of like getting scammed or having somebody attempt to scam me, I don't have any specific recollections except for trying to sell my cards to different dealers and getting numbers that were, like pennies on the dollar. And feeling like, you got to be kidding me, dude. But the one memory that I do have, and I talked about this on a different show recently, was when I bought my 1948 Stan Musial Bowman card. This was probably 78, 79, 80. The guy had them spread out in like a rainbow
Band.
It was like there were like 20 of them just sitting there, ungraded, and now each one of them is worth, $1,000 each. But I bought one of them for $7. So bought my 1948 Stan Musial for $7. I will never forget that.
Could have bought a few more.
Yeah.
But that's the whole thing.
The inflation came quick because once we got into the 80s, things started to hit high octane, and then just because if people go back, if you want to have a little fun, go back to the 80s or especially the early 80s. Even as some of the guys are starting to come out, go look at what some of the key cards were listed at. It's wild compared to where they would be 10, 15 years later.
I don't know what I sold it for, but I know I sold it at some point in the 90s. And I rebought the card in like 2021, maybe. For $700. So 100 times more.
100 times, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
What are you going to do?
I'm not good at the maths, but that seems like more.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
Mathematically, it works, yes.
Yeah, it seems like more.
Yeah. But hopefully you enjoyed that, Zach. That's why I wanted to make sure I at least touched on it, because obviously it's one of those things. It was a different era. But here's what's weird. Obviously very different. I would say that. But I started going to shows in the early 90s. But even at that point, some of the dealers were still not that far removed. Like they were still piles of cards on tape. I remember vividly, and people think, "Oh, that must have been not as much as you think." Some of the dealers were literally just still spreading stuff out on tables and the piles here and stacks there, and it was wild stuff. Because even in the mid 90s, I was still able to buy. Go ahead, Eric.
There's one guy at the expo who still does that, and
yes, we know who's
but I mean in no holders. I mean in no holders, nothing. I just mean just random.
I don't know if these are in holders. I don't remember, but it's just a disaster area.
They were in holders, Eric. The one you're talking about, they were in holders.
It's just gross.
They're under a plastic tarp. It's your best friend Len. Your best friend Len.
He knows.
I'm not talking about him. I'm
talking about
about this. Looks like a junkyard explode. I'm waiting for Fred Sanford to come out. Bam, 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 bam. All right, I'm telling you, it's just piles of stuff. You reach in, you grab a pile, you sit there and you sort it real. Nothing. You put it back down. It was. I was waiting for it all just to fall. No. Len is very organized, very clean.
It's one row. Like for him, it's just one row. It's just a stack.
I respect his setup very much.
Yeah, but he's also, a rumor, hearsay, and popular opinion kind of guy, because he used to tell me all these things back in the mid 90s. He would say, "Oh, that's a rare. It came from this guy who did this," and I went, "That doesn't even really make sense." And that's what really got me into the research part of it. It was just like I was hearing too many things, and I was sitting and going, "That doesn't even make common sense." Like honestly, guys. Okay, so I started getting into more stuff, and now I'm at that point. But going back to that time, and I can remember that they would say whatever they could say just to make a sale, I think, and the most bizarre story would actually, you know, increase the price. And you know, I just got tired of that, and I just said I got to find out the truth behind all that. So that was my main thing for the hobby. You know, although collecting Leaf stuff and whatever else I did too. So,
But where I feel bad because a lot of the folks,
You don't
especially
feel
when the
bad.
pandemic. Oh well, I'm going to pretend for the sake of this story. For the sake of the story, Bobby, pretend with me.
Thanks
pretend
for the
with me.
disclaimer. Thank you.
Pretend with me. So a lot of them during the pandemic period, as the prices went wild on a lot of stuff, they would look back and they'd be like, "Oh my God, it must have been so." Even in the late '90s, midnight '90s, because that's when I was starting to attend the expos and being there. You still had a lot of dealers that were still in that. It may as well come out of 1985. It hadn't evolved. It hadn't changed. It was still the same. I remember one guy though, and I think he was setting up at the show for a long time. He was there for years. You know, French Canadian guy, very strange, had this whole setup and everything. A lot of it was very basic. And I remember going to the table one time, just walking by, and out of the corner of my eye, I look at it and I see 56 Topps Ted Williams. It's just sitting on there right on the top of the pile. And I'm sitting there like, okay. So I look at it and I go, okay, fine. And at this point, like, I don't have a lot of money because I'm still in my teens. I don't have a lot of cash in my pocket. But I was literally like, how much for that one? Because he didn't have any pricing on it or anything. It's literally just like kind of loose.
The French never do.
Yeah. And he just looked at it and $10. Okay. There you go.
Oh, thank you.
I had $10. $10 I could manage. I gave him the $10 and I walked. That was like 1999. Like it wasn't like, you know, we have price guys. We have this information. And it's still in my collection. It wasn't a mint condition card, but it was still a solid. It's $10. It's $10 Canadian. I'm like, I feel like we're good. We're fine.
I think at that time you would have beeped your dad start the car.
Yeah, exactly. Just start the car, old man. Carlos Sr., get the car going.
Let's go. We're out of here.
Yeah.
$10. I'm out of here.
But the point was, if you knew what you were looking for, Dan, even in the late 90s at that point, it's like the guy had so many piles of stuff, he didn't even bother. He hadn't bothered to he didn't individually price anything. He just kind of went with his gut and went. So it could work in your favor too. If you know what you're looking for, you could be literally, I'm just looking at it. It's like, this is 56 Topps Williams. I grabbed the card and this is something you can be familiar with. If you handled enough, you know the weight of the stock of 50s baseball and like it has a certain stock. You don't have to spend 45 minutes staring at it and give away the whole thing, but you get it in your hands and your fingers and you're like, that is the correct weight of stock. This is appropriate for the card and you're good to go. At that point, you give the man his $10 and you walk away.
You did the right deal. It's like, here you go. Okay, thank you. Next.
Yeah. Merci. Merci.
Merci.
That's one of the drawbacks of the information that we have at our disposal is that the dealers have the information at their disposal also. Although I did find a 1960 Bell brand Sandy Koufax in a box it's in terrible condition, but even in the condition that it's in, it's like a $50 card, and I got it for like $8 or something because the guy didn't know what he had, and that was
it's still possible.
3 years ago. That wasn't even that long.
It is still possible. It's become a lot rarer because a lot of the guys they'll comp out everything. They'll literally just comp out every little thing, nickel and dime, all of it. But it was possible for very long.
It'll never happen with the 56 Williams, but it could happen with some, food issue or some, regional issue that you don't know.
Well, that's the one benefit I have about going around the show is I know so much. It's it's almost like cherry picking. I almost feel guilty, but I don't feel guilty buying off a dealer's table because they have the opportunity to purchase the app and they could find that information. But if they don't know that, why should I give it to them? Honestly, at that point, really.
I had that experience in White Plains recently where it's a pinhole card. So it's a 1.5.
Yeah.
It's a 35 Diamond Stars Jimmy Fox. And it's gorgeous. Like centering, everything is, if it didn't have a pinhole, it would be like a 5 or a 6.
Wow.
And it was at a modern dealer's table, and he priced it based on what a 1.5 would go for, or even a 1. And then I talked him off of it a little bit more, and I'm like, I just spent $250 for this card. If this card was an A or a 1 with a crease right across his face, it would be $250. So it's people don't know what they have necessarily. It's on them. It's not on you.
No,
as the buyer.
But you manipulated him. I hear that.
Mm-hmm.
I talked him off of it. I don't know. No, actually, that's great because modern guys, they really don't care. It's like, hey, I got it in the collection. whatever.
You're pricing it on the number and not on the
Yes.
eye appeal. You know?
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Very smart.
So Dan, that is actually something that we'll follow up on. So obviously right now you're at about a time. So I assume you're ready to about take off?
Yeah.
We're about 10:30. So all right.
Yeah.
So what I'll do is I'll let you go. But thank you for joining in. So now hopefully you've had a
gotta
good
have
time.
him
We don't
back.
bite. Even Eric didn't hate on you too much, so we appreciate that Eric behaved himself somewhat. But what I'll do is
First
I will
one's
follow
free.
up with you. Yeah, there you go. What I'll do is I'll follow up with you though, because I do like having separate recorded conversations, and then we can get into the weeds a little bit about the eye appeal thing, because that's a conversation in and of
That's a big
itself.
deal.
That can be its own conversation.
We didn't talk about the nation thing.
Yeah, well, it's easy, Dan. You're wrong. It is the last vestige of the creatively bankrupt. Anyone who calls themselves nation needs to get on some AI, find a better name, because it's been abused, run into the ground, stomped out. In fact, nation has gone under the Titanic, sunk to the ground, become Moral Reef, and James Cameron made a movie about it. That's how far beyond the shark we are.
Oh, it's made a comeback.
No, it hasn't.
And if you
Everybody's got a nation. Everybody's got a nation.
Subscribers.
Eric has a
Nation.
chocolate
Oh my
stick
God.
nation. Eric has a chocolate stick nation. When Eric has a chocolate stick nation, it's trash. Stop
It's
it.
over.
Come up with another name. Anything. I don't really care. Just come up with any name. Be the Danimaniacs. I don't care. Pick something else.
My nation, I can't really have a nation because if you call it Dan Nation, it sounds like damnation and everybody's going to hell.
Oh,
Well, that's what that was my
I
understanding.
went with that, man.
And Dan,
I jumped on
and
that.
Dan,
Well,
for
that's
the
not all
record,
bad, Dan.
and Dan, for the record, I
Dan,
actually went back to the conversation that I had with Wade Boggs fan, and my favorite part about it is that you brought it up to them, and they were trying to figure out how to respond to it. And I went and checked, and out of a 2-hour and 12-minute conversation, it was 45 seconds. It was a throwaway line in a 2-hour and 12-minute conversation. So you know what? I win, Dan. I win.
Well, I watch your videos. I listen.
I appreciate it. We can have the debate along with the eye appeal conversation. So to be continued. We'll have a follow up. Does that sound good?
Well, let me just say this before I go, Bobby. It's really nice to talk to you. I think what you do is great, and thanks for the kind words, Eric. I don't hate you. I love you. I love you, man.
Somebody's got
one
to
believe there.
Somebody's got to.
No, you be the first. My own mother doesn't even like me.
Yeah, I was gonna, and
Love
deservedly so. She knows with you. She knows she's dealt with you for a lifetime.
I remember an episode where your mother was her birthday and everybody was saying happy birthday to her.
Yes.
By,
Recently.
She made me do that. She made me do that. I didn't want to.
That's because Dan, I don't have a nation. I have a continent. I have a universe. I have card peasants. See, I've got other things. I don't need to rely on nations. The last vestige of the creatively bankrupt. You can put that on a shirt.
Okay. We will
Same.
continue this conversation. I appreciate the invite. I had a great time. Thank you.
Thanks, Dan.
Dan, appreciate you. I will leave a link to Dan's YouTube channel in the description for folks to check it out on the replay. You can check out some of his theme shows and everything. And as he joins 4 collectors that are actually 5 collectors, they're confused. They can't count. They can't count. They make some fun videos, but they can't count. It's really unfortunate.
All right. See you guys.
Take it easy.
care.
Have a good night.
Take her, Dan. That was good having
Mr. Yannick, if you're good, I'm going to bring you on now if you're good. Dan, Yannick, how's it
Ooh
going?
la la. Ooh la la.
I wanted to say hi to Dan actually. Dan, I enjoy Dan's stuff and I enjoy watching what
Yeah,
Dan
I watched them before. Yeah, it's cool.
So
Yeah.
I have a question.
Just one?
I have Eric, I have many questions, but go ahead.
How old are you today?
Oh, yeah.
45. 45.
45.
Cat 5.
Cat 5. That's like half and half.
So
Yeah.
He's bilingual. I forgot.
There we go. I've updated the subheading.
Thank you.
so
Boom. There you go, buddy.
just because of the way the numbers fall, Yannick is turning 45 today on this Friday episode. Next Friday, I will be turning 51.
Oh my
You ancient
God.
bastard.
See how fast 50 to 51 went?
I was like yesterday, man.
It
I don't
was.
know.
I remember the episode. It's like we
Sally
had last week.
O'Malley.
Sally O'Malley. And I like to kick.
I think Carlos is 60 now or something. I don't know.
I look great for my age.
Yeah.
I'm doing great. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm doing great.
So happy birthday, buddy. I hope you had a fun day. You doing anything this weekend to celebrate with your parents or
Nothing
anything?
much.
He already did the parents tonight.
Today, spring break this week. So the kiddos, my younger brother's kids were available today, so I took them. My sister-in-law invited me, and we went bowling. So that was pretty cool. With a 5 and a 7-year-old tenter, like losing their shit at each other for a 5-pound ball, blue ball with 5 hole. But you know, because even there's 10 balls, guess what? Your bigger brother has the ball. You want that ball, not the other one, not
it
that
has
one.
different swirls on it.
As you do. So Yannick, we got a bunch of happy birthdays here for you. So name first here. We got Mike Goods and happy birthday, Yannick, Jeff, CC, happy birthday, Amanda, happy birthday, Rage, happy birthday. A lot of birthday love, Yannick. A lot of birthday love.
Thank you.
So real quick, Yannick, I want to get back. I got something for you that I want to talk about for a second. Hang tight. I want to read a couple of comments here to make sure I get fully caught up. So name was on that. So Dan underestimates how lazy some dealers are when it comes to looking stuff up, even the information available in mere seconds. Very true. Zach says, I like getting trimmed with poor cards. Some dealers just sell so cheap. That is true. 1541 play ball Ted Williams I bought in Dallas for $100. It's a 1, but the dealer acted like it was worthless. Take it, man. Take it. He's giving it to you for basically free. Bob Boozle. Now I am Carlos, destroyer of all nations. Facts. Listen, Eric, there are too many nations. There's Red Sox Nation, Patriot Nation, Bougie Eric Nation, Yannick Nation, Burrell Nation, Nation. Yeah, I hate that. It's outrageous. It's enough. We've jumped the shark. The shark's dead that we jumped it. That's how far beyond we have jumped the shark. We need to come up with a different one. Coming shortly. We're getting there. I'm going to finish with you. We're going to make sure we give the birthday boy his moment before we go on, and then we'll touch on tag time.
Appreciate it.
Paul C, happy birthday, Yannick. Bob Jackson, happy birthday, Yannick. And Baz, happy birthday, Frenchie.
There we go.
Thank you.
Perfect. But yes, next time, Yannick, just next time send me a text message and I can bring you. I just wanted to make sure we finished with Dan because I knew we kind of the timing was, and I wanted to make sure I wanted to take advantage of it and get a chance to at least have that conversation. Dan said he was a good short.
I had dinner. I was invited over for dinner at mom and dad's, brother, my sister-in-law, the 2 kiddos. Got the birthday card, so that's me and playing baseball. There's me on my motorcycle. And we went bowling, and we had cake, and we played ping pong, and we had a
Ooh, did you have ice cream cake?
Kinda. It was
frozen. Yannick, for the sake of the joke, you should have just said yes. You should have just said yes.
Just said yes.
No matter what. I don't care what kind of cake it was. You should have just said yes.
It's pretty close. It was frozen something with some kind of a cake and some kind of a mousse or something. So
there you go.
Yeah.
Need some crumble cookies for your birthday. There you go. Facts. Bring it all together. Exciting. But yes. No. Happy birthday, Yannick. Hopefully you enjoy.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. And an important thing is to remember that next week Eric will be even more old than he already is. And he's already pretty old. One thing though I'll say though is kind of playing off what Bobby was saying. One of my favorite things is that when folks used to call the house when they were looking for Carlos Alcazar, my favorite thing is that there were times where they would call the house, or we would go somewhere where you needed to punch in like for an appointment or whatever. And the thing is, if for whatever reason my dad and I were going, it's like, all right, let's just get this, go to the appointment at the same time. We go to the appointment, whatever it is, and they would punch in the information, and I would go in first, and my dad would be finished parking the car or whatever, and punch in. It's like, it says 1954. It's like, don't look good for my age, because the names are the same. So you have to go into the rest of the info to be able to pull up the difference. It's like, you don't think I was born in 1950? You don't think I'm 71 years old?
I've worked out.
It's obvious to me. Look, vitamins and clean living, Eric.
Yeah, that's what.
And even if, and the funny part too is they try to think of like, we'll go with middle name and third name and.
Well, the problem is the middle name is exactly the same, and it's the fourth name is the differentiator. You need to go to the fourth, because if you go first name, same, middle name, same, last name, same, you need the fourth name.
You mean you're the fourth? I'm the fifth, sixth. There's 7 there.
No, Yannick. We've actually got 4 names.
Yeah,
the last name is the mother's maiden name. So mine has always been Quintero, which is my mother's maiden name. But my dad's, and you'll appreciate this, my dad's mother's maiden name is Perigot. En français. Which is interesting. So it's been kind of interesting how that worked out. But the point is, that's the differentiator. It's the last name.
Yeah. Yeah.
Happy birthday, Yana. Kathy. Thank you, Kathy. We'll get an ice cream cake when you come next time. Love it.
Yeah,
Excellent.
Love it.
yeah, sure.
Can we make sure Eric's not invited?
Yeah, he's gonna throw him apart. My birthday.
Yes.
She's not gonna do a damn thing for me.
No one likes you, Eric. That's fine.
I'm not gonna get presents. I'm lucky if I even get acknowledged. And she's planning this for this idiot's birthday party. Oh, I hate my life.
It must suck to suck. I don't know what else to tell you.
My life sucks.
Sucks to be you, man.
Yep. They had a whole song about it in the 90s.
More.
Bob Jackson says vitamins and being a man of peace. That's right, Bob. That's right. Four names are showing off. I don't know what to tell you, man. It is what it is. Yanni gets ice cream cake and Eric gets hosed. Facts.
Yep.
There's
Now,
the
speaking of-
birthday right there.
Now, speaking of getting hosed, can we talk about the elite coaster maker of the hobby? Everyone's favorite. The coaster maker's coaster maker. All right. I'm not going to spend too much time on this, but I have to talk about it because it's too funny. All right. So our good buddies at Tag, in their infinite wisdom, and we were talking about this. So there was a video that was circulating around. Rattle Pokemon covered it and talked about it. And the video was one of the Pokemans, one of the folks of the Pokemans, getting some cards graded by Tag. Right now, the Pokemans folks are very into Tag bought them right now. They're very excited about this. But so what happens is he goes in and he gets his cards graded by them. And at first he's super excited. The best part about the video, Eric, is that he starts off so excited. He's literally trying to make this point about how the Tag slab is so superior compared to CGC and PSA, and these other ones are trash, and the Tag one is nice, and blah blah blah. And what happens is, and I'll include a link in the description to it because it's hilarious when it happens.
Like the way it looks.
Yeah, and what happens is he's talking about it, and he's got the slab in his hand, and the guy has big hands, I will say. He actually is able to hold the Tag slab in his hands, like all the way around.
Pause.
And get his finger to the very top of it. But I don't even know why he decided to start squeezing the slab but he squeezes it and presses it a little bit, and then he can hear sounds. He can hear noises. And what happens is, as soon as he happens, he goes, wait a minute, is this cracking? So he keeps doing it, and he snaps the case in his hand. Literally cracks it. And it's like, uh-oh. It's like, what? And then he freaks out and loses his mind. It was hysterical. It was one of the funniest things. And I was sitting there, and the clip circulated around, and it went viral, all things considered. And it was just very funny what happened. And it launched like a meme in a half. It became a whole thing. And he was trying to make the point that the other slabs are better. So here we go. I think I've got it queued up to the right section. I've got it sped up a little bit, but I'll explain it, and then we'll get to the point. And I'll even touch on a little science. I did a little hashtag science on this. All right. So this is the video here. It's 24 minutes, so you got it on there. Like I said, I'll include a link in the description for you so you can watch it. So I've sped it up a little bit because I want to get to the point here. And he does include all the information on there. So he's trying to do this comparison, going through all the different sizes of the slabs and all that. This is supposed to be a review, okay? Mm-hmm. For the sake of this conversation, it's supposed to be a review.
This starts as praising them.
Oh, he's literally like doing everything short of bowing down at the altar of Tag for a good chunk of it.
Fantastic. I absolutely love it. I love the visual.
Yeah. Now, where it starts to fall apart is that at some point, I don't know where he gets the idea that he's going to actually, try to manhandle the slab. I mean, I don't know why he decides he's going to do this. So let me kind of skip ahead a little bit, see if I can get to the spot here. See, and even here, you can tell he's rambling and he's putting it on there. It's kind of hilarious. Okay, so I'm just trying to skip ahead a little bit to get to the spot. I don't remember exactly at which point.
Everything's cool. Everything's doing well.
Oh,
yeah, he's literally shaking.
Perfect. Okay,
it's actually hilarious. All right, so let me put it on the audio here. I don't even know why this dude's shaking. He's got some weird thing going on.
Yeah.
Out of Tag, CGC, and PSA. PSA, I would say, is the last, number 3. It's the thinnest material, it's the flimsiest material, and the card has the most shake. Then CGC, pretty much the exact same case, a little bit more shake, but the thickness and the quality of the plastic is a little better. Tag, however, so far, just in my opinion, I think Tag has the best looking case and the highest quality plastic. Okay. Now, if that doesn't matter to you, it doesn't matter. So far, out of all of these, Tag is actually catching up in price. Recently, Tag 10s have been selling more than PSA 10s recently. So Tag has potential here to take over. If you just look at these compared together, let me take these out of the case. Sorry, if you want to skip ahead to where... All right, so here's the 3 together. You can look at the out of the 3. Okay? This is a lot of weight to it. It feels a lot of high quality, okay? Like
Okay.
low quality compared to the other ones.
Now we're at the spot. Because as soon as he talks about the quality thing, it's like it's where it all goes wrong.
downhill.
It's where it all goes wrong. All right. So at this point, he's 9.5 minutes into praising the tag slab. 9.5 straight minutes of praise. All right. Here we go.
This is a lot of weight to it. It feels a lot of high quality, okay? Like I feel like I can squeeze this card and not... Actually, I think I just broke it. You hear that? Like I said, these cards are low-end cards. I am just testing Tag, okay? Do you hear that? I cracked it. I cracked it just by pushing on it. You hear this? Oh my god. Oh my god. I take back everything. Okay. 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 Okay, I take back everything I said. This is I take it back. This is something else. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Look how easy that was. Look at this. Look at this. I just peeled this whole card out like it was nothing. Like it was nothing. Look at this. I just took this apart with my bare hands like it was nothing. This.
Also, one of the commenters pointed out, took it apart with my bare hands on a bear card. Like the card is a bear.
Yeah. Now we need a Cheetos
You can't
bear.
write this shit. You can't write it. It's poetry. It's
Cheetos
cinema.
bear is going to sell for big money next time.
That is
Okay.
a weak coaster.
All right. That is a weak ass coaster, let me tell you. Woo!
But
Man,
it looks so good. Why
it's
can't
trash. It's trash.
it just be
Because
good?
it's made by idiots and it's trash. Now, here's the important thing. While again, I want to be clear about this. Bob Boozle gets bonus point for this. Bear in mind. Nice. All right. I want to get to these comments. They're excellent comments, but hang on. I gotta say my piece here. I gotta say my piece here. Hold on. So let's in and of itself, already that is speaking to all my sensibilities. Already.
Look at the Gideon Carlos is.
It's so good. It's so good.
Oh my God.
Listen, right there. If I showed you nothing else, if I said nothing else, Eric, if I showed nothing else, if I said nothing else, you know what?
Carlos,
Pulling back the sleeves. I'm pulling back the sleeves. So the thing is, if that's all it was, that's already great. My heart grew 3 sizes. I am filled with nothing but joy. As a man of peace, I am radiating.
Ever.
I am radiating peace out to the world right now.
I think
That
when
already is-
Carlos was watching it, he was going. I can see it.
There's more.
Oh, but there's more. Of course.
Oh,
There's more.
Oh, there's lots more.
Oh, wait.
So first of all, our good friendly neighborhood coaster makers did not take this line down. They basically started to all but bully this man to basically rescind it. They actually were bullying him into taking down other postings of the clips of that section there because I know it's cherry picking or whatever. Yeah, it did, and he cowered out.
Wow.
The original video is still out there. You've got it. I'm literally just showed it to you.
Oh yeah.
And look, I'm not saying I downloaded it just in case it disappears, but I might have a
Might
copy.
have. Yeah.
Just
Might have.
allegedly.
Or a couple.
Just saying.
That's for the archives.
It's listen, for historical preservation.
It
You
is,
can't allow
yes.
these things to go.
I know
Science.
that very well. Yes.
Science.
But Eric, I will say, and this is important. I cannot draw definitive conclusions. We need to replicate the test for science.
Well,
Yes.
for science.
For science. For
Oh,
science.
1 minute. We have to say hi to Billy because he is listening.
Excellent.
Hello, Spicy Eye.
Spicy Eye, shout out. All right, science.
Go ahead.
Now, so I had the coaster 1.0 that infamously on this very live stream
Yeah.
I destroyed with the BIC mug. Now, in fairness, to be fair,
To be fair.
thank you, the BIC mug is sturdy. The BIC mug is mighty. So it's not a surprise that it defeated an inferior low quality coaster. However, I did acquire a coaster 2.0. There was another one. I did acquire it. It was a Willie Castro Topps Gold coaster that I've had on here for a while. That coaster had not been destroyed as of yet. I was a little gentler. I was a little bit nicer with coaster 2.0. However, now that we have this revelation, I needed to test this for myself. Now, as you saw from that video, this man included in this does have fairly large hands. So he made bear claws out there. He was able to grab the whole slab completely all the way around and get his thumb all the way up to the top and apply pressure to it. So that's to be accurate here.
Fair.
I can't do the exact same thing he did. But what I can do is I can try for myself and see exactly how much pressure is required to defeat the coaster.
Oh, yes.
So please. I did. I gave it a try. And what I'll say is this. This is the result of my experiment. And then I'll explain to you what I did.
Oh,
That looks dangerous.
look at that.
That's a shank in prison, man.
Yeah, I mean, that's like a month in the hole if you get caught with that.
Wow, I'm impressed.
Here's what it was. Willie Castro. It was a 10. Not anymore.
Not anymore.
It's a little bit bent. It might not be a 10 anymore. So anyway, so here's the thing. Again, I don't have the size of hands that this guy does. I can't grab it in the one hand, just snap it from the top corner. But you can do the twist test, which, by the way, if you applied enough pressure to a lot of the slabs, eventually you would fatigue the plastic and break it.
PSA was like that earlier on in their career. Yeah.
How much, though, is the key? Because, again, you could do it with enough pressure over enough time, and you'd be able to exhaust a lot of the plastic and a lot of slabs. The thing is, this is acrylic. And what you need to understand about acrylic has one thing going for it and one thing working against it. Now, here's some hashtag science, Eric. Acrylic has one thing going for it and one thing going against it. Acrylic is very clear. But what do our friend the coaster makers talk about?
How clear those slabs?
Ultimate clarity.
Acrylic, that's a property of acrylic. That is a property of acrylic. So if you use acrylic plastic, that is a feature that they've got on there. Okay. So, do you know what the downside is of acrylic?
It's fragile.
It's acrylic.
It doesn't like to be bent.
I like that.
It doesn't like to be bent. It doesn't take well to it because it can, in fact, crack. Now, this is important. This was a slightly older slab than the one they did. This was a recent submission for him that he had. Now, I'm going to posit a theory. I actually think his crack's so easy because I think they're probably struggling with quality control. I think they're trying to churn out these things as quickly as they can for the Pokemans people because that's their business right now. The majority of their business is Pokemans. I think they're churning them out a little bit quicker. I don't think they're sealing them properly. This one was actually sealed a little bit more properly. I actually think this one I think held up better than that one, but not by much. Because I didn't have to real quick, Bobby. I just want to finish.
Yep.
I didn't have to Hulk out on this. I didn't have to pop veins to break this. Reality is I had to apply pressure. Yes. I had to apply medium pressure, realistically. There are other slabs where I would have had to work a lot harder to break it. But here's the thing. Because it's acrylic, you saw the way it looked. It doesn't just crack, it shatters. So word to the wise, don't try this at home. Professional troll here. Don't try this at home. Or if you're going to try it, may I recommend eyewear and gloves. I strongly recommend safety. Safety first. Safety first. Yeah. Reason being, you saw how sharp that is. Like you saw how
they'll cut a vein.
That right there is the result of me, and that's me actually cracking it. I cut my hand. And that was me just doing it with my hands. I wasn't trying. That's
like the lady who spilt the hot coffee on her lap and sued McDonald's. And
listen, I might have to sue the coaster makers. But you see how sharp those edges are? You see how sharp that shit is? That's dangerous, bro.
That's a month. That's
dangerous,
right?
That's dangerous.
Yeah,
minimum
month and a half.
So the point is though, it shattered. So that's why I say, like, I wouldn't try to replicate that as entertain. I was curious. I wanted to know.
And you didn't
But
want to do it on camera? That's
I
surprising.
was here just screwing around. Like, honestly, I did it during lunch. So I was like, all right, let me just see how long it would take me. Didn't take me very long. I thought about recording it, but here's the thing, Eric. As entertaining as that would be, number one, I've got somebody on camera already doing it. And number two, I'm already a hater of tag anyway. So what's that going to prove?
But once, well, all right, I'll honest for a couple of seconds. Once is a fluke, two is a trend. So
there are more people who have already reported that they've been able to crack them that way.
So one guy got one bad one. He just did it just right. You know, tag can say 1,000 different things about it.
They already did.
But if you come and go and with no effort, and then another channel does it, another channel does it. Now it's a real thing.
Yeah. Well, look, here's the thing, Eric. It's not my job to fix their issue. At the end of the day, I don't care. To me, here's the thing. That video, just so we're all on the same page, that video that I just showed you a clip of has already got 38,000 views.
Wow.
It's already cascaded wide.
That's amazing.
And Rattle already did a video on the video. So he's got a couple thousand views to his as well. So just to be clear, like it's getting out there. So this was for my edification. I wanted to know. I wanted to be clear and tell me. I wanted to see it for myself. Bobby, I needed to see it. I was confident it would happen, but I needed to see it. I needed to try it. But that's why I said Neo was joking on his video about the idea of trying it. And I told him straight up, I was like, hey, by the way, I would wear eye gear and wear gloves. Safety first. I'm trying to save the man. Let me tell you, like I got my bandage and everything, but that shit hurt. Like it's dangerous.
Could this turn into a cold water challenge? Kind of everybody gets a tag and they kind of push on it with their thumb and boom, crack. That wouldn't it be something?
I can imagine some people legitimately hurting themselves, Bobby. I swear someone will cut an artery.
That's what I mean. You know?
you gotta be careful. I like I said, I'm not going to recommend anybody try it. I'm not going to I needed to assuage my own curiosity. I took my risk into my own hands.
I would like to see more people do that to see, and test. Actually, it's a fair test, right?
Right. Repeat that.
Yannick?
What'd you say, Yannick?
Sorry, I said don't try this at home, kids. Carlos.
Yeah, that's what I say. Like I took my risk. I accepted it, but it's like I'm not going to recommend it to anybody. I am flat out saying don't do it. Or make sure you're wearing safety equipment. Like, hey, shattering that shit could be dangerous if that stuff flies around.
Yeah,
there's just some sharp edges, man.
You know,
you don't want to be playing with that.
Welder shield, welder gloves, stuff like that.
That's safety. That's just safety, right?
Asbestos.
Bobby, like I said, we're trying to make sure that we are as men of peace. We're trying to make sure that we don't give people bad advice. I'm saying do not try this on your own. Like strongly recommend you leave it to people who
with you. Yeah.
Get supervision. Make sure you've taken the proper precautions. I wouldn't be trying that unless you're 100% positive that you're not worried about shrapnel. because it could be dangerous.
Do it in one of those science germ kind of things with the big box with the gloves that go in the box.
Got to take all the precautions, man.
So Carlos, do you get a Purple Heart for that, or is there some other kind of thing?
I feel like a hobby equivalent. Yeah.
No, red.
What would that be?
Well, I think I should get a bronze YouTube Sports Card Hall of Fame. I don't want the patch. I want a bronze version.
You want the bronze? Yes. Yeah.
Right to that.
Fair enough. It's.
I think that's the right thing to do.
Yeah.
Tag is slightly strong on the Kit Kat bar. I'm just getting cut up on all comments. That's for the 2025 recap show. Facts. Finally, Carlos has peace. I know. Bobbles want to rematch with Old Man Tag. Maybe. Tag Division Pods coming to Dollar Tree. Yep. Yeah. The best part was that it happened after he had spent almost 10 minutes like praising them. It was hilarious. I put money on top loaders versus tag slabs. Yes. You slice your hand open. Yeah. I actually cut it pretty good. Like I said, you're seeing the aftermath after I cleaned it up and put a bandage on. That shit hurt. I'll just tell you. It was worth it for the science, but that shit hurt. That's why I'm recommending people don't.
No pain, no gain. Right.
Yeah. But listen, Bobby, I'm being a good citizen here. I am warning people. Don't do it on your own. I wouldn't, but I'm satisfied with the results. Tag's response saying their slab was designed. So I'm going to read that. Absolutely. So Tag's response. So Tag responded, and I think it got deleted initially. Tag literally had the audacity to say that was a feature. They said, "Oh, it's designed to fall apart to prevent tampering," and I'm like, "What?
What?
That's what they said."
You know,
Yes.
I did. Victor read out a video of something that I wrote, and I think that falls right into that category. Is how do influencers influence people beyond their belief? And I think that's it right there. There you go.
Yeah.
Enough said.
I think you need a bucket coaster, a little more heavy duty. Yeah, no kidding. It's not flexible, it's brittle. Yeah, so that's the big thing. The fact that it doesn't naturally bend, it's just it's a thing about the materials. It's a materials thing. Acrylic is not designed to bend. It's very clear, but it's not designed to bend. It's going to be more brittle. Just is.
Well, you know, I understand that, but you know, you do have to have a holder that actually resists, you know, any pressure. There's
little bit of
actually
pressure?
a fair bit of space between the card and the. Maybe it's a little too long. I don't know.
Yeah.
It just seems like there was a fair bit of space when he was pushing with his hand, like he had it
Yeah.
around it and he pushed with his hand.
Yeah.
I thought that there was a little bit of extra space on the top. Like maybe that's a sort of downfall comparatively speaking to the card size.
Yep. So here, so Bob Jack was saying a scale of 1 to 10, how hard do you have to try? I would say about a 6.5.
Yeah, so that's nothing.
Not super hard. No, like I definitely
8 or
like
9?
I could have pushed I could have put a lot more into it, but like it was a twist test. Like it's one of those things. I was expecting to get it to crack. I wasn't expecting it to get it to shatter. The part that caught me by surprise was the shattering.
Well,
But
remember
now
I told you
you go
before
buy
about the
another
PSA
one.
cards. Sorry.
What's that?
Now you have to go and buy another one.
Yes.
This is
Well,
gonna
he'll probably
I-
get one in a deal somewhere.
I think I'm going to use the one that Brad got me. He got me a
The
coaster
dollar
coaster.
store deal.
We old fish boy on it. So we
And I
got
think
a
that's
higher
one
quality
thing-
coaster.
Like I said before, to you that you know PSA I could twist. Now I cannot twist. Now you know, but before you could twist it and crack it open, and that was back in the 2000s, sometime early time. You know, and then they actually, you know, got to a certain. He said it's cheap, it's whatever, but you can't twist that thing out of there. It's tough.
No.
But with that being at a 6.5, whatever 7, you know,
Well, I
whatever you
didn't- I
want to
didn't
do
have to go-
grading wise,
I didn't have to try to cut it.
wise, you know, that's actually kind of poor compared to most other, like even Beckett. Beckett's a hard one to crack. It really is.
Oh, the Beckett one's look. We can make fun of a lot of things in the Beckett one. The damn thing's a weapon.
It is.
That shit's a weapon.
If you
That's a
threw that
weapon.
at somebody, you could be charged with attempted murder or something. You know.
Yeah. Bob
That's
also
like
said,
a
"Old man
felony.
Tag becoming Red Hulk after this." That's right.
Oh, I'd love to
Hey.
hear what he has to say.
Plastic butter knife for this. Yes. I'm just getting through the comments. Great comments, folks. We don't need no Sonic Wellness. Clearly not. How red did Soaring Skull get when he found out? I think he's right now blowing his top somewhere. If I run out of spoons, I'll use shards of Tag. There you go. And there was a good comment as well about you know, we could use it to cut Yannick's cake.
Yeah.
Tag should be grading with a ski mask. There you go. Yep, Neo. Tag bots are gonna get you. Apparently they're gonna try. It happens, man. Bob Jackson. See, Neo was looking forward to this. Neo was hoping that I would get to this. The thing is, we had other stuff to talk about, so we needed to get to it. So, but I promise, I
I
knew
put the big delay in there. Sorry about
on
that.
the chart. On Cheetozard week, the holiest of all weeks, we were gonna get to it. It was just a matter of when. We got there.
It was
We had
the
an
holy
acrylic
of the
mirror in a
holy.
shower at the old house. Fell one time in the shower and exploded into about 15 pieces.
Jesus.
Yeah, acrylic's a bit dangerous, man. I was equally as interested to find out Karm was tag adjacent. So yes, he is, very much so. There's a lot of intermingling shiftiness there, yes. CGC is probably the hard. So the properly sealed CGC slabs are pretty solid. Look, again, it shouldn't be your normal
they are
operating.
pretty good.
Let's be clear about this, just so we're all on the same page, so that we've got all our liabilities covered. If you're going to crack a slab, you're going to use pliers, you know, a flathead, you know,
Drill.
equipment. Yeah, equipment. Realistically, you should be trying to do it with your hands. I don't think I'm being ridiculous when I say this, Eric. Normally, you should not be trying to. I don't care what slab it is. You should probably use. Again, you can use pliers, kill the corner,
In
use a
today,
flathead.
in today.
Yeah, there are better
Yesterday
ways to.
was a different story. Yes.
There are more efficient and safer ways to do this that you should be employing. I will never recommend doing it with your hands, ever. In this case, it was morbid curiosity because our friend brought it in. And I got to know. Eric.
I think as soon as he saw that video, he went and ran, grabbed yours, and went, oh, fuck.
I got to know.
Yep.
Simon for success. Good evening, Simon. Good evening, Neo. Good evening, Ham. Good evening, Simon. I know Ham was on earlier, but I wanted to make sure I at least acknowledge everybody. Tag VIP grading package comes with 1,000-point scale of slabs along with protective gloves and goggles. You need them, buddy. You need them, man. Whoo.
They need to include that with the package.
Yeah. Tag Nation in morning. I know, man. Tag stands for Too Aggressive Gang. Yes. All right. Let me go and pull up though, since Neo was here.
I got this graded in the 90s by Champs Grading.
Champs.
It's still in fine shape, never scratched, never broke, never did
Give it the Spidel twist.
Eric, so since Neo was here, can I have a little bit of fun here? Can I read a couple of the comments from Neo's video?
Please do.
The comments are gold.
Always.
Right, and again, these are the comments on Neo's video talking about this topic from the original video. This is specifically just reporting the news in this case. All right.
Here we go.
So in this case, what I'm going to do, so I'll show it on here. So I'll make it, can I make this a little bigger? I can a little bit.
Yeah, I can't see that at all.
Yeah. I'm going to be reading it anyway, but I'll try to make it a little bigger. All right. So the one that was pinned. So Jeremy here, I believe I've seen him. I think he's a very consistent tag defender. So I'll just go with that. So anyway, so this was the one that Neo pinned, but I'll read one from later as well. Okay. So agree to disagree. This was exactly how the slab was designed. Parroting the party line. And I'll show you in a minute, because if it's still on the website, I'll show you in a minute why it's bullshit, because Tag themselves said the opposite on their website. And then their PR guy, and they deleted the comment, said, no, it's by design. Bullshit, but fine. Nobody's going to reseal the slab with a knockoff on it. They won't crack. It's still stupid. No. Bro, you never cease never cease to amaze me how much you hate Tag. I did enjoy Neo's response with the robot emoji. Good old Tag bot emoji. Love it. All right. So this one, white smoke 08. That was the fakest attempt to break the PSA and CGC slab I've ever seen. Now, mind you, the grunting was kind of weird, but they're saying that, yeah, he broke the Tag slab, but he didn't even try to break the other ones.
Oh, he did. And trust me, I tried to break it myself, the PSA. And, because I did tell you about, I could twist it and get it out, and I couldn't. And I have to give PSA credit for the advancement in their holder. Yeah. Because years ago, you could do that. And I'm going back 15, 20 years. So, they've come a long way. But if Tag breaks that easy, that's, I don't see the future for Tag with going forward if their slab can crack that easily. The rigidity of their holder is maybe their downfall, other than their 100,000 million point grading scale. So, I don't know.
But I like the way it looks.
I like
this here. So Amanda's comment here. I'm going to read a couple of the comments here. So Amanda here says, Carlos, you're too pleased with this. It's Lent. Yes, Amanda. And I decided to give up not being evil. I gave up not being evil for Lent.
You had pancakes on Tuesday. You're good.
Yeah, I'm solid. Chris Farley guaranteed speech. Yes. They won't crack from a fall. How far on a surface? Yes. Yes. Yeah, there are a lot of apologists. So I want to read you. So this same Jeremy guy, this is a different comment. Same video, same Jeremy, different comment here. Different comment.
Must be a stockholder.
Oh, he's 100%. So here's his comparison. I want you to listen to the comparison that he's trying to make here. I can crack a top loader by hand, yet you're okay with your cards coming in those. I'm going to get to why that's stupid in a second, but what the hell? You don't seem too worried about the mail breaking them. Oh, hey, what exactly do you ship your cards in for grading it? Semi-rigids. I can imagine I can break one of those by bending it in half. So let me see, you're willing to ship your cards to PSA in a semi-rigid, but you're telling me a Tag slab doesn't provide enough protection. Okay. Number one, those other holders are not advertising themselves as being anything more than what they are. They are what they are. Also, when you're sending in a card for grading, whether it's Tag or anybody else, semi-rigids and top loaders are the standard. That's what you normally send them in. That's what they ask you to send them in. So this is a very dumb comment on multiple levels. But he's like, I can crack a top loader by hand. So what? A top loader is like a couple of cents.
You get what you pay for, and they don't claim anything to be anything more than they actually are.
And it also costs appropriately the amount. It's not designed. You're not supposed to be bending a top loader. And by the way, it's not designed to give you any more protection than what it is. It gives you some protection, yes. But that's about it.
I can't snap a mag holder.
Yep.
I'm working pretty hard on this. I mean, I'm not muscling it, making grunting sounds, but that thing isn't snapping.
Yeah. My favorite part about it was that as soon as they tried to say it was a feature and not a bug, so, you had a lot of folks in this comment section like, well, why do you care about that? It's like, go on. So I don't know what to tell you.
The engine fell out of my car. Well, listen, it's supposed to happen.
Yeah, if you don't have the motor mount screwed down, what do you want?
I hit a bump and the entire engine fell right onto the ground. That's how we made them.
And here we have the classic example of the influencers coming to the aid of their product, which is obviously subpar. And do we have to really agree with that? No. Everybody is really against that. They're defending it. That's fine. But it is what it is. It's visually shown. Carlos, you did your example. At this point, we can really conclusively say, regardless of what they say, it doesn't matter. You can defend your product because you're trying to defend your product, by default, but it doesn't work properly. If it doesn't work properly, then you have to go back to the drawing board. And I don't know how many more drawing boards you can go back to with tag, but unfortunately, I don't think they're at that end.
Okay, can I make a very specific point? All right, I've had my fun already. The course. No, but I want to key in on one specific thing here.
Sure.
I've had obviously my fun with this, and it gave me a lot of fun.
We know you, yeah, okay.
But I want to make a point. The bigger issue here isn't even the slab cracking, the slab shattering, whatever. That could be a design flaw. That could be an issue with whatever. But here, how you respond to it, though, matters. If your initial response was to try to make it pretend like it was a feature, and like, this is you hired these people on your official tag account to Eric, may I offer a suggestion, a counter suggestion? Thank you for bringing it to our attention.
Yeah.
We will look into that. If possible, can we contact you to get our hands on that slab so we can take a closer look at it? Thanks for bringing it to our attention. We'll need to look at that further.
That is what I would do, yes.
And that's the neutral response that you can get away with. But they defended it.
You don't have to say shit beyond that. Like, literally all you have to say is just, let me have a look at it. Let me take a closer look at it. Thank you for bringing it to our attention. And
even if you don't respond, even if you don't respond after that, it stays neutral. But at this point, you're on the defensive.
Even if you want to pass the buck, you could say, send it in. We want to bring this to our acrylic suppliers.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
And obviously, this isn't what we expect from our product. And, we'd like to give you one free submission and, blah, blah. All that PR bullshit. Nope. Yeah. Nope. It's supposed to do that. Oh, screw you. Okay. Yeah. Great.
And this is what we have in the marketplace is people are defending the things that are wrong. And if you can't admit your wrongs or even go neutral, what Carlos said, which was ideal, that's what you should do.
It's very there's nothing objectionable. It's very light. You just keep it very light because at that moment you might need to look into something. That's okay. That's happens. Fine. Okay. Yeah. Let me read you something. Okay. So here's on Tag's website. So this is obviously the information they include. This is the section talking about the slab. Okay. They talk about the ID, the grade, the tag score, all this stuff. We got the section right here. This section right here, ergonomic form, because of course ergonomics are a key indicator. Sure. Said designed with radiused edges to maximize in-hand comfort.
Yeah.
Good to know. And maintain extreme durability. No.
Maintain.
That one word just really doesn't fit any longer.
Extreme.
Extreme rage.
He has extreme rage. Yes.
Yep.
And that's really what it is at this point, is if you are defending yourself to that degree, you're actually looking worse than you are if you would have said it the way Carlos said it. And keep it neutral, leave it till the next investigation part that they go into, and that kind of washes away. This way, it doesn't wash away. It gets defensive, and then people get offensive, and we go forward, and it makes them worse. And they don't have the PR to handle it properly. And they're all defending their product, and obviously there is some issues.
Yep. So here we go. Next thing you know, Tag will blame it on the Dutch. Let me tell you, the Dutch are responsible for a lot of problems.
It's Holland. It's always Holland.
Just saying.
Those
That's where the
fucking
acrylic
tulips.
came from.
and
Yes. Still haven't reached out to my mother yet. Puck
Yeah.
Peter say.
Florida man
Exactly.
Florida man / tag bot. Michael Ham chimes in here. I've cracked PSA with my bare hands, so have I. And you know what? And wait, real quick, before I'll let you go for it. It's like I have also cracked the PSA with my bare hands, and you know what? This was easier.
Is it BARE or BEAR?
I do not want.
Ham actually has a bear in Florida. That's why he could. That wasn't a typo. That wasn't a typo. He said with a bare hands, he used a bear. So
Very
the
good.
PSA is so
Michael.
strong,
Good
he
one
needed
for
a
you,
bear.
And the Pokemon had a bear.
Yep.
Oh, Poke Bear. Yes.
Yeah, I just
right.
want to say I don't want to hear any more about what Michael has been doing with his bare hands. I've been listening to it for a week since you did
Wait,
that.
with his actual bare hands though, or with the hands of the bear?
Either way, I don't want to hear about it. I've been hearing enough about it for a week.
I pulled a bear Cheeto, so watch it.
So Ham here says, my tag, Jason Robertson, is not breaking. I'm trying right now. Got this in national. That sounds like a Jason Robertson pump. It sounds to me like Jason Robertson is holding up the structural integrity of the trash tag slab. Thank you for pointing that out.
I think this is another bullshit account. I don't think Michael Ham is real. I think this is another bullshit account by Brandon.
I think it's a pump. It's a pump. Total pump.
Yep.
Give me a break. Break me off a piece of that crack tag slab. I like it.
That's right.
Hey.
Good thing they don't make rubbers. Bruce's wife would have serious pain. Dang.
Ooh.
Ham is a tag bot always. Damn those Florida man tag bots. Damn them. But Neo, remember, Ham said he tore the PSA with his bare hands of a bear.
Yeah.
Which means the PSA slab is like 1,000 times stronger than this weak ass shit. Damn.
But it is sharp though.
Yeah. Oh, it's very sharp. I can kill a man. See, Eric's got all his stupid little knives. I don't need a knife. I stab a man. I stab a man with this right here.
Yeah.
You
don't need those knives. You just need tag.
Who needs this?
Yeah.
I'll just start carrying one of those.
Yep. Same thing.
Yep. Carlo here says, in my opinion, that video was a premeditated hit piece on tag. You can't make a hit piece if it's already trash. Hambot. Facts.
Hambot.
That's right.
Pump up the jam. Oh my God, that's a good song.
I wanted to see the camera turn around and say, Carlos, wear a Zorro mask.
That would be funny. Yeah.
That's on the that's only on the Patreon.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Moving on. All I'm saying, like I said, at least now I know I got a knife. I can just.
Yep.
I enjoyed that.
If you're in any type of situation of fight now, you know at a show you can just like reach out, grab a tag case, snap it, and then fight to death.
It's like you're at a bar fight. Instead of taking the bottle and going, you just go.
Not a tag coaster.
Yeah.
So
you thought it was just a coaster. I kill you, man.
Bang. Shoot.
Cut you.
Yep. CC says, all joking aside, the ease of shattering is scary. Yeah, it was a lot. Like I said, the irony is that, like, again, hashtag science. The irony is that using acrylic does have that vulnerability. Like, go Google it yourself. Acrylic, actually, by its nature of the type of plastic it is clear. Yes, that's good. But then at the same time, it doesn't like bending. It doesn't like the pressure. It doesn't take too well to it.
I think lucite would be even better. I think that would be a better sort of acrylic. It is a similar part of acrylic that is more stable, very clear, but very rigid too. So very hard to call. But maybe the ceiling is off. You know, maybe the ultraviolet is not the best way of sealing. I know the other one uses vibration and motion to seal it, like heat from motion, opposed to the
Yeah, you're talking about the ultrasonic sealing.
Yeah, the ultrasonic is not always the best. You know, I know they seal glass. They used to seal glass with that, but it didn't always work. I know my brother did way back in the day. Actually, this we're probably going into the 90s. They used to seal with the what was it? Fish tanks. Yeah, they used to seal fish tanks with glass. We're talking glass. We're not talking plastic. Yeah. And I think that transition, maybe it doesn't work as well. Not sure.
I think what's funny here is so Bob Ozel says here, Tag needs to redeem itself with a 4-part series of Sports Card Live. That's right. 4-part series. The durability. It's like y'all don't understand. No, it is the fanciest, highest end
to the limit. Yeah.
Highest end acrylic. Eric, it's the best acrylic. The best.
That's what I've heard.
The most expensive. Now? It's super expensive. You don't understand. They got it from acrylic artisans.
Yeah.
In a Parisian village. And all they make is acrylic and baguettes. All they make is acrylic and baguettes.
It's the best acrylic. It's the best acrylic in the world.
The best.
I know more about acrylic than anyone else in the entire world.
Yes.
This is the best, the absolute very best.
Absolutely.
USA, best acrylic in the whole world.
And Simon is right here. All Tag slabs will be confiscated at the airport security because you can't bring weapons into planes. Exactly.
Oh my God.
It's like you think you want to go to your trade night, Eric. You can't bring this shit. That's a weapon.
It's over.
Right.
That's a goddamn weapon.
Yeah, that's
it's
right.
done.
It's all fun and games until a kid gets stabbed in the neck with a broken Tag slab over a trade gone wrong.
Listen,
not even on the weapons list yet.
At Logan Airport, TSA is going to have a stack of like 2 or 3 of those. Keeping those off the airplanes.
Yep. Now the original, I think Neo had the original. I'll see if I can find a picture of it. So in the original comment, in addition to saying it was a feature, they suggested that you could use things like slab mags if you needed additional protection. Eric, I have the PR department of a third-party grader telling me, well, in case the possibility of this shattering is a problem, I can buy another product to protect the product that you put in it. Who's hiring these guys? That's not a correct response, Eric. That's a bad answer. That's a very bad answer. Amazing. That would like to keep the cash flowing. You're forgetting they said if they want more durability, use a slab bag. Yes, exactly. 100%. That's can the Tag slab withstand the pressure of a slab bag? Maybe not, man. You put it in a slab bag, the damn thing cracks.
Look at Slab strong.
Yep.
PSI test on a variety of slabs to see the breaking point would entertain me. Yeah, I think. Look, so I'll be serious here for a second. The last time, maybe if you've got companies that are coming into the space making all these claims, wouldn't it be nice if there was a group? Again, I completely recuse myself because obviously I have a bias. I haven't liked these guys since day one, and I've got a serious issue with a lot of people involved in it. So I cannot be involved in it because there would be a million questions if I was involved in anything. But wouldn't it be nice, Eric, if there was a neutral third party that did not already have a preconceived bias that would actually test these things and put them through their paces and actually do the actual research instead of all I've got is cases like this and on the other side, marketing copy that says everything is hunky-dory. The truth is probably somewhere in the middle. But I need a neutral party to test this properly. I can't rely on the marketing copy. The marketing copy says maintain extreme durability. Eric, I broke this with my hands.
Extreme.
Well, I guess not extreme enough.
Yeah, I think that should be the next 4-part series on Hockey Card Gong Show,
Amazing.
and they can bring Billy in for the 700th time.
I think it's the appropriate thing to do. Look, we'll only know the final result of the OPG thing if Richard Scott shows up. The point is, though, this is where we need. So I don't know. Do you remember? I don't know how many of you remember the reference. This is where we need consumer reports. We need the hobby consumer reports to go. Here are all the slabs. Here's the drop test. Here's the throw in the water test. Here is the pressure compression test. Here is the we get a bear to try to break it test. Maybe that's the play. Like you run them all through their paces and then rank them based on durability, clarity, blah, blah, blah. Why not?
Yeah, I mean, I think that would be very interesting. I think if somebody honestly did something fair with the major,
and put them all through the same test. Put them all through the same tests so that you make it as apples to apples as possible. And there you go.
And somebody who had access to machinery that could detect pressure used, all right? Because I've seen this on bike tests and things, like how much pressure does it take to snap a frame in half, from this company versus this company. And so, you put them in one of these machines, you see how much pressure that takes before they snap, and the numbers are all there. Stuff like that is what I'm trying to say. And you'll see science will tell you this one will snap under this amount of pounds per pressure versus this one, at how much twist pressure. You put it in grips and they twist, and you see the numbers starting to rise and crack. Okay, it cracked at this number. So that would be awesome, but I don't know who has that technology and is involved in the hobby and would want to take time out of their day to do it.
Yeah, I just don't think there's anybody that cares enough. But as I say, like if you really wanted to know the true answer is in an unbiased third party just doing the test. Doing the test.
I mean, we could all drop them out of a 3rd-story window. That's easy. Anybody could do that. Go to the same height, drop, and see what survives.
Here you go. Adam Savage could do the test. There you go. Is that the Mythbusters guy? I'm guessing it's the Mythbusters guy.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. Dr. Beckett should do a science show on YouTube.
He is a doctor.
Jimbo, the science guy. All right. We need Elon to the rescue. If Leon took it on, the slabs would explode.
Yeah, he hasn't had a good week.
The slabs would literally explode.
Yeah.
And then planes would be grounded. How we grounded planes, Eric, from slabs, I will never know. But this shit does shatter.
Yeah.
Just saying. Is that what they did with your hips? So it's not really wasn't a bicycle accident? Maybe.
Yeah. Yeah. Probably would have hurt less.
Is that American Sign Language?
American Sign Language?
Question mark? I don't know. But like I said, I think it would be, look, I would be interested in the result. Again, I don't need to be involved in it, but I would love to see a neutral third party actually run these things through their paces and actually do a test. I think the results would be illuminating. But here's the thing. I would actually ask them to do all the testing. Because remember, right now, part of the reason this became a running joke so badly is
not a blink. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You haven't.
Part of the reason this became such a running joke is that our old friends, the Coaster Maker, made 1 million marketing claims, including about the maximum durability of the slab, which has obviously been debunked. Bullshit.
Yeah.
Like the rest of it, I could question, but this one, I can speak from personal experience. Bullshit. I've destroyed 2 of them in 2 different ways. Clearly, it's doable. It's not that tough.
I'll say opinion is everything in this hobby, and my opinion is it's still the best looking. But after that, I can't suggest that you do business with them.
Yeah. And they're increasing their prices, so that'll help, I'm sure. But the other side of it is I would love to see, all right, you say you've got all this tech to do the thing. All right. take a card, put it through its paces, run it through, take it out, run it again. All the stuff they said they could do. I would like to have a third party actually try to send the same card in twice. See if the grade comes back the same. So, do what? Alter the card. See if it goes through the second time. Have it go through once. Alter the card and see if it goes through the second time, or if it gets rejected, or whatever.
A third party to a third party.
Yes.
Yeah. Fourth party.
Third party to third party.
Fourth party.
Oh, fourth party to a third party.
Listen, this party gets bigger all the time, Bobby.
Well, we got.
We might be up to 7th, 8th, or 9th party.
Yannick's birthday, so we got 4 party. Hey.
Yeah. Just
There we
saying.
go. Yeah.
Treat as glass. There you go. We got some tag acronyms. I like it. Flip and Steve did an informal test of the PSA slab. That is true. Ragtag
Pretty
grading.
cool.
Yes. But yeah, not up to me, but I would love to see them actually try it, and I would love to see what would happen if somebody actually did the test.
Yeah.
But it's on them. Can't do anything about it. There was one other thing specifically that I wanted to make sure I touch on. By the way, thank you all for the participation tonight. It's been really good with the comments and everything.
Yeah.
And thanks to Dan for popping in, Billy for
Yeah, it
popping
was
in
great.
as well. It's been a good mix of stuff. And we got Yannick on his birthday. Very exciting.
Cheers.
There was one other thing that I think I had jotted down in my notes. Already did a lot of the Cheetozard thing already this week, so I had my fun with
Yeah.
that.
And Billy
So-
ruined my gag, so I'm not even going to do
He
it
did.
now.
I still think you should open the box and see if you get anything.
Yes.
Took all the fun out of it.
And you could rate the Cheetos. We need like a taste ranking.
And I don't eat Cheetos.
You know, if you add water to Cheetos, it dissolves. Any moisture.
I have no
It's
idea.
in the wrong state. You could be ending up with the disformed Charizard, I guess.
Deformed. Look, Bobby, I genuinely believe that they probably use some preservatives on it, because even on the description they said discovered between 2018 and 2020. That's a 4-year
whatever.
gap,
That's
Bobby.
a long time.
We
to
don't
create.
even know when it was discovered.
Galactic.
By the
Like,
way,
you've been holding it that long. Come on.
Geoff added 1 level to the provenance.
What was that?
Apparently, what's it called? Veriswap originally had it and sold it.
Oh my God, Veriswap?
Yeah, Veriswap was involved
I
in
remember.
the sale before the sale. There was a sale of the Cheetozard before the golden sale of the Cheetozard. The person who bought it on the Veriswap thing ended up being the one to auction it.
And who? I just can't see how this came to fruition to begin with. Like, honestly, okay, yeah, it's a Charizard looking. Okay, we did have that early on in the hobby, like early mid 2000s. Sorry, where a lot of people would, this looks like Jesus, this piece of toast, or all this.
Yeah, there was one with the
stuff
Mother
that-
Mary or something.
something like that. Yeah, there was a lot of that stuff going on, and some things went pretty high, and I thought we got rid of that, but actually now we're back again. Now we got a Cheetos because all that Cheetos dust and all that other stuff that went on in the industry. We reached this height of stupidity, but that people will pay for, which is fine. You can pay for whatever you want, and I'm sure Carlos enjoys that stupidity that goes on.
It is the only thing that matters in the hobby, Bobby. All
It
the
really
rest of it is
does at
trash.
this
He
point.
does enjoy
It's
it.
not even part of the hobby. It's actually a separate part of the hobby. It's I don't know.
If it's not part of the hobby, cancel the hobby. The hobby's trash. Only
Yeah.
Cheetozard.
Well, it's
all
not
matters.
even it's not even a hobby. Who pays that much money? Like anybody who's listening,
One
and
person.
anybody who's ever
One
listening,
person.
it's 99.9999. Keep going with the nines percent that would ever even bid on that, let alone pay 80K, 90K, whatever it was. It's just silly. So
Well, if we could
You
get
know,
the
we're in
fractional
a silly
share
part of
bidding
the
back,
hobby
if
at
we
this
could get
point in
fractional share back, we
Oh,
could
I
all
never
have a
thought
piece of
about
Cheetozard.
fractionals. Yeah, it could have worked that way. Yeah. Yeah,
Just saying.
fractionals could work.
The lime flavored Cheetos. Venusaur has to be next, maybe. You think
Lime?
the buyer of the
Yeah, if
Cheetozard
it's
reveals who they are in the
lime-flavored,
next year
that's
or ever?
Rare would be lime.
I
flavored.
wouldn't.
Yeah.
So Simon here is asking, do you think the buyer of the Cheetozard reveals who they are in the next year or ever? Eric, are you going to reveal yourself?
I wouldn't.
I think it's Diamond Dave.
Just saying.
Just saying.
I just ordered 12 cases of Cheetos from Frito-Lay. Thanks. Let's hope the Cheeto sculpting
So
doesn't
what
become
does
a
the
thing.
next one go for? Or does
Well, is it an actual different one though, or is it the same Cheetozard
no?
selling
If it's
again?
something different, obviously it'd be something different because Cheetos vary in different designs.
I would love to see the person who want to eat it. So, Ham, my theory is that it's a rich person who now has to guard it from their loser cousin who has the munchies all the time because they're stoner.
Yes.
And then they have to protect it. Literally, they need to vault it to prevent the stoner from eating his $87,000 Cheetozard.
Or spitting on it where it
Yes.
dissolves.
Well, again, Bobby, I stand by my statement. I believe there are preservatives at work. I believe the Cheetozard will outlive us all.
I think somebody who works at the company dropped one in, made a design, dropped it in the fryer, and said, "Hey, throw a little shaker on that. Let's get it out there."
There you go.
Hey,
I like
just
this.
saying.
Bob Uzel says, my wife is worried people are going to start camping out at Walmart for Cheetos.
Bob,
so
where
that's
are you? We need to talk to you about tag.
nobody needs to talk about Tag. But what if maybe Tag could get an acrylic case for the Cheetozard? That would be exciting.
That would be something. Actually, hey, 1,000-point scale. Yeah. That could
Should
work.
epoxy it.
Look,
Yes.
all I'm saying, Bobby, I'm not saying yes, I'm not saying no. All I'm saying is that I sent this to Eric and Brandon. Hey guys, there's cheesies.
Oh, those are the worst ones, Jax.
He's like,
oh my God.
but Bobby, this is retail. See, the Cheetozard came from
yes.
Hobby. This is
Hobby.
retail.
Yeah.
This is retail. So
The Jacks are different, though. If you ever had the Jacks and
Yeah.
if you ever wanted to retain water, I think the salt in that thing will preserve your body for the next 100 years. It's horrible. I don't even know why they're still around. It's sort of like Thrills gum. Like, why do people want to chew
They're
perfume
around
gum?
forever, Bobby. I think they're only in Canada too.
Which one?
Those little Cheetos there. And
Those
the
aren't
gum as
Cheetos.
well.
Jacks. He showed the Jacks.
Yeah, I know. But
those
I
Jacks.
recognize those.
I don't like
Yeah,
any of
they're
that
horrible.
stuff. I don't know how
They're
people
horrible.
eat it.
I don't know how anybody can eat them. I bought them and I just went, oh my God, did I ever like these? I can't believe I did because there's so much salt in it. It's just like, it doesn't even
They're
taste like
great.
cheese. It just tastes like
They're
salt.
great to start fires.
Yes, that's true. Never thought about that. Yeah.
look, we're just saying. That's all I'm saying.
Highly flammable.
See,
They
Bobby,
really
I think
very-
the problem is, the reality is, I think that we have, unfortunately, the Cheetozard has eluded us. It is sold. We can no longer go there and get that. But Bobby, there is still hope for the people that need it. There is still the opportunity. It's not too late to get in on the Cheetozard token.
Oh,
What is the token?
The
Oh,
token
my
is
God.
it's
Is this an
a crypto
NFT?
token. It's a
NFT?
crypto token.
My God.
There is a Cheetozard crypto token.
Oh,
Think
my
about it,
goodness.
people. Think about it.
Don't think about it long.
It has a logo. See, Bobby, like I said, I think you're wrong on this. I think this is the greatest thing that ever happened to the hobby. The hobby itself was obsolete. It is need to be eliminated. It never happened. Forget it. There's only Cheetozard. It is pre and post Cheetozard. We're in a post Cheetozard world. That's all that matters now.
And I think you're right. At this point, we went past the point of no return.
A
So we're
Cheeto like
finished.
the Virgin Mary, maybe.
It's over. Yeah. At this point.
I like it. Listen, the hobby, Bobby, the hobby had a mediocre run. It was fine. It
was,
did its best.
It was
It
good.
did its
Well,
best.
last
Eric
week.
was involved in it, so our ceiling could only go so high. We did what we
Fair
could.
enough. Yeah.
We did what we could. It was like 2-3 feet above the ground tops. That's about the best we could do, and that was about it.
Fair enough.
Myers, the guy who bought the 79 ADO Peachy for the first time. Except I would love it if he said, "No, this one I'll pay for." the case, screw that. But Cheetozard, oh my God. Oh, Eric, if I find a Cheeto resembling anything from Emmanuel in Space, will you buy it? Yes.
Don't you have kids to put to bed? Go away. Nobody wants you here. Go away.
If we found one that looks like Emmanuel in space, that would be something. I would buy it.
Well,
Find one.
I
wanna find
might
one
just
that looks
buy
like
that,
Name's face, and I'm gonna stomp on it.
so Mike is right here. Does this mean we're not going to have parallels? So remember, the Cheetozard
shoot.
was the flaming hot Cheeto. That
It
doesn't mean
was.
that we don't have the OG Cheetos.
or regular, yeah.
So which one is the rare one?
Hard to say, man.
I have to
Hard to
say the
say.
flaming hot one.
Carlo here says nothing will ever top the banana tape to also something Eric bought. We live in a
We
super
have a
world for
Carlo.
stupid people.
Ooh.
Rule number one.
Yeesh.
Rule number one.
Rule number one.
Yes. And 2.
That's why we have a rule about this. Eric, by the way, I was thinking about this. And while I don't bother making merch of any kind, I am now thinking that I want to put the rules on a poster.
Number, you're going to stop at 10?
No, I just want to. Right now, 10 is great for a poster, though. Like 10 is really solid for a poster.
Bill of Rights,
I
10
think
Commandments.
The 10 Commandments.
Yeah, it doesn't mean we can't add more later, but I'm saying for now, 10 is a beautiful number to have a poster for.
Well, Victor did it.
Yeah, just saying.
Yeah.
I'm kind of feeling it. Carolina Reaper Cheeto Charizard Cheeto variant. Like it. Can't wait to go online and watch babes open a bag of Cheetos. This is literally the peak hobby.
I think it's like opening a pack now at this point. So really should we grade the Cheetos? Is Steve Hart going to grade Cheetos packs that could potentially have a second Charizard or maybe even a Mewtwo or possibly, you never know what could be in there.
That was going to be.
We're living in the Pokemon world right now, right?
That was going to be a part of all my shtick tonight that Billy ruined. I had a whole thing.
No, Billy's great. No,
There was going to be Steve Hart jokes. There was going to be G.I. Joe jokes, Pokemon jokes. We're going to be,
Tag jokes.
That's
there
old
was
school.
gonna be, I had so much stuff. I had so much material. I mean, Carlos and I talked about it. There was props. There was switcheroo.
Props. Yeah,
I like the fact, Bobby, he implies that anything Billy did would have stopped it. No, we could have gone ahead with it anyway. It would have been fine.
So what happened? I missed it. I'll have to watch it again.
He didn't do it. Eric wussed out. All right, let me finish.
I had a whole thing.
All right, continuing to read. So it says, please don't blame the hobby for this purchase. I bet the buyer is not a collector. Lies. Hard disagree. I think the buyer is the only real collector this hobby has left.
I think
all the rest of them are
investor,
posers.
But yes, you're right.
Posers.
Yes, poser for sure.
Yep.
Somebody with too much money who pays $90,000. Like honestly, you can buy a condo in, the Philippines for that.
He probably could. Probably.
Really?
Would black
honestly,
Cheetos?
Like a
Living
high
hot as
end
the ultimate
one,
dragon
not just a
Cheeto.
regular one. Yeah.
The real question is, will Eric put his Cheetozard in an upside down magnetic one touch?
That is the question.
You think he would?
Cheetozard is a first world problem. First world problem Eric has. Can I grade a bag of Cheetos from a box at Costco? Yes. What if, Eric, you grade the bag of Cheetos?
Well, that
Steve Hart could grade the pack.
Hmm.
He could grade the pack.
Yeah.
That in my shtick. I had all of that in my shtick.
I bought a pack of Cheetos and they were bazooka
You
joke
have a
gum inside. We all got duped. Agreed. Looking for Eric. He's the biggest joke of them all. Bob Jackson.
Screw you.
Buyer wants to eat it. Maybe he does. Maybe he's really hungry. See, Bobby, what if he's really hungry and he goes, no cost is too great?
Well, does hunger outweigh, the investment part of it? I don't know.
I actually think it would say quite the statement if he literally is like, yes, I actually paid $90,000 for it and now I'm
It's
eating it.
$80,000 or crunch. I don't know.
But anyway, and Yanni can finish his vintage Hoggy set, he said. Probably, yeah. Cheetozard brings the chat to life. I know. See? I tried to tell you all. Right here. All I got to say, we talked about this earlier tonight. One more time.
Yannick is
Bam!
45, which is,
Cheetozard.
if he lives to 90, that's half his life is over. Interesting.
Right there. Cheetozard.
You and I are in big trouble, Bobby.
I'm in the back. I'm playing the back 9. I'm on hole 17, 16, something like that.
Yeah, I'm like on hole 12. It's coming to an end.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
The only hope, Eric, is to give fealty to the Cheeto. Just saying.
Because of my unsafe behavior, I may jump a few holes.
Well, look, Eric, let's be honest. You try to use like a back 9 analogy. The reality is you are on hole number 18. You actually finished. You just haven't finished filling out the scorecard because you're struggling. Maths! Damn you!
He didn't have a sharp pencil.
They're confusing.
Mike says, this is better than mayonnaise talk. Eric, we disagree.
Yeah, we haven't actually mentioned that tonight, so that's kind of good. Yeah. Thanks for bringing that up.
Well, now,
Bob.
I got a case of Cheetos when I opened it. It was a bag of Funyuns.
I love Funyuns.
I don't
Gonna eat it live on Whatnot.
I remember buying those in 1979 Those are the first onion rings, and they tasted like onions. I hated onions, but I loved it. I love the chips.
Onion.
They were great.
I don't like those either.
Well, in
You don't like
79, it's
anything.
different. They tasted like onions then, and they turned into, I don't even know what it tastes like now.
I had onion rings last night for dinner for the first time in a year or so.
Where did you go out on date night?
We went to a little restaurant.
How did I know it was date night?
It's Thursday night's date night, and you know that.
Sorry, yes.
You called me in the middle of date night, like.
But I didn't know it was Thursday night, so okay.
Thursday night's date night, and we went to a local restaurant, small local restaurant, not a chain, just a family-owned restaurant, and it was awesome. And I had onion rings, and I haven't had onion rings in like a year. And
were they homemade or they were, like?
I think so. I don't know. They were just awesome.
How can you not know? How can you not know?
I didn't ask them how they made their onion rings. They put them on the plate. I ate half of them. And
so what's the perfect topping for onion rings? The dip or?
Well, actually, I seen onion ring poutine just recently. I thought it was amazing. I said, wow. Now they got, you got your fries, and then you got your cheese, and then you get the onion rings. Then they put the gravy on it. It's like, how much better can it be? Like, honestly,
I'm not eating
bacon.
I'm not eating.
Oh, adding bacon! I never thought of that. Shit, that's the end. Yeah, it's no better.
Oh, Eric, what do you dip your onion ring into? Like
I did every other one. I ate one plain, and then I dipped the next second one in ketchup, and then I went back to plain.
See, that's just bad.
No one dips onion rings.
Onion ring. Why would you do that?
Because I enjoy that. That's why.
That's not good.
I'm surprised you didn't dip it in pepper.
You know what's the best thing to dip onion rings into? Honey.
Yes. Huh?
Honey.
No, I don't like honey.
Wait, what is your issue with honey?
Honey garlic would be nice.
No,
I'm just saying.
Plain honey, and then you take that crispy, fresh onion ring, put a little honey on it. Voila.
But onion garlic would be really nice because it is a dip, right? I'm gonna have to try that. I'm gonna have to try that sometime soon.
Well,
actually, I had Frings today, which is I went to Harvey's and I had a burger. I went and meet a guy and we did an exchange of a deal and stuff like that. And then I bought Frings, which is half French fries, half onion rings. And it was lacking something. And it's the honey garlic, which I was lacking. That's what I needed. Yep. Should have got it. Damn. Never thought about that. It always takes the French to think of something smart. So, damn.
What?
Honey.
What?
Oh, good.
Honey garlic.
He's gonna be unbearable now.
Just honey.
I'm taking it to the step above. Honey garlic. You got to get some little flavor in there. Honey is just sweet. Garlic fights the honey and it levels it up, and then you got the onion. It would work out.
Never even thought about it in your life. Trust me. Just honey.
No.
Forget the garlic.
No.
Just honey.
Have you tried honey garlic yet? No.
Honey is nothing but bee shit.
It's bee puke, actually.
Yeah, that's what
really
I
want to know the facts.
Bee puke. That's what I meant to say.
Okay,
it's
sorry.
Bee puke.
Yes, it is. Yes.
All right. I'm not eating bee puke.
It's the only thing that has lasted. What was it? 20,000 years.
I was going to say, yeah. They had something that was very long, a long time. Yeah.
Yeah. It was like,
it was still there.
It's still pure at that point. It's like, wow, that's amazing.
It's the only material that we know of that can possibly outlast the Cheetozard.
You're right. Yes. Other than Twinkies. Yeah.
Yeah. That they're also eternal. Amanda says, have we discussed how quality names TikTok is?
And where is Amanda tonight?
No, we're not giving Name any type of credit. We're not promoting him. We're going to say how horrible he is and how we don't like him and how he should go away.
Why is Amanda commenting and she's not even here to back up her comments?
I was going to say. Bobby's calling you out, Amanda. Also, is it podcast night or no?
Who?
The one she does with the English guy.
Yeah, that's in a couple hours, right?
No, that's what I mean, though. I'm saying, is this the
Okay,
podcast
yeah.
night or is it next week? Because it's
Oh, I
every
don't
2
know.
weeks, but then they missed one, and I don't know. I lost track.
Yeah, Eric is on tonight.
The whole
Yeah,
every
still
2 weeks
2
thing
hours,
is.
right? She can come on for like 15, 20 minutes and we can razz her a
I
little
get.
bit.
I don't disagree. Amanda, if you want a link, let me know and I can send it to you.
Please do.
The Burrell is calling you out.
I'm
If you're
just
the onion
saying.
rings, there's giant centipedes they catch behind the ovens. Eric's are.
Oh.
That,
Is
we
it
only save
millipedes
those
or
special ones for Eric.
Mm.
Onion rings are just freaking awesome.
If they're homemade, yes. If they're the, frozen
Yes.
ones, they're just junk.
Yeah, but they don't homemade one.
What they gave you a la carte, Eric? Is that really what's going on here?
No, Mike, no. I had fish sticks for breakfast because they were sitting on the table from last night. No, we had a very strict household. That is why, as an adult,
Fish
I
sticks
won't eat anything but
leftover
unless I like it.
on the table.
Yep,
That's
because I didn't
safe
want to
eating. That's
I
very
was-
good.
I sat there at dinner going, I am not eating this. This is absolutely horrible. And they said, well, it will be there tomorrow for breakfast. And sure as shit, there they were. And I'm eating cold fish sticks for breakfast the next morning because there was starving kids in Ethiopia. And
Yes.
the time I
Those
told them
Ethiopian
to
kids.
mail them to them,
They still
Do
starve.
you understand what salmonella stands for?
I
Stands
woke
for
up a couple of
stupidity.
days later.
Yeah.
So that was a poor choice on my part. To
Yes.
tell them, well, you should mail it to them then. Yeah,
Mm.
I woke up, they're like, when they say they're going to knock you into next week? Well, listen, I vanished for a week. People were like, hey, where's Eric? And they're like, he'll be back next week. Don't worry.
Yes.
See, you know how you know a story is full of shit? No one has ever uttered the words, "Where's Eric?"
True enough. That's right.
Yeah, like come on. Adorable story.
Yeah.
No.
That's
No.
you make a good
No.
point. The rest of it was true.
Prepping for my show. An hour and a half from now? Good Lord. You had a week off.
But leftover fish sticks, like honestly, that's
Yeah.
fish. That's meat, and you
Listen.
only have a certain amount of time. Like it's sort of like leftover pizza when you
It
have.
was the 80s. You were allowed to abuse your children.
Yeah, that was true. Yeah.
They didn't care.
No.
They still don't. In
But
your
we're
case,
still
they
here.
don't.
So
They added an ad. Remember at 10 p.m. they reminded you where the hell your kids were.
Yeah.
If the
You know
lights
what your
went
kids
on,
were?
if the lights went
Oh,
on,
Bobby,
where are your
Bobby,
children?
to be truthful though, that's
Ah,
survivor bias because all the other ones died. It's like
Yeah,
it's
pretty
like
much.
we're only hearing from the ones that they're still alive.
True
Yeah.
enough. Yeah.
It's 10 p.m. Where
There
are
are
your
some
kids?
survivors, yes, from that time period. And
That's
I am
basically
one
it.
of them.
Yeah.
It's 10 o'clock. Where are
Oh,
your
the
children?
fish sticks.
I wasn't it 11 o'clock? Because
I don't
I'm
know
thinking
if
in my head, it's like it's 11
maybe it
o'clock.
might have
Do
been,
you know
yeah.
where your children are?
Maybe it's
No,
Is it 11 o'clock or 10?
No, I don't think it was
I thought
that
it was
late.
11.
I don't think it was that late. No.
No,
I
at
don't think it was
11,
11.
11, that's where Emmanuel came on.
Yes.
Well, listen.
I think it was
it's
10
like,
o'clock.
the
You know
children
where
better
the
be in bed. Eric needs to watch his
Remember where
stories.
your kids are.
11 o'clock
Emmanuel
was
is
pretty
on.
late for where are your children. So I think it was 10 o'clock. Yes.
No, I got it right here. It's 11 o'clock. Do you know where your children are? Was a public service announcement that aired on television in the 60s and 70s.
Jesus Christ. That's
Can
how
you get
much
rid
they
of that
care.
internet
Have a-
search?
I
please?
remember. Wait a minute. I mean, listen. I remember them in the 80s. So
No, but they kept the same. I think it was the same voice they used because it was still the same time. They just replayed it.
It's
It
11
doesn't
o'clock.
matter.
Do you know where your
So in
children
the
are?
60s until 11 p.m., you didn't have to worry about where your kids were.
True enough. Right?
And in the great spirit of the internet, somebody actually took that clip and put it on YouTube. You can have
There
an
we go.
11-second clip of somebody saying, "It's 11 o'clock. Do you know where your children are?"
That was
listen,
a big.
I had
That
10
was,
minutes. Those
I think that was from Buffalo. That was a Buffalo.
Yeah, that was. I remember it specifically from the Buffalo stations. That's where they
Yeah.
got it from. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's my recollection of it is that it would be on the WUTV or one of the variety of different ones.
Yeah, the bird.
What was it called? That was Irv Weinstein.
Here it is. Yep, Mike literally
UTV.
wrote it in here.
Yeah.
Irv Weinstein. Do you know where your children are? Yep.
Oh, hey,
Yep.
yay.
Yeah, Mike got it. Bang on. Thank you, Mike.
Well, I'll tell
See,
you.
if you grew up in Toronto, you got 2 Buffalo stations, so there is always that Buffalo that was happening.
Yeah,
You know, Commander Tom and what have you, like that.
Yeah, and Mike's right here. And make sure your kids don't have concealed weapons, like the tag slab.
That's right.
Oh yes, yes,
We learned about that weapon tonight.
we did.
I noticed that Lucas Silver Prism BGS 9.5 outsold a PSA 9 by a bit recently. Well, 9.5 technically should outsell it, but okay, that makes sense. DGF and ABC used to keep me home on Friday nights. ABC, Tag Breakgate, Cheetozard, nice. Commander Tom, yep.
What keeps them home on Friday nights now? His
Good
48
comments tonight, eh?
What was that?
Good comments tonight.
Oh, it's been like
Yeah.
I credit to the chat. It has been active pretty much from the beginning. We had fun with Billy. We had
But
Dan
sharp
brought up. We had some good references tonight. Cheetozard got the people excited. We've got all kinds of things.
Even before that, there was still some good stuff going on. Yeah.
Yeah. Grew up in Fort Erie. Got the Buffalo TV experience. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, we all do.
TJF. Dad's in the room and Emmanuel in space when he leaves. Eric hears you. Eric hears you.
Yep.
There you go. Burning, boiling hot dogs keep me home on Friday nights.
That's right, because you're trying to feed your 48 kids.
With lots of pepper.
You always put pepper and mustard on a hot dog. It's delicious.
Pepper and
By the way,
mustard,
for the
yes.
record, since we were talking about this earlier, I still stand by one of the things when we talked about that 11 o'clock thing. That sounded vaguely ominous. That sounded like a threat. It's 11 o'clock. Do you know where your children are? Because I do.
Yes.
They cut that part out. And it goes, wait a minute. What are you saying, man?
I think that was Chester the molester saying that.
I'm just saying. Bobby, I'm just saying. I question that man's tone. That man's tone conveyed a different message than what I think people were assuming.
It's 11 o'clock. Do you know where your children are?
All I know is that.
And then you kind of looked around and went, where the fuck is? Yeah, exactly.
Where's
Eric?
Timmy?
Son of a
Well,
bitch.
Again,
Yeah,
no
right on
one's
the-
ever asked that.
The problem that we have is that when when it happens for Name's case, it doesn't matter what time of the day it is. It's 3 p.m. It's like, do you know where your children are? God damn it, which one?
They're peeling apples somewhere.
Yeah. How the hell do you keep? He has tracking devices on all their ankles, so he can keep track of them all.
Oh my
That's
god!
good,
You
man.
said that?
It's like
Out loud?
it's like 48 little criminals.
He said that out loud. I can't believe it.
Yeah, they all
Unbelievable.
got ankle monitors on. That's the only way you keep track of 48 kids.
Holy shit! You said that out loud.
Bobby,
Yeah,
clue
right.
not a minute piece. Not a minute piece.
Okay.
Dang.
All right.
Mike here says, Carlos Subio, I haven't seen your show for a while, has been Mr. Ham, and she blind with refractors. Yeah, but refractors. Well, Ham's around. It's one of those things where it's got to be, he's around, but if we can always arrange it if there's the right topic. It's one of those things.
Every time.
And Andy,
The
she
topic
blind with
ain't
refractors.
my wife.
Yeah. And Andy is actually, I've reached out to him once in a blue moon. He's still around, but he just doesn't make YouTube videos anymore.
No, he doesn't much, eh?
No, not really. The funny thing is he's still collecting because I've chatted with him here and there, and he still picks up cards. He's still hanging out with Mike. Like when they go to the Dallas show, he still goes there and hangs out. So he's
We should
around.
have
I think
him
he just
on
kind
every
of
once
reaching.
in a while.
Yeah, I'm going to reach out to him. That's a good reminder, Mike. Actually, it's a good reminder. I'd be curious to see what he's up
He's
to.
got
I
that
do
southern
reach out to him from
accent,
time to
which
time.
is kind of nice, right?
Well, and he always has the game on in the background. You can always
I
watch
know,
his thing off
he's
TV
always
if you want.
playing something there.
It's a little extra bonus there as well.
Yeah,
But
exactly.
yeah, no, I have reached out to him from time to time just to say hello and to keep tabs and all that. But yeah, no, he's still collecting. But like, I think he's just kind of retired from the YouTube thing. He doesn't really feel like doing it.
Really?
And if you don't feel like making a video, then don't make a video.
You know, it's
Doesn't
kind of
make any
funny. A
sense.
lot of people have went that way.
I think he ran out of stuff that he wanted to talk about on videos. Otherwise, it would just be like, yeah, I grabbed these cards and here's a video of these cards. It's like, but if you
I
don't
think
want to do
we're
that,
running
then
into
worry
that right now. Is a lot of people are hitting a wall and they don't know what to talk about. It's just,
I
about it. I
love
appreciate that
show.
we've got a perfect strangers reference.
That show was.
Yeah.
oh
in the
my
deep
god!
cuts. Yeah,
Love
the
that
next
show.
episode,
Is
Perfect
that
Strangers.
Balcos?
Larry invests in tag slabs and Balky accidentally breaks them.
Balky
What was
and the
Belky's
pig
tagline?
snout. Oh my god!
What was his tagline? I forget it.
Does everybody remember? You know,
All I remember is Dance of
Balky
Joy.
Balcamos?
I remember Dance of Joy.
Oh yes, yes.
That was the
Oy,
thing.
oy, 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 oy.
Yeah, it was a whole thing. Yeah, it's a whole thing.
Well, see, I remember that. I'm surprised you would remember that because that's 80.
It was in syndication,
84,
Bobby. It was still in.
85.
Bobby, it was so not specifically that one, but a lot of these shows were still running well into syndication. They had still had them
syndication, yeah, of course.
consistently. That's the reason why Carlos Senior and I would watch A&E, not for that, but we watch A&E, and that's where you get McLeod. That's where you get, you know, Columbo, Quincy,
yeah. All the good
McMillan
stuff.
wife. McMillan wife.
Wow. Well, that was kind of. I'm
No,
No, but
surprised
they
you
had them
watched
as part of
that.
a block. They had, every day they would grab like 2 or 3 of them and play them back to back.
McMillan and the wife was kind of, you know, you had to be a little bit older to watch that. But anyways, yeah, go ahead.
They would just put them in a block though. They grab 3 of them
Yep.
and they'd swap them out.
Yep.
They'd rotate them around,
Banachek.
and then that way they Banachek, yes, and they would rotate them, and because they would literally every day
Rock
they would have
Wild.
2 or 3 of them and just
Rock
switch up the order.
Kojak.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And they had
Oh,
plenty of
Beretta.
episodes, so they could just run them through, and it would work. So yeah, Carlos Senior and I watched a lot of those shows that otherwise I would have never seen them because it wasn't my time.
I like
No,
McLeod.
it was my time though. That was
Yeah.
my time. All of those shows. It was all cop shows. You know, it was the good guys against the bad guys, and that's the way it was. And
But it was the
things
same thing.
changed.
So Perfect Strangers got
That
into
was so
syndication,
good.
and they were there all
So
the time.
And I actually seen them today, and it's amazing how old they look. It's like, how young was I? Like,
Yeah, some of
God,
them are very some of them.
I
are,
look
it's
at,
been a
you
long
know,
time.
you ever watch those YouTube videos where they go, 2026 or 25, and they go back to 1980 something, and you go, holy shit, man, they changed a lot. I feel good because I look pretty good compared to them. A lot of those people, I say, holy shit, 60
Bronson
years.
Pinchot was just on
Which one?
Belky. Bronson Pinchot was just on the new Beverly Hills Cop movie. He made an appearance
Oh, did
Oh,
he
there you
really? Eh?
Nice.
Little twisted lime.
because he played Savage in the original.
Serge.
That was probably one of the best scenes in the whole movie. I just put a little twisted lime in there. It's like, it was so good. It was so good.
So Rob said, "What did I miss over the last 3 hours? A lot, actually,
Nothing.
Yeah.
a lot. Tonight,
Mhm.
some nights, Eric, no, be quiet. Some nights, I can say, no, we were just kind of killing time, whatever. Tonight, there's
No,
a
we
lot of
didn't kill
material,
any
a
time.
lot of content, a lot
Oh,
of
yes.
content tonight. We got a
Heavy
lot of
content.
material in, a lot of material in, and a lot of
Hey,
comments.
we had Billy on. We had Dan, the man, on.
Yeah,
That was
Dan joined
great.
us for the first time. Yes,
I
absolutely.
really like Dan. He's a real true trooper. So I like him. Yeah.
Well, that's the thing. It was when he said he'd be willing to come on. I was like, okay, perfect. I'll send you the link and we can make that happen. And it worked out very well. He has some nice cards to show, some good stories to share. So it worked out
Stories
very
is
nicely.
really everything. Yeah. And that was really good of him. Yeah. That was nice.
Yeah. So it'll be to be continued. We had a couple of things that we were able to touch on and we can go into. So I've got "Don't Be Ridiculous," I think is the one you were looking
That's
for.
the
for
tagline.
Balky.
I think we have to get Dan drinking though.
It'd
Yeah.
be interesting.
Oh, that would be very interesting.
Ridiculous. Tags break easy. Yes. There you go. But you got got it in there. What sucks for Eric is this Friday live will never run out of content. True.
Oh, true enough, right?
In perpetuity.
Well, Zach is so smart about that. Yeah, he is true.
I think we should have a contest of who's going to replace me, and we should have people substitute for me,
You are not replaceable.
and whoever wins gets to keep the job.
What job?
I like it. Listen, I'm in favor of it. So why don't we do this? We'll start the audition with, hold on. Let me start the audition with this one here.
Oh shit!
Not bad. Okay, hold on. Let's
Got my hopes up.
let's look at option number 2. Okay, yeah, fair enough. Ooh,
And number
option
3.
number 3.
There it is. Yeah.
You know what? I'm gonna go with number 3.
Okay, I'm
Yeah.
getting dizzy now.
That was it. So Yannick, I gave an audition. I had 3 different options, 3 distinct options,
Yeah.
and I made a choice.
You're 6 years younger than Eric, so you got a longer lifeline, I think, at this point.
That's fine.
Yeah.
I'm okay.
He's 51. Like, fuck, life's over. Like, shit.
Sally
Oh,
O'Malley,
no,
though.
Bobby, his life was over long before 51.
I know. I was just
Like,
saying. I was just
where?
trying to give it
Bobby
context.
was trying to be polite.
At this point, we're just throwing extra dirt on it. Just like, no, really, stay there. Stay down. Zombie Rayborg, stay down.
And I'm the same
Wow.
age as Dan, which is kind of cool. He might look a little older than I am, but he's a lawyer, so he's went under a lot of stress. So.
Well, look, you can always use the Hulk Hogan clause. Hulk Hogan looked like he was at least 55 since the time he was in his 20s.
True enough.
He always looked old. That was the joke with Hogan. So here's
he always
the
had the
thing.
balding head. Yeah.
Oh, always, like literally going back. Even Southern Hogan looked old, and he was way younger at that time.
Well,
like
actually,
at that point,
when he started to get the black beard and stuff like that, he actually looked younger.
it helped
As
him
he got
actually,
older,
yeah.
he looked younger.
But you know what was the other thing? He got leaner for a little while
Yes.
there. He got a little leaner,
Yeah.
which actually helped his look a little bit. It didn't de-age him, but it made it a little, stabilize it a little bit. But I'll say this:
true.
here's the funny thing. A lot of people were talking about the last pay-per-view because the last pay-per-view that WWE had was actually in Canada. He was here at the Rogers Center.
Mm-hmm.
And they had it was the Elimination Chamber, and the big takeaway was that John Cena went heel. He became a bad guy, and people freaked out, like, "Oh my God, is this the craziest heel turn of all time?" Whatever. And I'm literally sitting there, I was like, "That tells me that you're 10 years old, because the Hogan thing with the NWO was a much more effective heel turn." But here's the funny thing, and this is the thing the point that I was making. So I didn't want to spend too much time arguing with them, but the point that I was making was, number one, the Hogan heel turn led to the NWO, which led to a multi-year run of them doing stuff, and it was actually part of a longer story. That was a big. It launched it. It launched it, and
it was a
gave
news story, and it was a nice story. It was
it
was well scripted, I have to say.
Yeah, and for Hogan, it was the right time for him to switch because that
yeah.
time had passed. He needed it.
It was the only
it
thing
actually
he could
extended
have
his
done.
career.
It was
It
the
extended
only
his
thing he
career. It
could
was
have
the only
done.
way.
Yeah,
it was the only
being
way.
a bad guy, you go from the ultimate good guy to a bad guy. Yeah,
But
because otherwise, you can't be the ultimate good guy and keep going to be the good guy and keep going to the good guy.
It already run its course. It already ran its course.
Because I was a kid and I was more emotionally into it and wide-eyed.
You're 51. You weren't a kid.
And wide-eyed and innocent and all that. When Andre turned heel for WrestleMania 3, that absolutely blew my mind. When Hogan did it, I went, "Oh, this is going to be fun." When Andre did it, I had like tears in my eyes.
Right. Now, here's the thing about the whole, and there's some good comments here. I'll get to them in a second. So the reason why I explained to them that the Hogan one was better was because it actually launched a subsequent story. The Hogan turning heel was the start of a subsequent story that actually ran them for years.
Really
he needed it. They needed it. It was perfect time.
Yeah.
But here's the funny thing. Hogan had been a good guy for a really long time, but early in his career, he had been a bad guy. Cena had been a bad guy in his career. But here's the problem. Cena, and when he turned heel, Eric, here's what's interesting. Cena's run at the top of WWE was actually longer than Hogan's. People didn't understand, like, his run there at the top. Hogan's run started in 84. And then Hogan was out of WWE by 92 or early 93. So less than 10 years. So even though obviously he was huge in the 80s, especially in the early 90s, but his run lasted less than 10 years.
Yeah, but his was key.
I understand. But Cena's run never reached the absolute apex that his did. But Cena was the number one guy at that company for almost 20 years.
Yeah,
and he stayed a good guy for 20 years.
Yeah, but it was a downside of the WWF and all the other stuff that was going on. That was the downside of it. It was like you could sustain yourself for that length of time, but you have to look at Hogan being the premier of the top of the end of the, WrestleManias and all that other stuff that was going on. He was the main guy, and you cannot surpass that with Cena.
So, Bobby, that was actually my point. That was my point.
Okay.
Yeah. So my point was that Cena had been doing it for longer, but the problem was he had been doing it for too long. They missed the runway, whereas the Hogan, they needed to switch him, and they actually did it. Cena missed multiple exits where they could have done it, and logically it would have made a lot of sense, and it would have actually been beneficial to him at that time. But Vince McMahon refused to pull the trigger. Well, the problem is now they did it, and here's the important part. They try to make it like this because it's recency bias. They tried to make it into this big thing because Cena had been a good guy for so long that people at this point gave up on any hope of him ever switching. Yeah, so it was what it was shocking because it had been over 20 years that he had been this good guy character. But the problem was
it's hard to believe it was 20 years though. Wow.
It was 20 years. The problem was it was actually 21. They actually measured it. It was wild. But here's the thing. The problem was by the time they finally did it in this recent show, John Cena is 47 going on 48. He is at the end. Like Hogan was able to take that NWO run and extend his career for years. But here's the crazy part. As old as Hogan has always looked, Eric, here's the funny thing. When Hogan joined the NWO and turned heel, Hulk Hogan was 42. He was 5 years younger than Cena in this most. So he actually still has some runway. And obviously this launched him into doing the NWO, which was a good run for him. It actually worked very well.
For a hockey player, it's the end of his career, but for him, it was
for a wrestler. You've still got some room.
Yeah.
You've got some room, but Cena's is like 8-9 years late. Like you completely missed it. He's too old now. And the thing is, I understand why they did it, because for WrestleMania they need it.
Yeah.
Cody Rhodes wants to be the good guy. They need a bad guy. The shock value was there, so I get it. But I'm sitting there like, this is not a tenth as impactful. The Shawn Michaels super kicking Marty Jannetty into the glass, that was a good moment for that. That was honestly much better moment in terms of the actual heel turn, because it was very effective. Him going through the glass was actually a very effective visual. And Shawn Michaels went on to have a tremendous run, but he was still a young guy. So when he turned heel there, it was perfect for him, because then it launched his career and actually sent him going from there. But now it's like, guys, it's too late. A couple of good comments, though. I want to make sure I get to these. Got some funny one-liners. Can never sit still for 4 hours. Yep. Shockman Invader saying we do. Yeah. There's a point where you just start saying, I'm 51 years young. Eric will try it sometime. The Shawn Michaels heel turn scarred me for life. See, that was a big impactful one. She blinded me with tag crackers. There you go. It's just insanity on its face that the Seahawks didn't even try to run the ball. Absolute clown show. Thank you, Dunkachino. Never change. Lex Luger flipped every damn week. So did Big Show. That was another one who did it all the time. Hogan did start out as a villain first. Yes. Yeah. He was with Classy Freddie Blassie. Yep. That's exactly right. Yep. Not sure what this one's about, but sure. Nobody saw Cena's heel turn coming because they'd given up. Like the people wanted it years ago.
And
they just gave up on it.
I didn't know he was still wrestling. I thought he was in Hollywood. And
this is actually supposed to be. This is supposed to be his last year. This is his final run. So, like, I'm guessing that the storyline rationale for it is that John Cena is desperate to win the 17th championship, win the record, and he'll do anything, including siding with The Rock, to guarantee him that championship. But I'm sitting there like, but the point is that he's so close to the end of his career that you've completely killed any runway. If Cena had done this a couple of years ago, he could have had a run as a bad guy, doing a couple different things. Yes, winning the championship, but then in the end, he would have been defeated by somebody and then have like his final match as a good guy, and there's a send-off. You can still do it, but now you're going to have to rush it. You're literally going to have to compress it into this tight little window where you could have had a couple of years of run. And because he could have been just a douchebag for a couple of years, it would have worked.
And The Rock is still wrestling, and he's a bad guy too.
Well, he doesn't really wrestle much, to be honest. He hasn't wrestled in like a year.
But he's a bad guy?
He's been a bad guy for a couple of years. Yeah.
I have no idea.
Yeah. He's the final boss. He's actually on the board of directors. He's just playing off of that.
No idea.
Bubbazzle says the Cena heel turn interests me greatly, but Carlos is right about not being as big as the NWO. I think it's too late. Cena stunted their growth big time. He never took anyone seriously. Yeah. And look, you know what the funniest thing? I'll give you a slightly contrarian angle on this. I'd argue John Cena was always the bad guy. John Cena was a douchebag. Even as a good guy, he's an asshole. So in reality, he's kind of I'm sitting there like, he didn't even turn. He's going to change his gear or whatever. It's like, I'd argue he was an asshole character 15 years ago. And he's been like that the whole time. Cena's been an almost instant mute for me for 10 years. There you go. Cena has like 2 matches left. His heel turn won't be that memorable. It's a problem. That's the problem. You waited too long. You could have done it a bunch of different times, and I actually think it would have worked great.
Have they done anything about that big bald spot in the back of his head?
Nope. We need some spray paint on that. I let Cody flip and join them. I think you could do it, but it'd be weird. Judy gets super kicked into a tag slab. Bam.
Whew.
Shockmaster joins Cena and Rock. Okay, look, if the Shockmaster joins Cena and Rock, Eric, that's the new NWO.
I'm watching wrestling again.
Shockmaster will squash Cody Rhodes. He will crush him. He will throw his shiny helmet at him, and Cody Rhodes won't be able to stop it.
He's got to come through the wall like the Kool-Aid Man again, though.
Listen, he does that shit. Here's what's going to happen, Eric. He does that shit. Cody Rhodes will start laughing. He will laugh to death.
It's possible.
And he'll pin the dead body to win the championship. We'll never forget Jake the Snake Bite, Breaking Boundaries. That was with Macho Man.
I remember watching that. That was crazy.
Here you go. Michaels didn't throw Jannetty through the window. Jannetty tried to dive through the window to escape. What a coward. That's right.
And
that was a
that
commentary.
poor bastard ended up having a really bad life.
He had his own issues, man. He had his own Dark Side of the Ring episode.
Yeah, I saw
Bruno
it.
Sammartino. Bruno Sammartino
saw
Sammartino was pretty consistent.
And I saw him wrestle at the end of his career. Him and
okay, so this one was Eric. I'm surprised you didn't get this reference. Andre to Hogan and Piper's Pit, get your hand on my shoulder. So that's what the reference was. Okay, I got you.
I remember that Piper's Pit really well, but that didn't click when.
Yeah, according to all crowds, John Cena sucks. Well, he's going to get a lot of that now for sure. Let's see here. I always thought he started out. So John Cena had his run as a bad guy with the Dr. Thugonomics thing, and then he became a good guy, and I think he pretty much solidified it by WrestleMania 20. Well, the thing is, so to put it in perspective, I think I want to say he was already a good guy by 19, but 20 was when he won his first world championship. So by 19, I think he was already a good guy. Well, here's the thing, guys. So to put it in perspective, what I was saying earlier about the amount of years, Eric. So if he won, I think the U.S. Championship in WrestleMania 19, the World Championship in WrestleMania 20, this year is WrestleMania 21. He was a good guy for the majority of that time, which is ridiculous. Cena never let anyone get over with his attitude. Yeah. Like there were a lot of guys who could have had some good, they could have made some interesting stories if he had been willing to explore that sooner. Now he's a part-timer because he's doing TV shows and movies and whatever. He's not wrestling full time anymore.
No, he's more of an actor.
Yeah. So that's the thing. I think
he's
they
a good
completely
actor
missed the
too, actually. I have to give him credit.
I like him in Peacemaker. I was
that was
a fan.
good. Yeah, that was good.
Yeah, Peacemaker's good.
And what was the other movie he was in?
Well, he was in one of the Fast movies.
What's that?
He was in the Fast movie.
No,
he was Dominic Toretto's brother.
recent one that he pretended to be somebody else.
Snicky or whatever. It's a comedy.
The new Snicky or something. That was amazing. He did a really good job on that, and I have to give him credit. Yeah, he was really good.
Yeah, he can do. He can do comedy.
That was a really good movie.
He's actually very good at comedy. Yeah.
What was it called? Snicky? What? Go to the comments.
It's on Prime Video. The name escapes me, but
Stanicki is right.
Ricky Stanicki.
Ricky Stanicki. Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah, that was a really good movie. You know, for movies in the last 5 years, I would say that was pretty much top 10 for me. And that's hard to say because we haven't had a lot of good movies in the last 5 years. If you look at the Oscars, you go, I never even seen these movies.
I did not see one movie that was for an Oscar this year.
It was nothing.
And out of I think there was 3 of them I never even heard of.
Well, they were Cannes Festival kind of stuff, but that was, they weren't mainstream. They were, and I want to praise all the, what was it? The sex workers. It's like, okay, whatever.
Oh, I don't watch any of that, so I don't know. Did someone say that in there?
Yeah, well, they won 3 awards, so it was sort of like, the awards, they award people, even if the movies aren't that great, it's like what they put out that year, and somebody wins, and you can have an Oscar that's really a false Oscar. It's not even really a real Oscar because there wasn't any really good movies that came out in that time period. So I watched the Oscars and I just went, whatever.
Yeah, you couldn't get me to watch an award show.
No, not today. It's it's pretty sad.
But
I can't do award shows at any time.
No,
but
there was a time. There was a time through the 80s and 90s. It was.
I won't watch the NHL awards. I hate award shows.
I know you hate hockey. I got it.
Why are you watching them though?
Collective News Wars. Is he to star in Emmanuel Space Reboot?
You must know because if you hate them, you must have watched them.
I was gonna say.
I don't like them. I won't watch them.
You
I
obviously
agree. You hate
watch
hockey.
them because
I
how
got
can
it.
you hate them if you don't see them?
Because
I'd like to know that.
I'm married, and I've been forced to watch them.
Oh, yeah, me too. I know.
Sure.
It's in the background. You sit there and go, whatever.
Rob said, I have not watched much wrestling since I was a teenager, and we had to rent the WrestleMania on VHS. Yes.
Yeah, I remember going and getting rent. Yeah. Jumbo Video.
Jumbo Video was awesome.
It was.
I got the wrestling VHSs and the popcorn.
I used to know a guy, and he used to set the movies aside for us. That was cool.
Had an in, did you?
His name was Sean. I'd like to meet him today. He'd be a nice kind of dude. He go, Bobby, I'll put it aside for you. I'll put it behind this other movie, like whatever it was. It was on the regular shelf. He would put it behind there, and he would grab it and go, "Okay, thank you." What? Who's doing that?
Eric cutting paper again
With his fucking knife?
Yeah. Eric to launch Home and Garden show review channel. Thanks to his
Is
wife.
that all your knife does? Is that what you pay money for a knife? Just to cut paper in front of people? Just to show how sharp it is?
It entertains me.
What makes you think I won't cut you? Saturday Night Live thing. Anyways.
I think the funny thing is that it's just Eric has anger towards paper.
I don't like it.
All right, muting him while I finish reading.
Yes.
Mike says, saw WrestleMania 3 on live on closed circuit TV. Yes, if you go to the early WrestleManias, there was a closed circuit TV. Wait until Eric hears about scissors. I know. It's going to change his life. It's going to blow his mind.
Yes.
It's unbelievable.
What's that?
Indeed. Eric's mom knew he had that knife. I know.
Shh, don't tell her. And after I sharpen them, I got to test them.
Eric spent $8,000 on a knife collection just to sit at his desk and slice paper. Ha ha! That paper has it coming.
After you sharpen them, you got to test them. Come on.
My good. Your knife still isn't sharp as a tag slab. That's right. I will cut you, Ming.
Yeah, that's much more dangerous.
Listen, I promise. You bring that knife, I'll bring this. I will cut your knife. It'll be like, fink,
Yep.
and then the knife will fall apart. And like, oh my God. Tag slab, brother. Tag slab. BIC ASMR edition. Facts.
Yes.
Eric knows about scissors, but he can't have them. Maybe safety ones, but that's it.
And then I have to go down and ask Mom if I can have them. It's like going to the library and checking out a book. I'm like, Mom, can I have the safety scissors, please? What are you going to use them for? I have to tell her. And then she lets me have them, but she supervises.
Indeed. All right. So I'm going to say this, as I said earlier. It has been tremendous comments tonight. A lot of very active. Thank you all. Appreciate the participation. It's been good. Again, thanks to Dan. Again, thanks to Billy. Thank you, Yannick. Happy birthday. Appreciate you all for joining in. Next week, I think we're going to have a couple of things because I'm waiting on, it was delayed, but I got a ComC package coming in. So that'll actually be probably for next week then. That'll probably be one of the last big mail days other than maybe a ship my cards one for the little bit, because now starting to save up for Expo. And I've been getting rumors from some of the messages that there may be a couple of nice cars already lined up for me.
Really?
So yes, already making some pre-plan. So that's why I say now I got to set aside. So I will say, and you can keep tabs on this during the podcast
Coming from
episodes.
Saskatchewan?
Possibly. So the thing though is, in addition to that, because of that, it means that I'm probably going to be working on some of that consolidation work. So now I'm going to be going through the boxes this weekend, getting some cards that I'm going to move on from, and then I can refill the coffers because I want to have some for the Spring Expo, have some money for the show. What's that?
Nothing.
So I want to have that money already set aside so that I'm ready to go. In addition to the deals that I'm working out ahead of time, I also want to make sure I have, and if everything goes according to plan, I want to try this. I mentioned it already, but I'm going to repeat it. I'd like to try doing a little challenge for the Spring Expo. I'm going to try to see how far I can get on that 7071 O-Pee-Chee set. I'm going to try to buy singles on the show floor and fill out that checklist. There should be plenty of the singles available.
So
I want to go through, and I'm going to go from dealer to dealer and see if I'm going to try to finish the set on that weekend. I need 177 cards. Very doable.
You can do
Yeah,
it.
because I've got the
Probably.
Siller rookie, I've got the key guys already, I've got the Gordie Howe, I've got the Bobby Hall, I've got. So in reality, all I'm looking for is some of the guys that have the boxes and grab some of the singles and fill it in.
I think the black bottom borders would be your toughest challenge.
Oh God.
so.
Those are variations. So
Yeah. So I think, but overall, I think it'd be a fun little challenge to play. It gives it a little bit of sport to otherwise
does.
with just a show, because then at least you're
that's half the
going
fun
around.
of the hobby,
Look at
right?
Yeah, make it a little bit interesting. Make it a
Yes.
little bit interesting.
Sure enough.
Live stream excellence. Thank you, Brennan. Rock beats paper. Everything beats tag slab. Zach says, Eric's mom not letting him have regular scissors tells me she doesn't know about his knives. Eric just told on himself.
I'm hoping she's asleep at this point. Sometimes she falls asleep, and so she's probably not up this late.
Mm.
Yeah, I'm gonna fall asleep soon myself. We're at 4.
Yep.
What time is it?
Coming that time.
It's almost 12:30. So I'm trying to wrap it up. That's why I'm going through this stuff quickly.
I was up at 5. Oh my god.
So influence Carlos to do that? No, really. But I will say it did help that that Brad gave me that beat up Sittler rookie, and then I went through the box and realized how many I actually had. Again, I didn't realize I had the Bobby Orr. I actually completely forgot I got it. I didn't even remember it. You know, common Bobby Orr. Never heard of the guy. And I didn't realize I already had the.
That
I already
one's
had
usually
the Bobby
out of
Clark.
focus, so
I didn't realize I had the Bobby Clark. I actually don't remember buying it ever, and yet I have it. And I was like, when did I get the Bobby Clark? And I was like,
that's a rookie too. Right?
huh, that's what I mean. So I've got the key rookies, and I've got to the stars. So I was like, oh, okay. Well, at that point, Bobby, like I may as well.
Commons are cheap. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's like I might as well then if I've got a lot of the key cards
commons
already.
are cheap. You know, you
Yeah.
still get a buck or two, right?
The Sittler is the last big one I need for that set. The rest are all just fillers.
Yeah.
Have a good night, Zach. Perfect. So I think that'll be it for this one. And like I said, at least that'll keep some things interesting and give us some stuff to work on. And we'll come up with some other things. Eric will say something scandalous. Yannick will send him some shit that he'll have to store. It'll be fine. We'll make sure we'll have a little fun. And then we will follow up. I will follow up with some of the guys that are going to be at Strongsville. Some of the guys are doing Philly show. So we'll reach out to them, see what the lay of the land is. I think Mike Canadian Cards is going to Strongsville too, so I can reach out to him. I'll get a couple of perspectives, a couple of angles. We'll have a little bit of fun with it. As we kill some time between now and Spring Expo. It'll be coming sooner before you know it, but right now it's early March and we're just getting started on that. But we're getting there. We'll see. Kathy says, why are you talking about?
No, Yannick did. Yannick said a whole bunch of horrible things. I was telling him to stop, I promise.
Rob says there's a Medano card on Slab Sharks that was just listed. It's actually
Slab Sharks.
they've on their auctions. There's a couple of them they've just added. Which, by the way, one of them, I think I know who bought it, and it sounds like he's liquidating. Because I saw a couple of cards, because I remember that being on eBay, the exact copy.
I saw something about a Medano.
By the way, it was a year ago. It was a year ago it was purchased, and now it's on Slab Sharks in auction.
Isn't Karn under investigation right now?
The Slab Sharks are some of it. There's like the Ontario Securities Commission, whatever. The liquid marketplace thing. Yeah. I just need to send them a Medano. I don't care. You do you. As long as somebody ships. Look, as long as somebody ships it in the office, y'all do you.
We're good.
Good night, Jeff. Eric playing with his knives. Night. Expo Wee. That's right. Amanda will be doing her podcast, allegedly. She says she's preparing for it. So listen, I'm expecting big things. With extra preparation time, Eric, big expectations. Big expectations. Eric's going to be there with bells on. He's got nothing better to do with his life.
Going to bed. Yep. Eric's going to bed because it's in the middle of the night, and I have to get up and watch Strade Bianca tomorrow.
Yeah. That literally sounds like an AI made-up name. That literally sounds like you threw up in your mouth.
And watch a bike race.
I look forward to seeing that not tomorrow.
Yeah. And I have a cookie that I'm going to eat. So that's going to happen.
Good idea.
So, with that said, thank you all for checking this one out. Longest running episodic, whatever the hell this is, we still don't know. Thank you to Bobby Burrell in the Garage of Knowledge. Thank you to Yannick, birthday boy. And Eric is here. And Eric
Bravo.
is here. Make sure to hit the like button on the way out. Eric pays for it because he sucks. Make sure he suffers. And he will be here next week because in perpetuity.
Nope.
It is. Yes.
Have yourselves a
Every
good
week.
night. We'll catch you in the next one.
I know.
Forever.